Chapter 427. Gao Zhuqing had played all the thrilling events in the amusement park. She excitedly opened her arms and cheered. That was awesome. Today was simply too enjoyable. Wait a minute. Gu Qinghan sat down on the bench. His face was pale. What's wrong with you? Are you scared? You're not that timid, are you? No. I just feel a little nauseous. Gu Qinghan gloomily admitted this. He felt a little embarrassed. Sure enough, this did not exchange for Gao Zhuqing's sympathy. Instead, he was mercilessly laughed at by her. Ha ha! A dignified, domineering CEO actually vomited after playing thrilling events. So embarrassing. Ha ha! She pointed at his face and laughed so hard that her waist bent. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to be so stubborn? If I knew you were so weak, I would have brought you to play with a small train that ran on the ground. Right now, Gu Qinghan was not feeling nauseous. Instead, he was feeling embarrassed. Are you looking down on me? I can still play for 3 days and 3 nights. But I've played enough. I want to go there now. She pointed at the Ferris wheel that was shining in the night sky. The Ferris wheel slowly rotated. Gao Zhuqing leaned on the glass window. She looked at the bright city and exclaimed. She did not even dare to blink. The first time I rode the Ferris wheel, you were the one who took me there. The night scene was beautiful, just like it is now. Even if their ending was destined to be separated, at least there was a beautiful night to reminisce about for a lifetime. It could also be considered as a kind of compensation, right? Not every relationship would have a perfect ending, but they loved, and that was enough. Those beautiful memories would always accompany them. Time could never be taken away. Neon lights flickered in Gao Zhuqing's eyes, twinkling like stars. She tried hard to remember everything. This was their last night. In the future, she probably would not have this kind of feeling again. Look over there, it's so beautiful. Zhuqing. And Gao Zhuqing turned around. Gu Qinghan was actually holding the diamond ring in his hand, kneeling on one knee in front of her. She was stunned. What are you doing? Proposing? But weren't they going to separate? Marry me. You're crazy. She opened her eyes wide, almost suffocating. You already have a girlfriend. If you do this, what about Siki? She's not my girlfriend. I asked her to act with me. How is that possible? You're obviously so gentle to her. That's not a lie. That's because she saved me. I'm very grateful to her, but it has nothing to do with love. But you said that you feel at ease when you're with her. Maybe it's because we're in the same boat. We both lost the person we love the most. Her fiancé passed away due to illness, but she still loved him. We are just friends. Gao Zhuqing couldn't stop frowning. He wanted to say something, but he was too shocked and couldn't say a word. You want to ask me why I lied to you, right? That's because I've hurt you many times in the past. I don't dare to hurt you again. I'm afraid that if I continue to stay by your side, I'll bring you misfortune. I'm the one who has a shadow in my heart. Do you understand? Maybe I'm already used to a miserable life. So, when happiness comes, I'll think of a lot of terrible consequences. I'm afraid that it'll come true, so I can only keep pushing you away. But I really, really love you. I can't imagine you leaving my life. Siki is right. I can't promise you that we'll definitely be happy in the future. Maybe there will be other problems and twists, but I'm willing to do everything I can to make you happy. Love is not possessive. It's two people being relaxed and happy together without pressure. I'll control my jealousy and won't do anything you don't like anymore. Will you be my wife? Gao Zhuqing had already burst into tears. Silly, I was almost chased away by you. You're so annoying. What are you still looking at? Hurry up and put the ring on my finger. Okay. Gu Qinghan was so excited that his hands were trembling. He held her face and kissed her hard. The Ferris wheel rose to the top. The bright fireworks in the night sky witnessed their happiness. Gao Zhuqing returned to Gu Qinghan's apartment. Both of them were very excited. When they were taking a shower, Gao Zhuqing kept looking at the diamond ring on her ring finger and couldn't help but laugh. The sweetness was that even if she didn't say it out loud, it would overflow from her eyes. She wished she could stand at the top of the city and announce to everyone that tonight she was the happiest woman in the world. No, not just tonight. When she was with him, she would always be the happiest woman in the world. The two of them were so excited that they couldn't sleep. Gu Qinghan hugged Gao Zhuqing and curled up in the living room to watch a movie. She rested her head on his lap and smirked at the screen. Ha, so dumb. What a joke. Gu Qinghan stroked her hair and looked at her face affectionately the whole time. When the movie was about to end, Gao Zhuqing looked up and realized that he had been looking at her the whole time. Why are you looking at me instead of the screen? You look better than the movie. Hee hee, you're such a sweet talker. She raised her head and kissed him on the lips, then continued to watch the movie. The sweet taste of peach spread in Gu Qinghan's mouth. He thought that this was happiness. Love was like a roller coaster. He was depressed the night before, but now he was full of happiness. Now that he thought about it, pushing her away because of an unknown hurt was the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life. If he really did that, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Zhuqing, Zhuqing. He called her name over and over again in his heart with so much tenderness. He felt that his heart was about to melt. Do you know how much I love you? When the movie ended, Gao Zhuqing sat up and stretched. Oh, it's already 12 o'clock. You should rest now. But I'm not tired at all. Girls can't stay up late. I'll carry you back to the bedroom. He stood up and a small hand grabbed his shirt. He looked at her in confusion. What's the matter? Gao Zhuqing blushed. Tonight, we'll sleep in separate rooms again? Gu Qinghan was stunned for a moment. Don't tell me. You don't want to hug me to sleep? A mosquito-like voice, soft and velvety. For a girl to say such words, her face was blushing. Zhuqing, don't you understand what I mean? You idiot, I hate you. I'm going back to my room. As she said that, she was about to get up and was embraced by Gu Qinghan. It's not that I don't understand what you mean. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. Just now, when you're lying on my lap, I was a little excited. Do you think I can't feel it? Gu Qinghan was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. He was actually so cute. Gao Zhuqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you feel uncomfortable holding it in like this? But I don't want to hurt you. Oh, all right then. You can continue to torture yourself. As she said that, she was about to push her away. Gu Qinghan hugged her even tighter and asked uncertainly, Are you willing? Gao Zhuqing thought to himself that he had already hinted so many times, yet he still asked such a stupid question. He really was like a virgin. However, seeing that he was so cute, I'll forgive him. Why would I not be willing? That night, he was very afraid that she would have a psychological shadow. I've already forgotten. You know me. If I say I've forgotten, then it means that I've really forgotten. Right now, we're starting anew. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable holding it in. But I also don't want you to force yourself because you're worried about me. We're both adults. Our sex lives are normal, okay? We've known each other for so many years. Are you still shy? Or you can't do it? I can't do it? Do you think I can do it? You're so annoying. Gu Qinghan felt as if he had found a treasure. He carried her to the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. He kissed her lips gently. After she got used to it, he slowly deepened his kiss. His big hands wandered over her body through her clothes. Slowly and skillfully, he ignited clusters of flames. Gu Qinghan, I'm nervous. Other than the 2 times I did it with you, I've never done it with other men. She was like a boiled shrimp, shyly curling up her body. I know, I'll be gentle. Baby. He kissed her lips. Have you done it with many women before? Gao Zhuqing wanted to express that he had good skills. But the moment the words came out, he realized that it was a wet blanket. At this time, it really shouldn't be a girlfriend, right? Moreover, she herself was a little jealous. No, I haven't done it with other women since you. You're lying, right? It's been more than 10 years. How did you come over? He kissed her sweet-scented neck, breathing heavily. I relied on my right hand. So pitiful. That's not right. Where's Lin Xintian? I clearly saw her sitting on your lap. I pushed her away. Gao Zhuqing's eyes widened. A man who had been imprisoned for more than 10 years could still control himself in that kind of situation. It sounded too inconceivable and too cruel. It's already like that. I only have you in my heart. I don't have any feelings for other women. But I heard that a man's love and desire can be separated. Otherwise, why would men think with their lower body? She arched her body and frowned. Why did you bite me? At this time, do you think it's appropriate to mention other women? Does that make you excited? No, of course not. His palm had already slipped under her clothes and was gently worshipping her body. Gao Zhuqing felt that the places that he touched were trembling violently, as if they had been electrocuted. It felt soft, numb, and melted. It didn't seem like it belonged to her anymore. Baby, relax a little. Don't worry and give yourself to me. I won't hurt you. He coaxed her gently. However, Gao Zhuqing was still so nervous that her scalp went numb. Those 2 times, she had been raped. The only thing she felt was pain. But now it was completely different. Her body had become very strange. It was as if there was a strange surge of heat that kept running around in her body. Her body felt like it was being roasted. It was boiling hot. It was extremely hot. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty and choked. She was still so nervous that she felt like a rubber band that had been stretched taut. I have no experience. It feels so strange. Do you like this feeling? He looked at her with that pair of bewitching eyes. I don't know. I'm going crazy. I feel so uncomfortable. Gao Zhuqing was so nervous that her eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist. Chapter 428. In a daze, she felt that her face was a little uncomfortable. Gao Zhuqing pushed it with her hand and opened her eyes reluctantly. Gu Qinghan was lying beside her, holding his head and looking at her with a smile. Good morning, baby. The man in the morning light exuded a pure charm, like the handsome Apollo. Oh, you woke me up. You're so beautiful. I couldn't help but kiss you. Sneaking up on me early in the morning, you bastard. You're the one who made me like this. Gao Zhuqing stretched lazily and then realized that something was wrong. She quickly covered her face with her hands. What's wrong? I didn't wash my face. My face must be dirty. She didn't know if other women were like this, but she was ugly when she woke up. I snore, grind my teeth, and talk in my sleep. Did you see it all? So embarrassing. No, even if you snore, grind your teeth, and talk in your sleep, you'll still look good. TSK, you'll say that now, but after a long time, you'll dislike me for disturbing your sleep, and then we'll sleep in separate rooms, and then divorce. Gu Qinghan was amused by her. Why are there so many strange ideas in your head? It's not strange. Do you know how many families broke up because of this? I don't care about other people's business, but we can't break up. Gu Qinghan pried her hands away and kissed her on the mouth. Hey, I didn't brush my teeth. I don't mind. Gao Zhuqing howled in annoyance. It shouldn't be like this. In the movies, on the first morning of the male and female lead, the female lead would wake up first, secretly do her makeup, and then wait for the male lead to wake up. But I'm the opposite, sleeping like a pig, and you've seen my ugly side. I quit. She rolled on the bed and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Gu Qinghan was quick and pulled her back. Gao Zhuqing stuck out her tongue and broke out in a cold sweat. What's the difference? Anyway, in my eyes, you're beautiful no matter what. But I want it to be even better. Then why don't you go put on your makeup and wake me up? Childish. That's so pretentious. I don't want it. It's all your fault. You made me sleep so deeply last night. My whole body aches. It hurts. Are you complimenting me? No, I just despise you. No woman will dislike a man. You like him very much. Gao Zhuqing opened his mouth, but he was too guilty to refute. She was not a very pretentious girl, so she simply admitted it. That's right. You're also very powerful. Moreover, he was much better than those men in romance novels. The point is, they are ugly, but you are very handsome. It sounds like you read it often. Yeah, I'll look around when I'm bored. But I see it as a comedy. Those women are too fake and exaggerated. It's obvious that they're acting. So you were also acting last night. Sorry, I'm not that good at acting. That was my real reaction. She had never thought that she would be so crazy. Imitating what he did yesterday, she held his face and kissed him hard on the lips. I give you full marks for your performance last night. Keep up the good work. You don't have to say that. I will definitely work hard. Why don't we? Seeing that he was about to press on her, Gao Zhuqing was so anxious that she screamed. No, you're the one who asked me to keep up the good work. But you have to conserve your energy. Conserve your energy, understand? You just finished and you're doing it again. Aren't you afraid that you'll die from exhaustion? Even a person who had not eaten for a few days would die if he suddenly ate 7 or 8 bowls of rice. How could he not understand such a simple logic? I woke up a long time ago. I've been waiting for you. I've already conserved my energy. Don't worry about me. The cold and handsome man's eyes were shining with fire at this moment. It was very alluring. I've endured for more than 10 years. Gao Zhuqing swallowed her saliva with difficulty. Sure enough, once the floodgates of a man were opened, it would burst like a dam. She could not help but miss the cute and beautiful man from last night. But she had no choice. She had to be responsible for the fire that she started. She smiled awkwardly. I think this kind of thing, it's better to let it flow slowly. But I prefer a violent storm. Gu Qinghan turned over and pressed her down on the ground like a hungry wolf. I want to eat you now. Wait, you're late. Gao Zhuqing screamed and pressed against his chest. Well, anyway, there are other things to do today. Why are you in such a hurry? Don't we still have a whole day? I'm hungry. Can I fill my stomach first? I want to eat noodles. Go and cook noodles for me. Cook noodles for you? Gu Qinghan's lips twitched. Didn't I cook noodles for you yesterday? As he spoke, he wanted to kiss her again. Gao Zhuqing dodged. You. Gao Zhuqing punched him in embarrassment. Why are you so indecent? I thought you liked me being indecent. Last night you took the initiative. I'm hungry. I'll cook after I eat. Cook before you eat. Knowing that he was amenable to coaxing but not coercion, Gao Zhuqing could only act coquettishly. Darling, I'm really hungry. It's so uncomfortable to be hungry. It's a very enjoyable thing. Why do you have to be so tired? Aren't I going to feed you now? I'm hungry. Let's fill my stomach first, okay? Her silky brows and sweet voice almost melted Gu Qinghan's bones. Her bashful look only made him want to tear her apart even more. However, he still resisted and wanted to whet his appetite. She was right. There was still a long day. Take it slow. After kissing her passionately on the lips, he got up and went to the kitchen. Gao Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm so tired. However, although every bone in her body was sore and aching, she could not help but reminisce about last night. Lying on the bed, she reminisced for a long time before she got up slowly to wash up. Gu Qinghan was boiling water and cutting vegetables. The scene was beautiful and heartwarming. Let me help you. Gao Zhuqing opened the freezer and took out the prawns. Gu Qinghan quickly stopped her. It's very cold. Come on, I'm just taking something from the freezer. Are you worried that my hands will freeze? My heart will ache. I'm not a doll. It won't break so easily. She shook her head with an expression that said, Why are you so nervous? Don't forget that I've been alone for the past 10 years. I'm used to it. It's because I've let you be alone for so long that I want to make it up to you. From now on, I'll take care of your daily life. You just have to take care of your food. Then I'll become a 200-pound fatty. Even better, no one will snatch you from me. He took the prawns from the freezer with one hand and pinched her nose with the other. His expression was very doting. Gao Zhuqing stuck out her tongue. I have a feeling that I'll be spoiled by you. A wife is meant to be spoiled, isn't it? Since when did you become so good at saying sweet things? Who did you learn it from? This is called speaking from the bottom of my heart. This is the sweetest sentence. Gao Zhuqing hugged him from behind. She pressed her face against his back and murmured, This is so good, so blissful. I don't want you to be tired alone. I want to be with you. The two of us can run a business together. That's called living. For you, I'm willing to do anything. Me too. Gu Qinghan, I love you. Gao Zhuqing said affectionately. I love you too. He turned around and kissed her. Plop, plop. The water was boiling in the pot. After the kiss, the noodles were all mushy. Gao Zhuqing felt helpless. It's all your fault. After kissing for so long, I'm going to eat the mushy noodles. Weren't you the one who seduced me? When did I? You're the one who confessed to me first. It's my fault, right? Forget it. I won't say the words I love you anymore. I won't say it even if you beg me. No, I want to hear it. Gu Qinghan hugged her from behind. He buried his head in her neck and kissed her ear. I want to hear it for the rest of my life. The noodles were mushy, but the two of them were still eating happily. Gu Qinghan kept putting the prawns in his bowl to Gao Zhuqing. No need. My prawns are almost full. You're so skinny. You should eat more. Let me tell you, I watched a Korean drama about fitness recently. The uncle in the drama is very muscular. That's the best way to watch. In comparison, you're still a little too skinny. So, you have to eat more. You have to gain fat first. Then, you can train your muscles. As she said that, she put her meatballs and prawns in his bowl. What handsome uncle. You actually despise me because you're infatuated with him? It's not to the extent of despising you. This is called concern. You have to replenish your energy. Why should I replenish my energy? Are you hinting at me again? Are you afraid that I won't have enough energy to satisfy you? Gao Zhuqing unceremoniously rolled her eyes. Why do you always talk about that? You're full of dirty thoughts. I should arrest you. Arrest where? Into your heart. So mushy. I can't eat anymore. Although Gao Zhuqing's mouth was full of disdain, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was so shameful, but he liked it. After breakfast, Gao Zhuqing was clearing the dishes. However, Gu Qinghan, who was full, could not bear it any longer. He directly threw himself at Gao Zhuqing in the living room. I'm just full. Let me take a break. Brush your teeth first. Hey, stop, Qinghan. The sound of protest gradually subsided. When it was over, she pillowed on his arm. I'm so tired. Do you like it? I like it, but there's a limit. You'll die if you do this every day. It's still worth it. I refuse. I don't want others to talk about us in the future. It's so shameful. My baby is so cute. All right, what should we do in the future? I don't want to stay in the United States. But I think you probably don't want to go back with me. Actually, after you left, Uncle's health hasn't been good. He misses you a lot. Gu Qinghan was silent for a long time. Gao Zhuqing did not dare to speak. He waited for his answer. I'll go back with you. Really? Her eyes lit up. Then they dimmed. But, my mother, since we've chosen to be together now, I'm willing to let go of the past hatred for you. I can't treat your mother like my own mother. But, I won't hate her anymore. Thank you, Qinghan. Gao Zhuqing was so touched that his eyes turned red. Chapter 429. Silly girl, I love you. For you, I can even give up my life. Just now, I was even thinking how good it would be if that moment was the end of my life. To be able to die with you, to be able to hold you, I have nothing else to ask for. I don't want that. She teased. I don't want to die naked. It's very embarrassing. Okay? Also, don't always think about dying and dying. So pessimistic. Not only death can be eternal. On the contrary, we have to live well. We have gone through so many hardships. It was not easy to come together. Now happiness has just begun. In the future, we will be happier and happier. I'm just afraid that in the future, it will be too sweet, so sweet that you will be tired of it. No, I will never be tired of being with you. I'm just afraid that I will not hold you tightly enough, love you for long enough. His 10 fingers clasped tightly with hers. Looking at the diamond ring on her ring finger, there was a feeling that they were bound together for life. Only in this way, it felt real. Deep down, he was still a very insecure person. Gao Zhuqing felt sorry for him and did not know how to comfort him. But she believed that time would slowly give him a sense of security. After being together for a long time, that feeling of gain and loss would naturally disappear. They had gone through hardships to be together. Their relationship would definitely be stronger than anyone else. She was not pessimistic at all. On the contrary, she was full of confidence for the future. To put it bluntly, she could not wait to marry him. I'm starting to believe in fate now, she said. People who are destined to be together, no matter how many years in between, will still be together in the end. In fact, in these 10 years, we have also met many people, but in the end, we still chose each other. Tell me, is this arranged by God a long time ago? Gu Qinghan kissed the top of her head. I don't believe in fate, but I believe in you. I believe that our relationship will not end so easily. Yes, for this relationship, we have let so many people down. If we are not happy, won't we let them down? We will be together for a very, very long time. In the future, we will have our children, grandchildren. I used to be afraid of growing old, but with you by my side, I can't wait to start that kind of life. Me too, Zhu Qing. Don't worry. Leave your future to me. I will make you happy. Gu Qinghan spent a week dealing with the work in the United States, and then returned to China with Gao Zhuqing. When he got home, he realized that Gu Ming had really aged a lot in just a few months. As a son, he felt very guilty. During dinner, Gu Qinghan held Gao Zhuqing's hand. Dad, Aunt Lin, Zhuqing, and I are together. We are preparing to get married. I hope to receive your blessings. Lin Shumin was stunned for a moment. This was both unexpected and within her expectations, so her reaction was generally very calm. However, Gu Ming did not notice anything unusual between the two of them. He was extremely surprised. What were you talking about? You and Zhuqing? You are brother and sister. How can you get married? I have never treated Zhuqing as a sister. I have always loved her deeply for many years. Gu Qinghan clasped her fingers tightly and said firmly, Dad, I really love her very much. Uncle, I hope you can agree to our marriage. Gu Ming looked at Lin Shumin, then looked at Gao Zhuqing, his mind in a mess. After a long while, he calmed down and said, Let's talk after dinner. Gu Ming put down his chopsticks after 2 mouthfuls and looked at Gu Qinghan. Follow me into the study. Gao Zhuqing was a little nervous, holding Gu Qinghan's hand, unwilling to let go. He gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay, don't worry. In the study, Gu Ming smoked a cigar, tried to use this to calm down, to calm his mood, but he was still very restless. You and Zhuqing, what's going on? Why didn't I notice at all? Are you sincere towards her? Yes. Are you sure it's not for revenge? Gu Ming let out a long sigh. Actually, I have always felt that you have enmity towards Shumin. I just didn't want to point it out. Now that you want to be with Zhuqing, I can't help but worry. I don't deny what you said, but I love Gao Zhuqing very much from the time she was 16 until now. Dad, I'm willing to use my life to protect her, to love her. My love for her is not mixed with any schemes. I only love her very, very much. Gu Ming understood this son of his. He didn't seem to be lying. He thought for a long time, then nodded. Zhuqing is a good girl. If you two truly love each other, I definitely won't stop you. But can you tell me, all these years, why do you have enmity towards Shumin? Gu Qinghan frowned, feeling a little disgusted. It's all in the past. I don't want to mention it. But if it can be in the past, it won't be like a thorn in your heart for so many years, right? Since you really love her, then remove the misunderstanding. Otherwise, it will still affect your relationship in the future. It's not a misunderstanding. This matter had been suppressed in Gu Qinghan's heart for too many years. Until this moment, he had no choice but to face it. I know that after Mom divorced you, she didn't go abroad, but was in a mental hospital. Gu Ming's finger suddenly trembled, and even the cigar fell to the ground. How do you know? He was still young at that time, wasn't he? What Gu Ming didn't dare to believe even more was that he actually hid it for so many years. He didn't dare to believe that a teenager actually had such a deep shrewdness. I knew from the beginning, all these years, I would visit Mom every month. Sorry, I was selfish. It was because I was too promiscuous when I was young that led to this tragedy. I have always blamed myself in my heart. But it's my fault. Why do you blame Shumin? Mom became insane because you cheated. But that has nothing to do with Shumin. You can't be thinking that she is a third party, right? Isn't that so? You're mistaken. Yes, I did cheat, but it was with a female celebrity. Shumin and I, really, only met after that. And you have always thought that she was the one who destroyed our family? All kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Gu Qinghan's feelings were extremely complicated. He hated Lin Shumin for so many years, but in the end, he hated the wrong person. If that was the case, then Lin Shumin wasn't the main culprit. She shouldn't have to bear so much hatred. This also meant that the estrangement between him and Gao Zhuqing shouldn't exist at all, even though it was absurd. But he was incomparably grateful that this was a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. I was cowardly. I didn't explain it to you clearly. That's why so many things happened. Although it's been so many years, but at least the misunderstanding has been cleared. Qinghan, you can hate me, but don't hate Shumin anymore. You and Zhu Qing, you'll also be happy. The matter of marriage, have you considered it clearly? Lin Shumin was still a little worried, but she didn't want her emotions to affect Gao Zhuqing, so she asked very carefully. She could tell that this time, Gao Zhuqing wasn't forced. She was really very happy. And I love Qing Han. Zhuqing, you know, Mom's biggest wish is for you to be happy. After so many years, I understand even more. Finding a man who loves you, dotes on you, and living a peaceful life is the luckiest thing. This is also what I'm most worried about. You're too pure. A boy like Su Yuan is the most suitable for you. And Qing Han, I'm not saying he's not good, but his personality is too reserved, too complicated. I'm afraid that in the future, there will be conflicts. I know what you said, but now is different from before. I love him. He also loves me. He won't do anything to hurt me. But he's so overbearing, too possessive. I'm worried that your future life will be very tense. That was in the past. He promised me. He won't control me anymore. Actually, the reason why he did so many things is because he doesn't have a sense of security. After we've been together for a long time, slowly having a sense of security, you will change. I firmly believe this. Gao Zhuqing held Lin Shumin's hand. Mom, actually in the past, I was more afraid of him than anyone else. If I hadn't considered it clearly, I wouldn't have made such a decision. Now, I don't have the slightest bit of worry for our future. What I have is only anticipation. I really love him, especially after experiencing losing him. I'm even more clear how deep my feelings for him are. He has already been imprinted in my heart, become a part of my body. I already don't dare to imagine a life without him. Since I trust him so much, then please let go of your worries, believe in your daughter's choice, all right? Lin Shumin still had some misgivings in her heart, but she understood Gao Zhuqing. She wasn't a girl who would be blinded by love, disregarding everything. Since she trusted Gu Qinghan so much, it also meant that he had done a lot for her. When it came to matters of the heart, only the person involved knew best. She had no right to judge for her. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Shumin nodded. All right, Mom believes in your choice. Sigh, after waiting for so many years, finally, you're willing to get married. Finally, I don't have to worry about you anymore. That won't do. Even if I get married, I'm still your daughter. I like it when you worry about me. Don't try to get rid of me. Gao Zhuqing snuggled into Lin Shumin's arms, acting coquettishly. No matter what, I'm going to rely on you. Girl, you're already so old, yet you're still acting coquettishly. Mom is worried that now that you have someone to take care of you, I'll be annoying if I talk too much, and you'll think that I'm long-winded. How can that be? It's good that someone is long-winded. In the future, if no one is long-winded, I won't be used to it. Mom. Gu Qinghan's address stunned both mother and daughter at the same time. Gao Zhuqing thought she had heard wrongly. You, what did you call my mom? Mom. Gu Qinghan smiled. All these years, Lin Shumin had actually been very good to him. Since the misunderstanding had been cleared up, he was very grateful to her. We're going to get married. It's okay to call me that in advance, right? Mom. Lin Shumin was completely overwhelmed. In the past, she felt that Gu Qinghan's respect for her was only on the surface. He was still very resistant to her in his heart. But this mom was completely sincere. She even had a feeling that she hadn't lived all these years in vain. Chapter 430. Zhuqing and I are preparing to hold our wedding next month. There's still a lot of things to trouble you with. No trouble, no trouble. I'm more than happy. Lin Shumin's eyes turned red. Although it's a Western-style wedding, but we still need to prepare those Chinese dresses. I know a very good old tailor. The Chong Sam is very beautiful. I'll go contact her now. Lin Shumin left very excitedly. Gao Zhuqing blinked his big eyes, still somewhat unable to recover. Why did you suddenly change your mind? So these years I've misunderstood. The third party who destroyed our family is not your mother, but someone else. Boo, let's not look into the past. The most important thing is it's not your mother. I've always hated the wrong person. Zhuqing, I'm sorry. I didn't make it clear. It took a while for Gao Zhuqing to digest this surprise, and she punched him. I said my mother wouldn't be a third party. I already said that, bastard. I'm sorry. Humph. You think an apology is enough? I want to punish you. Punish you for taking care of me and my mother for a lifetime. This is not a punishment. It's my honor. Zhuqing, thank you for not blaming me. I know because of my misunderstanding, I brought a lot of harm to you and your mother. I will definitely make up for it. Believe me. You donated your kidney to my mother. Didn't you already make up for it? From now on, between us, no one owes the other. Since we've chosen to start over, then let's forget everything in the past. My mother has already agreed to us being together. However, she's still a bit worried, afraid that you'll bully me. What do you think I should do? I bully you? It's good enough that you don't bully me. Gu Qinghan hugged her waist, his eyes rippling with a genuine smile. The boulder that had been pressing on his heart for many years finally fell to the ground. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Even though God played a big joke on him, going around in circles for many years, but because of those tribulations, it made them know how to cherish each other. What did I bully you? It's obviously you who bullied me. Yes, I like to bully you in bed. Let me bully you tonight, okay? He nibbled her ear and whispered sweet nothings. Oh no, there's someone there. What are you afraid of? Ugh, it feels so strange to be back. Isn't that more exciting? Sister? Gu Qinghan revealed his evil side. His eyes were burning, but he seemed to want to say something. Gao Zhuqing's head was dizzy, as if she had drunk too much. She was dizzy because of him. Call me brother? I'm not going to do that. Annoying. My mom will be down soon. You should let go first. It won't be good if she sees you. Also, we should sleep in separate rooms at home. It's better to live together after we get married. Sleep in separate rooms? Do you want to torture me to death? His lips landed on her shoulder, and he bit down hard. Without you by my side, neither he nor I can sleep. Him? Who? What do you think? He kissed her softly. Gao Zhuqing's face immediately turned red from ear to ear. Why are you still so frivolous after coming back? Didn't I tell you not to be like this? It's not good to be like this at home. I can't help it. You're poison. I can't help it. Gu Qinghan used both carrot and stick. Coupled with the seduction, Gao Zhuqing could not do anything. She almost fell into his trap. Fortunately, the last bit of reason pulled her back from the edge of losing control. No matter what you say, I can't. Is that so? Looks like I can only sneak into your room at midnight. I'll lock the door. I have the key. Don't be afraid. Gu Qinghan, call me hubby. Gao Zhuqing was furious, but it only made Gu Qinghan feel more proud. A deal worth tens of millions could not compare to the sense of accomplishment that teasing his little darling gave him. It was really enjoyable. Tonight at midnight, wash up and wait for me. Su Yuan knew that Gao Zhuqing had returned to China for a week. She did not take the initiative to contact him, which made him very depressed. He checked his phone at least 7 or 8 times a day. He thought that she would contact him the second day after returning to China. He waited anxiously, but was disappointed again and again. He had to admit that some people valued their lovers more than their friends, especially women. It really made him sad. However, although he was sad, he still kept thinking about her. One day after work, he took the initiative to call Gao Zhuqing, but she hung up. Su Yuan was very depressed. What did this mean? She had a boyfriend, and she did not even want him, her confidant? Such a heartless woman. If he had known earlier, he would have married her. His magnanimity was exchanged for this result. How could he not be disappointed? A hand patted him from behind. He turned right and bumped into Gao Zhuqing. Gao Zhuqing was very depressed. Hey, I hit you on the left. Why did you turn right? You don't play by the rules. You have used this trick more than 10 times. Do you think I am stupid? Seeing her, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Right now, Gao Zhuqing's entire person exuded a kind of moving expression, and there was also the overflowing happiness of a woman in love. Why must it be me and not someone else? I'm a domineering CEO. Who else but you would have the guts to pat me from behind? Gao Zhuqing made a face. It's not interesting at all. So annoying. You have been back for a week, haven't you? You didn't even call me. I thought you had long forgotten about me. Hey, How can I forget such a handsome man? Gao Zhuqing touched his chin frivolously. I miss you too much. Su Yuan put the phone back into his trouser pocket and teased. You're a married woman now. Won't your husband be jealous of you flirting with a handsome man? You are so charming. I can't help it. Seeing that you have such good taste, I will give you another chance. Divorce and be with me. How about it? I need to think about it. Gao Zhuqing couldn't hold it in and laughed. You're still so cheap. Of course, this is my specialty. Can I change it? Speaking of which, why did you think of me? What's the matter? I specially came to thank you for not marrying me. Don't mention this to me. I get angry every time you mention it. Tell me, what's wrong with me to pretend to be so great? How could I give away a man who is already in my mouth? If there is a medicine for regret in this world, I would have died long ago. Su Yuan beat his chest and stamped his feet, pretending to be serious. Gao Zhuqing laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Let me tell you something serious. I specially came to deliver the wedding invitation. Su Yuan took the exquisite Layla silk invitation with mixed feelings in his heart. If he hadn't given up that day, she would have been his wife by now. But there was no point in thinking about that. When she was with him, no matter how good he was to her, she would not be brimming with such a moving charm. In this world, there is only one person who could make her smile so blissfully, and that was Gu Qinghan. Although his heart ached for a period of time, and although he still felt a little uncomfortable, Su Yuan didn't regret his choice. If you are willing, I would like to invite you to be my best man. Damn, what's the difference between you and a dog? I was kind enough to help you, but you mistreated me like this. That's too cruel. No matter what, I'm half your fiancé. It's not appropriate for me to be your best man, right? Besides, I am more handsome than your husband. I will steal his limelight. Who said that you are more handsome than me? I don't admit it. Gu Qinghan walked over and wrapped his arms around Gao Zhuqing's shoulders. His movements were very gentle. This was a completely different Gu Qinghan. He was not as cold and sinister as before, nor was he as gentle as before. The gentle temperament on his body was real. His eyes were also much clearer than before. Su Yuan thought that although it was Gu Ming who gave Gu Qinghan life, his second life was given by Gao Zhuqing. It was her who melted the darkness and coldness in his heart. After all, they were old friends. Su Yuan felt very gratified. Long time no see. And I heard you saying bad things about me when we just met. I didn't say bad things about you. What I said was the truth. I am more handsome than you, right, Zhuqing? Gao Zhuqing shook her head without hesitation. She leaned into Gu Qinghan's embrace and looked at him sweetly. Of course my husband is more handsome. Damn, I finally saw it. You two are teaming up to abuse dogs. Will I find a new girlfriend? See if I won't abuse you too. You are preparing to bring an army to abuse us, right? Gao Zhuqing raised her head and asked Gu Qinghan. He has more than 10 girlfriends. Are you envious? Only shallow people will care about quantity. I only care about quality. Saying that, he kissed her on the lips. This kind of public display of affection will be struck by lightning. Do you know that? In any case, I am generous enough to help you too. How can you repay kindness with enmity? It makes me bitterly disappointed. Su Yuan made an expression as if he was about to vomit blood. Vomit, vomit, I'll get used to it. It's okay. Really hurtful. Thank you for taking care of Zhuqing. Gu Qinghan said with sincere gratitude. He was not used to saying such mushy words. However, he was indeed very grateful to Su Yuan. I did it for her, not for you. Why are you so polite? Wasn't I chasing her before? It's only right to treat her well. However, I admit that no matter how well I did, I still lost. I lost on one point. I'm not you, Gu Qinghan. What can be made do or forced is not true love. Only you can make her reveal such a blissful smile. I fought with you for more than 10 years. I always felt it was unfair. However, there is no fairness or unfairness in a relationship. It's also not a contest. The most important thing is who Zhuqing's heart belongs to. Su Yuan said with relief. The greatest thing I've done in my life is probably letting go. It's really hard. However, looking at the blissful smile on her face, I know that this is what I truly desire. Now that I see you two so affectionate, although it's quite abusive, I'm willing. Here, the more you want to abuse me, the more affectionate you are. Give me a lifetime of happiness. Do you hear me? He punched Gu Qinghan's chest. Zhu Qing is my family now. If you dare hurt her, I won't let you off. I know. I can't bear to. Chapter 431. All right, don't torture me anymore. I've received the invitation. I'll be there on time. Then we'll go first, bye. The two of them left. Su Yuan stood there and watched them leave. Perhaps he would never forget this day for the rest of his life. As night fell, the lights of the city slowly lit up. They hugged each other and left in the waning lights. They walked further and further away, as if they had merged into one and walked into the deepest part of his life. There was a door that slowly closed in his heart. This was good, really good. Su Yuan told himself that he could completely trust her to Gu Qinghan, although he was not the one who accompanied her for the rest of her life. He had accompanied her through a journey that she could never forget. Not everyone could accompany another person to the finish line, right? He had accompanied her for a journey, and she had accompanied him for a journey. The past journey was over. From now on, he had to treat his feelings seriously and find the person who could accompany him to the end. He turned around and walked away from them. A reassuring smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it bad to show off their affection just now? Gao Zhuqing whispered to Gu Qinghan after walking away. Didn't you say to stimulate him so that he can forget you as soon as possible? That's true, but I feel that the drug just now was a bit too harsh. I'm afraid he can't take it. He's already a grown man, and you're still worried about him? I think he might go back to the army of girlfriends and ask for comfort. Gao Zhuqing's lips curled up. It sounds like you're envious? Then do you want to go and find an army too? You alone are enough for me. How would I dare to find an army? It's one now, but soon there will be two. Gu Qinghan stopped in his tracks. What do you mean? You mean? He looked at her stomach. I just checked it out this morning. Are you surprised? Although it's a bit rushed, I'm very happy. What about you? Gao Zhuqing waved his hand in front of him. Why aren't you talking? Hey, are you stupid? You mean I'm going to be a father? Yes. Gu Qinghan's chest heaved up and down rapidly, as if he couldn't breathe. The surprise that fell from the sky stunned a man like him, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Are you okay? I'm going to be a father. Yes, 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 you're going to be a father. Keep your voice down. Everyone on this road will hear you. Don't just be happy. It's not easy to be a father. There are many responsibilities. Raising a child is very troublesome. Are you ready? I may not be completely ready now, but I will start preparing from this moment on. Don't worry, I will be a good father. Gao Zhuqing was waiting for him to say this. Yes, I believe you. I'm still very optimistic about your ability. I'm just worried that I can't be a good mother. You know, I'm stupid. Yes, I know you're stupid. You're crazy. Yes. He's short-tempered and impulsive. That's right, and very lazy. Gu Qinghan nodded. It seems that you have a very comprehensive understanding of yourself. Hey, I can be mean to myself, but you can't be mean to me. I didn't say that to get your approval. You should say no, you're the best. You're not lazy at all, and you're not short-tempered at all. My baby is gentle and cute. Don't all the male protagonists in the movies say that? That's probably because the female protagonists in the movies are really not lazy or short-tempered. I hate you. Silly. It's because of your bad habits that I love you even more. If I feel that everything about you is good and that you're not worried about anything, that's not love. It's because of love that I worry about you, feel that you need me, and want to take good care of you. You can be lazy, you can be short-tempered, because you have me, and I'm willing to accept everything about you. My baby, you can be spoiled and willful by my side. 7 months later, in early summer, the cicadas stretched out their throats and called out nonstop. The sky was blue, and the breeze was blowing gently. To make it easier for Gao Zhuqing to absorb the sun without getting sunburned, Gu Qinghan personally built a grape trellis on the rooftop. She was lying on the recliner under the grape trellis with a big belly. She touched her belly and opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. The model husband Gu Qinghan held a tray in his hand, filled with small pieces of apples, grapes, peaches, kiwis, and strawberries. He fed her little by little. I eat fruits every day, and there's no taste in my mouth at all. I want to eat plums. After eating fruits, I'll let you eat one plum an hour later. 2. Okay. I also want to eat spicy gluten, just one pack. No. Why? I've been trying for a week, and you refuse every time. Isn't it too cruel? Gao Zhuqing frowned in protest. It's just a pack of spicy gluten. I didn't even ask to eat hot pot. That junk food isn't good for the baby. That's not necessary. Your genes are so strong. Even if I eat more than 10 packs of spicy gluten, our baby will still be fat and healthy. She tried to use this trick to please him, but she was still rejected. No. Gao Zhuqing's eyes immediately turned red. I worked so hard to give birth to your children, but you won't even give me a pack of spicy gluten. You're so cruel. You don't love me anymore, do you? Sob. You must think that I'm ugly and fat, so you don't love me anymore. You're so cruel. This kind of farce happened 4 or 5 times a day, and Gu Qinghan was already used to it. I love you, baby. It's because I love you that I can't let you eat random things. No, you'll lose your mind if you love someone, but you didn't, which means that you don't love me enough. You call me baby, but you don't even treat me like one. I'm so sad. Gu Qinghan didn't say anything and put a piece of apple into her mouth. If you don't make a fuss, I can give you another plum. Of course, you can continue to make a fuss, but you won't even get one more plum. Knowing that he wouldn't indulge her when it came to food, Gao Zhuqing could only stop while she was ahead. Anyway, she had already gotten a plum, so her eyes weren't red for nothing. As for the spicy gluten, she would fight for it with her mother after he went to work tomorrow. Her mother was much easier to talk to than him. Seeing her eyes darting around, Gu Qinghan knew what she was up to and mercilessly cut off her thoughts. It's useless to look for Mom. I have to check what she buys now. You're spying on my mother. You're too much. After she smuggled a few bags of fries for you last time, do you think I'll be at ease leaving you to her? How'd he find out? To prevent the plum from flying out of her mouth, Gao Zhuqing didn't dare to cry and continued to eat the fruit. Hubby, our baby will be born in 3 months. Are you ready to be a good father? Yes. Although you're ready, as a good mother, I still have to teach you a lesson. Do you know what the most important requirement is to be a good father? For words, work hard without complaint. So, in the future, when the baby wakes up in the middle of the night, who will hold and coax him? Me. If the baby wets the bed, who will change the diaper? Me. If the baby is sick, who will take care of him? Me. Gao Zhuqing had a wide grin on her face. The brainwashing was a success. Without needing her to say anything else, Gu Qinghan concluded. Except for not breastfeeding, I'll take care of everything else. Then isn't it too easy for me? Pregnancy for 10 months is the most difficult. How can I bear to let you work harder? He was affectionate. Gao Zhuqing's eyes were filled with tears. Hubby, you're the best. I love you so much. In the afternoon, Gao Zhuqing invited Shu Jing and his wife over to play mahjong. The two of them played mahjong with Gu Ming and his wife, and the sound of mahjong was very lively. Gao Zhuqing said, "Why didn't you bring my little son-in-law?" To Sure, Shu Jing said. He's in kindergarten today. Bang. 4. Lin Shumin said excitedly, Bar, are you deliberately distracting me? Sure, Shu Jing glanced at Gao Zhuqing. Of course not. Don't I miss my little son-in-law? How do you know he's your little son-in-law? Maybe you're pregnant with a boy. Gao Zhuqing, on the other hand, was very open-minded and said frankly, He's still my little son-in-law. At most, let them be gay. Anyway, you can't escape. You're going to be a mother soon. Why are your thoughts still so impure? Sure, Shu Jing shook his head. To punish you, I made this mahjong for you. All the same? Damn, you're really ruthless. You said that you don't know how to play mahjong before. You pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. You're too scheming. Gao Zhuqing gave the mahjong tiles to Shu Jing. But it doesn't matter. Just treat it as a greeting gift from my future mother-in-law to my little son-in-law. Si Wenshun and Gu Qinghan sat on the sofa and talked about business. I'm following up on the project in the Wells New District. Conservatively, The revenue will reach more than 10 billion. Gu Qinghan said. Si Wenchun flicked the cigarette ash. The most important thing now is to build a good relationship with the government. The future will be smooth. Leave it to me. Okay. After the two of them finished talking about business, Gu Qinghan asked, did Shu Jing have a lot of mood swings when she was pregnant? Sometimes she cried, and sometimes she laughed. She could throw a tantrum several times a day. No, my woman is very obedient. Si Wenqin looked at his beloved wife with a gentle gaze. He did not mention the fact that he had also been tortured by her in the past. However, he liked to be abused and was willing to endure it. I'm so envious. Our one can change her mood 100 times in 10 minutes. She also likes to bite. Gu Qinghan showed him the bite marks on his arms. However, he did not get any sympathy. Si Wenshun teased him instead. Actually, you enjoy it, don't you? Wasn't he also a slave to his wife? A slave to his wife. No matter what his wife did, it was right and he liked it. Gu Qinghan thought about it and smiled. That's true. As an experienced person, Si Wenshun calmly imparted his experience. Pregnant women are especially sentimental. Their mood swings are also very big, but this is when they are the cutest. Enjoy this period of time. Gu Qinghan nodded. Understood. Chapter 432. 3 months later, accompanied by Gao Zhuqing's heart-wrenching cries, a pair of lovely twins came into the world. The moment they cried, Gu Qinghan was so excited that he wanted to cry with them. His life was complete from then on. As parents for the first time, the two of them slowly got used to the process and enjoyed it. As time passed, the two little babies were 1 year old, and they grew more and more beautiful. At night, Gao Zhuqing quietly looked at the pair of cute little angels in the cradle. She felt that her babies were the most beautiful babies in the world. Gu Qinghan walked in wearing a tuxedo. He was as handsome as Apollo. Have you changed your clothes? Not yet. Wait for me. How long will the dinner be? I can't bear to leave the babies. How about I don't go? They will look for me when they wake up. Gao Zhuqing couldn't bear to leave before she left home. She didn't want to go anywhere now. She just wanted to stay with the babies. I'll be back soon. Mom will take good care of them. Don't worry. Okay. The makeup was done. She took off her bathrobe and took out a long evening gown from the wardrobe. Gu Qinghan looked at the beautiful body and a flame burned in his eyes. After giving birth, her figure recovered very quickly, and her skin was even more translucent and white than before. With light makeup, she was even more charming. He walked up behind her. His lips gently fell on her shoulder, kissing. Baby, you are so beautiful. Gao Zhuqing shrugged sensitively. It's so uncomfortable. We haven't. Don't you want to? He held on her arm, his large palm gently caressing her arm. It hasn't been long. It was 2 days ago. But I don't want enough. No matter how much I want, it won't be enough. The dinner is about to start, right? Let them wait. But babies, Gao Zhuqing couldn't stand it anymore. He was a flirt and soon broke down her defense. But she still had some scruples. It's okay, they don't know. I'll be quick. Gu Qinghan said it was fast, but it took an hour for everything to end. Gao Zhuqing was rather depressed. A whole hour. Didn't you say it was fast? To me, 1 hour is already very fast. Otherwise, do you think you can get out of bed tonight? The man was proud of himself. When the two of them went out, Gao Zhuqing got out of the car and realized that they had arrived at the seaside. A small yacht was parked on the sea, decorated with colorful lights and a candlelit dinner. The atmosphere was quite romantic. Didn't you say dinner? Yes, a banquet that belongs to you and me. Honey, happy anniversary. Gao Zhuqing was pleasantly surprised. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that today is our wedding anniversary. You only have the baby in your heart now. You don't even care about me anymore. Are you jealous of the baby? Childish. Gao Zhuqing cupped his face and kissed him heavily on the lips, saying sweetly, don't worry. Thank you, hubby. I like this surprise very much. As long as you like it. Gu Qinghan took out a gift box and opened it. There was a diamond necklace in the same style as the wedding ring. Wedding anniversary gift. But I didn't prepare anything for you. You and the baby are already my best gifts. Gu Qinghan put it on for her, hugged her from behind, and kissed her fragrant neck. Honey, I love you. I love you too, hubby. Thank you for appearing in my life and bringing me happiness. Thank you for giving me the most lovely baby in the world and making my life complete. You are the woman I love the most in my life. I love you, and I will always love you. The two of them danced under the moonlight, in the candlelight, and in the romantic music. Their bodies swayed and swayed gently. The beautiful figures merged into one in the full moon. Late at night, in the hotel. 2205, this is the room. She gently pushed the door open and walked into the room. Tao Yuan wanted to turn on the light, but strangely, the light was not on. The room was dark, and the curtain was sprinkled with a layer of hazy moonlight. Ali! Ali! She suddenly felt a little scared. She didn't know why, but her pores were a little cold. The room was a suite, and it was very big. She walked forward while trembling with fear and called out softly, Ali! Ali bang! The door closed, startling her. At this moment, she was suddenly hugged from behind. A strange and dangerous aura. Not Ali, let me go. She screamed and struggled with all her might. The man pinned her under his body and violently tore her clothes. It was a beautiful face, but at this moment, it looked ferocious and terrifying. Let go. Let go of me. Help! Help! While struggling, her nails scratched the man's face. The skin was very thin, and 2 bloody marks appeared. How dare you hit me? He cursed and slapped her face a few times. She had a bloody taste in her mouth, and then she lost consciousness. Ink Rabbit City, Wilton Hotel. The business district was being renovated. A graceful figure was walking along the Ness Lake inside the hotel while giving instructions in a soft voice. Yes, I know. Don't be anxious. Slowly adjust with the other side. Don't push the responsibility to the client. We also have a responsibility, understand? Think more from the other side's point of view. Let me know if there's any progress. She spoke softly, and her tone was gentle, but it didn't make people feel that she was just a weak girl. From her professional attire and the way she walked, it could be seen that she had been in this industry for a few years. White shirt, paired with a bright yellow skirt, not ostentatious, but very exquisite. Just like the feeling she gave people, not eye-catching, but people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, revealing a clean face. Her facial features were delicate, and her skin was fair and translucent. The most attractive thing was her peach blossom eyes, with distinct black and white pupils. They were always watery, and should have been very charming, but on that delicate face, it was very lively and not at all flirtatious. A few shops in Zone C were being renovated, and Tao Yuan arranged for her assistant, Lin Wei, to keep an eye on them. But she was worried, so she came over to take a look, and, as expected, she was anxious again. What's wrong? What's the problem? It's the same old problem, the safety helmet. Every time I came for a check, they didn't wear it. I said a few words, but they just brushed me off, and the moment I left, they took it off again. Who's going to pay if there's an accident? It's really infuriating. Don't worry, I'll tell them, don't be anxious. Tao Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, and her gentle tone soothed Lin Wei's anxiety. Yes, I know it's my son's birthday today, but I haven't completed the project yet, right? I'll do it as soon as possible. All right, I won't say any more. Foreman Zhang saw that Tao Yuan had arrived, so he hung up the phone. Manager Tao. Hello. Tao Yuan nodded and smiled politely. Were you talking to your wife on the phone just now? Yes, it's so troublesome. She said it's my son's birthday and kept urging me to go back. It's not a big deal to miss out on a birthday, right? Plus, it's not like I'm not in a hurry. I'm just busy. You're usually so busy traveling that you don't have time to spend with your son, so it's normal for you to be anxious. A child's birthday is very important. Why don't we call a day earlier today, and I'll pick a gift for Wei Wei to send over as a token of my appreciation. This isn't a good idea. It's too expensive. It's okay. You've done your best to renovate these shops. It's what you should do. Oh, right. I see that everyone isn't wearing a safety helmet. Did they not get distributed? Yes, they did. Sai, we think it's too troublesome and sweaty, so we don't like to wear it. I see, but I think it's better to wear it. Judging from the age of these workers, They all have families, so don't let their families worry. Everyone came happily and go back safely. Don't you think so? Such caring words, such a pleasant voice, melted the foreman's heart in an instant. Okay. I'll make sure they wear it. Safety first. Lin Wei's heart was filled with admiration. Why couldn't she learn to use softness to conquer hardness? She was always short-tempered and didn't know how to talk nicely. Because of this, she had argued with the workers a few times, almost vomiting blood from anger. But Tao Yuan settled it with just a few words. That's why, to be a manager, one had to have some skills. Lin Wei accompanied Tao Yuan to pick out a gift. Ms. Tao, you're really giving them a gift? You're too considerate to walk around in such a big circle. Why not? If you promise something, you have to do it. No matter how small it is, you have to keep your word. Yes. Out of all the superiors in the company, I admire you the most. No matter how difficult the problem is, you can settle it with just a few words. You're amazing. Tao Yuan smiled. There's nothing amazing about it. After being in this industry for a long time, I naturally understand the rules of conduct. There's nothing else, just think from the other party's point of view, and the problem will naturally be solved. I'll take this transformer, send it over for me later. Okay. Lin Wei looked at the message and let out an ah. What's wrong? Tomorrow, one of our skincare shops has invited a female celebrity to help out. She'll be spending the night here. She'll be here soon. Is there a problem? She wants you to attend to her personally. Okay, but... Lin Wei scratched her head awkwardly. She was on the headlines with our CEO 2 days ago. She carefully observed Tao Yuan's reaction, but in the end, she was very calm. That's it. As the CEO's wife, she should at least frown a little, okay? Although the CEO had been on the headlines with different lovers for the past 3 months, this was the first time someone dared to come knocking on his door. Out of sight, out of mind. How could she be so calm when a fly was right under her nose? Tao Yuan nodded. What time? 3 o'clock. It's about time, let's go. Oh. Lin Wei followed behind and couldn't help but ask. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why should I be angry? It's that female celebrity, Zhang Mingmei. She and the CEO are like that. A fly is right under our nose. How can we not be so calm? Do you want me to scold her for you later? Tao Yuan smiled. Although we are in charge of the business department, we are also under the management of the hotel. We work in the service industry. How can we scold the customers? You are the CEO's wife. Why can't you scold the mistress? Aren't you angry? I'm really not angry. Chapter 433. 3 years ago, she might have felt a lot of pain. But after that horrible nightmare, her love for Luli died on the same day. After that, Luli went abroad and they hadn't seen each other for 3 years. She didn't even try to find out about him. Now, she didn't even know what he looked like. They were just husband and wife in name. Why should she care about them? She didn't have that much time and energy. Lin Wei thought to herself, did she really not care, or was she pretending not to care? Was this the demeanor of a legitimate wife? She had to bear with it, no matter how jealous she was. Only Tao Yuan could bear with it. If it was any other woman, she would have thrown a bucket of acid at them if they dared to provoke her. Tao Yuan and Lin Wei arrived at the skincare shop at 3 p.m., but the celebrity was late. She arrived at 4 p.m., followed by her assistant, manager, and a bunch of people. Every inch of space in a 6-star hotel was worth its weight in gold. Other than the high-end luxury brands, the rest of the shops were smaller. Zhang Mingmei and her group of people filled the shop. Tao Yuan didn't waste this hour. She used her laptop to deal with many things. When Zhang Mingmei and her group arrived, she closed her laptop and stood up, welcoming them with a smile. Hello, Miss Zhang. Zhang Mingmei was obviously here to provoke her. She glanced at Tao Yuan's hand, but didn't extend it. Instead, she turned to complain to her manager. Isn't this a 6-star hotel? Why is the shop the size of a palm? It can't even fit a few people. How small? Are you the manager of the business department? Do you know how to plan? Tao Yuan smiled. It's because this is a 6-star hotel that the rent is very expensive. In order to meet the needs of the customers, we have a wide range of brands. Compared to the size of the shop, the needs of the customers are more important, right? Usually, our customers don't bring so many people with them. After all, our hotel has very good security measures. Usually, we don't need so many people to protect us. Lin Wei snickered. This was the best thing about Tao Yuan. She didn't argue or scold, but when it came to her point, every word was acting. Zhang Mingmei blushed. She almost wanted to curse, but she held it in. After all, she had been in the entertainment industry before, so her skills weren't that bad. After all, one shouldn't slap a smiling person. Tao Yuan had been smiling all the time. If she got angry, she would lose. Go ahead. I still have a meeting to attend. If anything happens, contact me directly. Oh, right. Zhang Mingmei raised her eyebrows and asked proudly like a vixen. Did you see the news about me and your husband last night? What do you think of the photos? The atmosphere suddenly froze. This Zhang Mingmei, how dare she embarrass Tao Yuan in public? In any case, she is the legal wife, okay? But Tao Yuan just smiled. I've seen it. To be honest, it's not that good. It's not as good looking as you in person. Your chin is crooked. If I hadn't seen you in person, I would have thought that your chin was crooked. Besides, you're thinner and taller than in the photos. It sounded like a compliment, but in fact, every sentence was sarcastic. Moreover, she avoided the topic of Lu Li. Tao Yuan was indeed a smart woman. Zhang Mingmei was not satisfied and asked again, do you know what kind of woman Ali likes the most? Oh yes, of course you don't know. You've been married for a year, and he has never touched you. In order to avoid you, he even went abroad. The scene was about to freeze. What happened 3 years ago was Tao Yuan's greatest humiliation. Wasn't this rubbing salt in the wound? Tao Yuan asked back. Then what kind of woman do you think he likes the most? He likes to hug me from behind the most, Zhang Mingmei said proudly. Oh, are you sure? As far as I know, my husband is a male chauvinist. He doesn't even allow people to turn their backs to him when talking. It seems that you're not there yet. Just when the situation had been completely reversed by Tao Yuan, another mocking voice came in. Oh, were you there when it happened? You saw it with your own eyes, so you're so sure? Everyone looked over and saw a man standing at the door. The soft light fell on him, outlining a tall figure. It seemed that because of his appearance, the lights were brighter. The man was wearing a black suit, tall and slender, very eye-catching. The light was bright, so his silhouette was a little blurry. When he walked out of the halo, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What a handsome face it was. He had an uncannily crafted silhouette, a full forehead, dark and stern eyebrows, a solid nose bridge, and a pair of thin lips that seemed like a smile, yet not a smile, exuding a resplendent smile that made people feel slightly cold. With both hands in his pockets, he strolled over, looking at everyone calmly with a hint of arrogance. Perhaps he wasn't being arrogant on purpose, but he was too noble and unapproachable, so his arrogance was even more prominent. Lu Li, Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. After not seeing him for 3 years, he had become even more mature and handsome. Time had settled on a 28-year-old man. He was wise and noble. Unlike her, she felt that she had aged a lot. In that moment when she was in a daze, Lu Li's tall figure had already enveloped her completely, his aura threatening. Lin Wei couldn't help but curse in her heart. So the male lead in the novel actually existed in real life. She had seen all kinds of male celebrities, but none of them could compare to the one in 10,000 in front of her. She had just started working, so this was the first time she had seen this mysterious boss Lu in person. Her heart was beating wildly, but the situation in front of her was a little suffocating. Lu Li asked mockingly, "When I was with her, were you beside me?" The atmosphere was suffocating. Tao Yuan came back to her senses and shook her head. "Since I wasn't there, how do you know that I don't like her? Does manager Tao always like to make irresponsible remarks?" He used irresponsible remarks. It was a little insulting. Lin Wei was worried for Tao Yuan. Tao Yuan was powerful. She was more than enough to deal with a small character like Zhang Mingmei. But Lu Li was obviously very domineering. Okay? In front of so many people, Tao Yuan didn't seem to feel embarrassed at all. She smiled and said in a businesslike manner, "In our line of work, in order to better serve the customers, I have studied psychology. I like to infer the preferences and habits of the customers through their behavior. It's an occupational disease. I was just making a random deduction just now. If my deduction is wrong, then it's because I'm not good enough, sorry. The awkwardness was diffused by her words. Luli frowned slightly. This Tao Yuan was even more capable than she was 3 years ago. She was smart and had good grades, but in front of him, she was always submissive and gentle like a sheep. She would do whatever he said, never daring to refute. But now, she was different. She had grown up, huh? Manager Tao was right about one thing. I don't like people talking to me with their back facing me. But sometimes, when faced with a face that I really hate, I hope she can turn her back to me and not be an eyesore. Obviously, the person he was talking about was her, Tao Yuan. In the past, she knew about it, but she foolishly tried to please him. In the end, she was just asking to be humiliated. She now understood that if a person didn't like you, he didn't like you. No matter how hard you tried or how careful you were, every time you appeared, he would still hate you like a fly. Fortunately, she had thought it through and wouldn't be stupid again. She smiled and didn't say anything. She had an expression that said, "As long as you like it." Zhang Mingmei was already at a disadvantage just now. When Lu Li personally came to her rescue, she was overjoyed and deliberately let him humiliate Tao Yuan a few more times. Now that she saw that she had nothing to say, she proudly held onto Lu Li's arm. "Darling, you're here." The voice of sheep made Tao Yuan have goosebumps. Most men didn't have any resistance to this kind of voice, right? Then did Lu Li like this kind of coquettish girl? Lu Li's gaze softened a lot in an instant. He touched this bright face. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I wanted to give you a surprise." "How is it? Isn't it a surprise?" Zhang Mingmei's smiling face somehow looked a little silly in Lu Li's eyes. He was already very tired of women trying to please him in the same way. But with Tao Yuan around, it was a different story. Compared to her, even the most annoying woman seemed much cuter. Zhang Mingmei thought that she was a little clever, so she wanted to take down this Mrs. Lu first. But in the end, she couldn't win against her in an argument. She could only try her best to show her love to Lu Li, as coquettishly as she could. All the women present were envious and jealous. In this day and age, a mistress was so arrogant in front of the legal wife. It was really ruining their worldview. Even Zhang Mingmei's assistant couldn't help but pity Tao Yuan. She was the only one who didn't feel anything. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Lu Li had sexual needs for Zhang Mingmei at most. He definitely didn't love her. That place in his heart was firmly occupied by another woman. It was very stable. Being so coquettish now was just to humiliate her. "Darling, I'm free today. Can you accompany me?" "I'm very busy." Lu Li glanced at Tao Yuan. "Let manager Tao accompany you." "Her." Zhang Mingmei pursed her lips. "Her professionalism is too low. She even argued with me just now. Why should I need her to accompany me?" Tao Yuan was waiting for this sentence, so she said conveniently, "In that case, I'm going to the meeting." "What's the hurry? Did I ask you to leave?" "I'm sorry, CEO. The meeting is in 15 minutes. It's about the bidding of the store in the new district. It's very important. I'm really in a hurry. If you want someone to accompany Miss Zhang, Manager Fong is a good candidate." Tao Yuan silently said sorry in her heart. At this critical moment, she could only push her best friend into the fire pit. If Fong Yiqing knew about it, he would probably be furious. Of course, Lu Li wouldn't let her go so easily. He raised his eyebrows. "As the CEO, do I need to listen to your arrangements?" "That's not what I meant. But I'm from the business department, not the customer service department." "From what you're saying, the business department is nobler than the customer service department." "Of course not. Different departments have different duties. Customer service is also a very important part of the hotel. Whether it's the business department or the customer service department, the principle is that the customer comes first. The customer is God, understand?" Tao Yuan smiled. Chapter 434. Sharp-tongued. Lu Li wanted to know, where did she learn her sharp tongue from? Why did she insist on going against him? But did she have the ability to? Too lazy to argue with her, Lu Li went straight to the point. "Anyway, the most important thing for you today is to serve Miss Zhang well. You must fulfill any request she makes. Remember, any request she makes. He had already given the order. It would be useless no matter what she said. Tao Yuan didn't want to struggle any further. If there's anything, just tell her do it. Luli kissed Zhang Mingmei on the forehead and left. Zhang Mingmei proudly showed off to Tao Yuan. Listen up. This is an order from the CEO himself. You must fulfill any request I make. Tortured by Zhang Mingmei until midnight, Tao Yuan had to sleep in the office because she had to be busy the next day. Lin Wei had to work the night shift sometimes, so she prepared a sofa bed and moved it over to sleep with Tao Yuan. At the same time, she complained about how perverted Zhang Mingmei was. She's obviously here for you. She even used a chicken feather as an arrow to order you around. One moment she was like this, the next moment she was like that. How dark is that woman's heart? No, I have to go on the gossip forum and expose her. That forum is very influential. Many people read it. Let's see how she pretends to be a saint in the future. Tao Yuan smiled. Don't be nosy. As a hotel employee, we have to keep secrets for our clients. This is our principle. That's true, but seeing her bully you, I'm really angry. She knows that she can't take advantage of you verbally, so she keeps ordering you around. She's so hateful. It's nothing, I'm just dragging you down. Actually, you don't have to suffer with me. How can I do that? We're a team, we should fight together. Lin Wei said righteously. Usually, you never treat us as subordinates. You always say that there's no hierarchy, that we're a team, that we're equals. So, how can I abandon you at such a crucial moment? Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Well, I just graduated. I didn't know anything and was often scolded to tears by Manager Chun. It was you who transferred me over and taught me step by step. You are my benefactor. Sister Tao, I've never seen you get angry after working for so long. You have such a good temper. I really don't know if the CEO is blind or if there's something wrong with his brain. He doesn't want such a good wife and instead helps a shameless mistress. It's too infuriating. Lin Wei couldn't help but wonder why the CEO was treating her like this. Was it because of the case 3 years ago? It was said that 3 years ago, a year after Tao Yuan and Lu Li got married, she was kidnapped. There were also rumors that she was a virgin when she was raped. Whether it was true or not, no one knew. In short, it caused a sensation at that time. That was also why Lu Li went to the United States. The affairs of the rich and powerful were not something that nobodies like her could understand. Lin Wei had never dared to ask. But even if he did, Tao Yuan was also a victim. If Lu Li despised her, he could just divorce her. How could he humiliate her like this? Lin Wei lay down, closed her eyes, and mumbled, "Pray that tomorrow will be over soon. Once Zhang Mingmei is gone, the suffering will be over." Tao Yuan understood. Over? How could it be so easy? If one Zhang Mingmei was gone, there would be thousands of Zhang Mingmei. As long as she was still Lu Li's legal spouse, there would be other women who would provoke her. She didn't care about those women, but this marriage had really tired her out. The event started at 10 o'clock. Tao Yuan and Lin Wei arrived at 8 o'clock. They were busy setting up the stage. Zhang Mingmei probably hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't disturb Tao Yuan the whole morning. She could focus on her work. Lin Wei kept yawning, but Tao Yuan was still full of energy, busying herself. Originally, the two workers had arrived late and were almost overwhelmed. However, Foreman Zhang brought a few people over to help. Tao Yuan was very grateful. "Thank you, Foreman Zhang. You're too kind. If you hadn't left work an hour earlier yesterday, I wouldn't have made it to my son's birthday. My wife would have argued with me again. My son loves the Transformers you bought. Thank you very much. Look, we're all wearing safety helmets today. That's good. Go to your work, leave this to us." Zhang Mingmei and her team arrived. They were still a distance away, but they were already very proud of themselves. "Didn't you rest well last night, Manager Tao? I don't think you're in good spirits. I had a very good sleep last night. Your hotel is quite romantic. It's perfect for 2 people. That condom is also my favorite strawberry scent." Tao Yuan smiled. "As long as you're satisfied with our service." As soon as she left, Lin Wei burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Wei whispered in her ear. "I've asked around. President left the hotel at 7 o'clock yesterday. Zhang Mingmei slept alone. I'm guessing that President thinks she's brainless and didn't even touch her. Tao Yuan pursed her lips. Although this had nothing to do with her, she still felt a little happy. There was still an hour before the event started. In the store. "Miss Zhang, this way please." The sales lady came up to her and complimented her. "You didn't put on makeup, right? Your skin is so good." "Of course," Zhang Mingmei said proudly. "I'm young, and my mother's skin is good too." She had purposely used her bare face to provoke Tao Yuan. In a contest of beauty between women, makeup didn't count. Winning without makeup was the real win. Yesterday, Tao Yuan had been tortured by her. Her skin condition was naturally not much better today. Of course, she wanted to compete with her. Of course, Tao Yuan understood the thoughts of women and didn't mind. Zhang Mingmei was indeed a natural beauty. Her skin was good, and her facial features were exquisite. She remembered that Luli didn't like women to put on makeup and perfume. Once, she had specially put on makeup to please him. He had even ordered her to wash it off in disgust. Luli was a perfectionist and couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand in his eyes. If he didn't like it, then there was no reason for it to exist. Tao Yuan didn't want to think too much about that man. Her thoughts returned to Zhang Mingmei. Speaking of which, Zhang Mingmei was just 20 years old, the best age. How could she not be beautiful? It's good that you didn't put on makeup. Because you need to demonstrate the use of the skincare products on the spot later, I have to do a test for you now. Would you like to try this moisturizer first? Zhang Mingmei frowned. What? You want me to use it? How would I know what the hell it is? She came barefaced, but she had brought a makeup artist with her. She was ready to do makeup on the spot. After all, there were many people in the audience, and they wanted to dress up beautifully. The sales lady was embarrassed for a moment. This is the celebrity product you are endorsing. It doesn't mean that I have to use it. I've always been worried about domestic products. I always use big brands in Japan and Europe. Is the quality up to standard? What are the ingredients in it? Don't worry, our skincare products are all pure plant essences. They are absolutely natural and safe. If it's really like what you said, do I still need to try it? Well, it's just a test for different skin types. Generally speaking, there's no problem. You need to use it on the spot later, so... Actually, she was just trying it out. The sales lady didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Tao Yuan looked at the time. If she continued to dawdle, it would be too late. She walked over and said, "If Ms. Zhang doesn't like this moisturizer, you could try other products first. I also use domestic products, and I don't think it's any worse than overseas products. Furthermore, the price is much better." Zhang Mingmei snorted through her nose. "Do you think I lack that money? Also, there are differences between faces. Do you know how much my face is worth?" The assistant also chimed in. "That's right, we bought tens of millions of insurance for this face. How we dare to use it recklessly? Haven't you received celebrities before? You don't even know this basic knowledge." Zhang Mingmei and the assistant kept making things difficult for Tao Yuan. Lin Wei was about to die from anger. She really wanted to give them a tight slap on the face. Wasn't enough to torture her for a day yesterday? Just how perverted were they? Tao Yuan, on the other hand, was not angry. She was still smiling. "Our hotel's business district has many luxury flagship stores. Celebrities often attend events. We also have a 60,000-seat stadium, so all the big stars have concerts here. I've also received many. Whether it's Hollywood superstars, China's 4 heavenly kings, or the most popular fresh meat, I've met them all. They are very satisfied with our service. In other words, even big stars don't have so much nonsense. You're just a small star. What are you talking about?" Zhang Mingmei's face turned red and white. Anyways, I don't use these unsafe things. If it wasn't for your President Zhang begging me, I would have endorsed a big brand. Why would I accept these small endorsements? President Zhang, right? He's also a regular here. I'm quite familiar with him. Why don't I give him a call and let him negotiate with you personally?" Tao Yuan took out her phone and was about to make the call when Zhang Mingmei hurriedly said, "Forget it. I'll give President Zhang face and not argue with you. If you want to try something, just try it." Tao Yuan nodded at the sales lady and smiled gratefully. If it wasn't for her, she really didn't know what to do. But during the test, Zhang Mingmei didn't stop. She kept finding ways to nitpick, which seriously affected the progress of the work. Out of consideration for work, Tao Yuan had to make things clear. Miss Zhang, I know your relationship with the president, and I also know who you're targeting. But that's our private matter. Can't we deal with it privately? Miss Zhang, being able to stand out in the entertainment industry, I'm sure you're not only beautiful, but also smart. You should know how to distinguish between work and personal matters. If you can be more professional, it'll be better for your future. After all, the entertainment industry is a place where changes happen very quickly. Beauty and capability are not the only things that matter. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated very quickly. I still need to go outside to set up the venue. Hurry up. Miss Zhang, good luck. Zhang Mingmei's face turned completely black. Lin Wei was about to collapse from laughing. President Tao, you're too amazing. Look at Zhang Mingmei's face. She looks like she's eaten **T. She's going to die from anger. Tao Yuan didn't say anything. She didn't like to argue with others. So what if she won verbally? It was meaningless. By the way, President Tao, do you really know that President Zhang? Which one? Oh, I don't know the boss of that brand. Chapter 435. As a 6-star hotel, Wilton Hotel had the most prosperous business district. It was one of the landmarks of Motu City and attracted a large number of tourists every day. At 10 o'clock, the simple stage was set up with all kinds of skincare products on display. The security guards are all in place, and there's a large group of tourists outside the line. Tao Yuan looked at her watch, and it was time. Why isn't he here yet? There are many reporters here, and they are interviewing him. Lin Wei complained irritably. We have urged him several times, and he is still flirting. He is so annoying. You stay here and watch. I will go. There were a few exhibitions and concerts in the hotel today, and all the celebrities were big stars. Zhang Mingmei was just a rising star, and the interview value was not high. However, the situation was completely different now that she was involved in a scandal with Lu Li. Compared to other news, the audience preferred to see the scandals between female stars and rich young masters, especially those involving cheating. Therefore, the reporters were fighting for it. Did Boss Lu invite you to come? Did you spend the night in the hotel last night? Was it true that you were in and out of the nightclub? When did you and Boss Lu start? The reporters kept asking questions, and all of them looked like they were interested in gossip. However, Zhang Mingmei enjoyed the attention. Take a guess. She deliberately maintained an ambiguous attitude to create a topic of conversation. Boss Lu has dated 7 or 8 female stars, and one of them is your best friend. Don't you mind? Based on the photos we took, you are the 9th one. Zhang Mingmei's eyes were twitching. Seeing Tao Yuan squeezing in, she quickly walked over and held her arm intimately. I believe everyone knows who she is. Of course, the reporters knew who she was but did not dare to provoke her. After all, the Tao family was quite influential in Motu City. I checked in yesterday, and Manager Tao took care of me personally. As expected of a hotel owner, Manager Tao knows how to take care of people. Oh yes, it was arranged by the CEO. Zhang Mingmei's words were filled with pride and ambiguity. Clearly, she was implying that Lu Li had asked Tao Yuan to do anything for him, which showed how much he disliked his wife. It was obvious who was more important. Come on, take a picture of us. Zhang Mingmei was wearing sexy clothes and makeup, so she insisted on taking a photo with Tao Yuan, who had light makeup, for comparison. Tao Yuan wanted to refuse, but Zhang Mingmei was very strong, and with so many eyes watching, it was really not good to push her away. All right, the event has begun. Reporters, please move. After the crowd dispersed, Tao Yuan walked to the side and made a call. What's the good news? The other party's voice was frivolous and frivolous. Do me a favor. Those photos must not be leaked. The event officially began, and all the lights were focused on Zhang Mingmei. She was born to be a prostitute, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She kept provoking Tao Yuan with her eyes. However, she did not take the bait. She only wanted to ensure that the exhibition went smoothly. Holding a small event seemed simple, but in fact there were often problems, so one could not take it lightly for even a moment. The event was in progress. Tao Yuan was inspecting the venue, and suddenly saw an unfamiliar face among the security guards. He probably thought that she was looking at him, so he avoided her gaze. Is this our security guard? I've never seen him before. Oh, he's not from our area. He's from the housekeeping department. Zhang Mingmei said that she liked him, so she insisted on using him. Lin Wei replied. However, Tao Yuan still felt strange. She was good at studying people's eyes, but she felt that there was something wrong with this security guard's gaze, so she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Manager Chen's call. Tao Yuan went to the side to pick it up. I'm at the exhibition area. Yeah, I'll be there soon. Mingmei, I love you. A scream came from behind, and Tao Yuan turned around. She saw the security guard rush onto the stage with a large bouquet of flowers and a dagger in his other hand. Zhang Mingmei turned pale with fright, and the bottle of lotion in her hand fell to the floor. The next second, she was grabbed by the neck. Mingmei, I love you, I love you. Promise me, or I'll kill you. Everything happened too suddenly, and the security guard couldn't react in time. Tao Yuan rushed over. Let me go, I don't want to. Zhang Mingmei bit him hard, and Tao Yuan took the opportunity to rush onto the stage and grabbed his wrist. Come back. The man was anxious to get rid of Tao Yuan and tried to stab her with the dagger, but he didn't expect that the stab would miss and cut Zhang Mingmei. Hurry up and leave. Tao Yuan pushed him away and quickly grabbed his wrist with her left hand and pushed his throat with her right hand. She used a throat wrestling technique to push him to the ground, and the security guard came up to him. Manager, are you okay? Lin Wei was so scared that her face turned pale. I'm fine. Tao Yuan shook her head and looked at Zhang Mingmei, whose right arm had been cut. Send her to the infirmary. You've learned grappling before? Those moves were so cool. Lin Wei exclaimed, and with a few quick moves, the man was already on the ground before she could blink. It was hard to imagine that a 160 centimeters tall woman could subdue a 170 centimeters tall man in a matter of seconds. Amazing. Your hand is bleeding too. Tao Yuan then realized that her wrist had been cut, but the wound wasn't deep. I'm fine. Let's go see her. In the hotel infirmary, Zhang Mingmei cursed as she tended to her wound, and her assistant helped her, threatening to sue the hotel. The curses were so harsh that Lin Wei couldn't get a word in, and Tao Yuan had no intention of explaining and only spoke after she was done. I'm sorry, it's my fault. You think a simple apology is enough? Zhang Mingmei was so angry that she stood up, and just as she was about to hit him, she saw Luli walk in and immediately change her expression, rushing over and hugging his arm. Darling, you're here. I'm hurt. I'm so scared. Luli glanced at the wound. It was already bandaged, and it didn't look deep, so he casually comforted her and blamed Tao Yuan. What happened? She was handed over to you, and you let her get hurt? Is your ability so weak that you can't even protect a person? President, it's not like that. Lin Wei hurriedly explained. A pervert pretended to be a security guard and tried to attack Ms. Zhang. It was the manager who subdued him. If it wasn't for her, Ms. Zhang would have been dead. Not only was she not grateful, she kept cursing. Security guard? So, it's an internal problem? As the manager of the business department, you're also responsible for that, right? He's not a security guard in our business district. Ms. Zhang transferred him from the housekeeping department, and we don't know him. If we're talking about responsibility, it's Ms. Zhang who invited the wolf into the house. Lin Wei bluntly explained. You? How would I know which district? Anyway, it's someone from your hotel, so it's your responsibility. Our hotel is enough. Lu Li's face darkened. Tao Yuan, are you mute? Why do you need your assistant to answer everything for you? I'm asking you. What did she mean by keeping quiet? She didn't want to talk to him? His reproachful tone wasn't very harsh, but it still shocked everyone present. Lu Li was the kind of man who was naturally dignified without being angry and had a lot of prestige. Tao Yuan's attitude was very calm. Since the president handed Ms. Zhang over to me yesterday, and she's our guest, then she's my responsibility. This matter, I can't shirk the responsibility. It's my fault. I have to apologize to Ms. Zhang. Manager, Lin Wei felt unfair for her. She was the one who saved Zhang Mingmei's life. How did it become her fault? This wasn't fair. But Tao Yuan was a very responsible person, and when something happened, she would first reflect on herself. Just now, she had already seen some clues, but she didn't deal with it immediately, which led to the subsequent events. So, she was responsible. Zhang Mingmei arrogantly gave a humph. It's your fault. That person just now wanted to stab you, but missed, so I got hurt because of you. You almost killed me. Do you know that? I'm a celebrity. My skin is very valuable. If I had a scar, would you take responsibility? I'm sorry. Tao Yuan still said the same thing. What's the use of saying sorry? If I died today, would you still say sorry? Lin Wei was furious. Then what do you want? Our manager is also injured. She got injured because she tried to save you. How can you accuse her? Tao Yuan quickly hid her hand behind her back, but Lu Li still saw the scratch on the back of her hand. He knew she could tolerate, but he didn't expect her to be so tolerant. After something like this happened, if it was any other woman, they would have started arguing, but her reaction was so calm. Since when did she become like this? He didn't know how she changed, but he knew, the calmer she was, the more he wanted to tear her face apart, to see how she looked when she was furious. I'll take responsibility. How can you take responsibility? Should I stab you too? Tao Yuan ignored his arrogance. If there really is a scar, I'll personally pay for the surgery. I won't have money. You have money, but I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend it. A man in a black suit walked in. Although he was dressed formally, he gave off a sloppy feeling. His tie was crooked, and he had a cynical face, a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He was also a handsome man. Lu Li frowned. Fang Yicheng, business manager? He was actually an employee of their hotel. Lu Li couldn't be blamed for being surprised. There were only a few people in the upper-class circle of Motu City, and Fang Yicheng was one of the more high-profile ones. The young master of a multinational conglomerate, the Fang family, was actually a small manager of their hotel. Obviously, it was for someone. Lu Li couldn't help but mock her in his heart. No wonder she could endure the loneliness of working in the hotel for 3 years. It turned out that she had a lover to accompany her. This Tao Yuan was getting more and more out of his expectations. Young Master Fang? Zhang Mingmei was stunned. She had seen him at the charity dinner a few months ago. At that time, she tried her best to seduce him, but he ignored her, causing her to be laughed at by the people in the circle for a long time. Miss Dirty, we meet again. Fang Yicheng smiled, revealing a row of neat and beautiful white teeth. Hey, sorry, my Mandarin isn't very good. I'm not Miss Dirty, I'm Miss Zhang. The last time I saw you, you were still looking for prey. You've already found our CEO? Zhang Mingmei's face turned green and red, and Tao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 436. Zhang Mingmei was embarrassed. She had been taken care of by a few big bosses, but Lu Li did not seem to mind at all. He had never asked about her past. Now that Fang Yicheng said that, she really became a dirty lady. She hurriedly changed the topic. Young Master Fang, why are you here? I'm working here. What's so strange about it? Fang Yicheng pointed at his nameplate. Here, business manager Fang Yicheng. Can't you see? Aren't you wearing contact lenses? They're even gray. I was shocked when I first came in. I thought you had cataracts. Zhang Mingmei clenched her fists. Although bullying a woman was not considered a hero, Fang Yicheng was still very proud. If anyone dared to bully his Tao Yuan, he had 100 ways to make that person feel bad. In front of her husband Lu Li, Fang Yicheng did not hold back. He deliberately reached out and put his arm around Tao Yuan's shoulder. I'm working here for our cute Yuan. Manager Fang. Tao Yuan lowered her voice and signaled him to stop messing around with her eyes. Fang Yicheng, who had always been arrogant, was very obedient in front of Tao Yuan. He immediately surrendered. Fine, Manager Tao. Every single word of the way he addressed her was precise and full of playfulness. Manager Fang, what did you mean by that? Lin Wei asked. The police have already interrogated that pervert. He is mentally ill and likes you very much. They searched his house and found several bombs. He was prepared to die together with you. If not for the security of our hotel, you would have been blown up today. Oh, we have to especially thank our brave Manager Tao. If not for her subduing him, you would have been dead. Anyone with a bit of humanity would say thank you at this time and not pursue responsibility. Zhang Mingmei did not dare to go against Fang Yicheng. She could only ask Lu Li for help. Darling, I'm really scared. Are we just going to let this go? Of course not, Lu Li said to Fang Yicheng. I don't care who you are, but in this hotel, you are just a small manager. This matter is not up to you. Fang Yicheng tilted his head. That's true, but I also think that you're abusing your position for personal revenge. That's strange. A normal man would help his wife, but you're protecting a mistress in front of so many people. Is there such a traitor? I'm not well educated, so I don't know how to use words, but that's the general meaning. He even glanced at Tao Yuan, seeking her agreement, but she was speechless. In Lu Li's eyes, Fang Yicheng's smugness was really stupid. He couldn't help but sneer. Manager Fang, your choice of words has really lowered the IQ of our entire hotel. Tao Yuan must have learned her sharp tongue from him, didn't she? Unfortunately, Fang Yicheng himself was a moron. She had been with a moron for so long that she had learned to be bad. Dear, I go back first. She's frightened. Aren't you going to accompany her? Zhang Mingmei looked so pitiful that Lin Wei almost vomited. I still have things to deal with. Lu Li's sharp, deep gaze fell on Tao Yuan, his eyes filled with danger. Come to my office in 15 minutes. After Lu Li left, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. Although Tao Yuan wasn't afraid of him, she still heaved a sigh of relief. As a superior, Lu Li was a cultured man. He never scolded anyone, but his authority was very intimidating. She had to admit that she was no match for him. Dear Yuan, are you afraid of him? Fang Yicheng snorted and said proudly, I'm not afraid of him. So, with me around, you don't have to be afraid of him. Tao Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes, Fang Yicheng's way of thinking was not something a normal person could have, so she couldn't be bothered to explain anything to him. Didn't we agree on this? I have to call you Manager Tao in the hotel, but only in private. Okay, I got it. All right. Have you settled the photo issue? Of course. I gave the word. So who would dare to expose it? Do they still want to work? I sent someone to keep an eye on them, and they deleted them one by one. But there was a photo of you that I asked him to send to me. Tao Yuan glanced at it. At that time, she was only thinking about breaking out of the encirclement, so she looked very embarrassed and stupid. It's so ugly, delete it. No way. Unless you give me a photo of Mimi in exchange. Then you can keep it. Tao Yuan didn't say much. It wasn't an eyesore anyway. Thank you for today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. You really want to see Lu Li? Do I have any other choice? How about I tell him that a few people suddenly kidnapped you, or that you suddenly fell sick? Did you have your period? Tao Yuan was speechless. Goodbye. Protect yourself. Don't let him take advantage of you. Fang Yicheng called from behind. Tao Yuan entered the CEO's office. Sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the floor was covered with black carpet, black desk, and almost all the furnishings were black. There was a large bookshelf on the right wall, filled with books, giving off a very solemn feeling. 3 words flashed through her mind: little dark room, the same style as his bedroom at home. Lu Li's personality was pure, and there were very few things that could make him set his mind on something, but once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't change. His preferences were very fixed. For example, he loved black, he only ate yellow peaches, and he liked medium-well steak. He liked only one woman for so many years. He was a cruel man, but he was also a devoted man. Perhaps being cruel and devoted was a double-edged sword in itself. Being devoted to one thing meant that he would be cruel to everything else. Lu Li sat in the large office chair, his suit hanging up, wearing a clean white shirt and a silver-gray tie, his head lowered as he focused on going through the documents. Even though he was sitting, one could tell that he was very tall. Moreover, his physique was fit and well-proportioned, and his strong muscles were faintly discernible under the white shirt. The sunlight shone in from behind him, casting a halo on his face. His facial features seemed to soften a little, but his eyes were dark and deep, revealing his sharpness. The lines of his lips were tightly pursed, but it wasn't intentional. Obviously, he was stingy with words. It had been 3 years, and it had been a long time since Tao Yuan looked at him so seriously. But this man used to be her everything in life. He was 3 years older than her. She was in the first year, and he was in the third year. She was in the first year, and he was in the third year. She was in the first year, and he was in the third year. She was always chasing in his footsteps. At that time, they were in the same school from middle school to high school, so she could often see him. He went through her entire school life, from when she was a young girl to when she slowly grew into a real woman. It was a pity that his eyes never fell on her. It had been 14 years. It turned out that she used to love him so deeply, until he used the cruelest method to end this long-lasting and heart-wrenching unrequited love. Actually, thinking about it, she hated his cruelty, but because hate was the most useless emotion in the world, she chose to let it go. "You're late by a minute." A low and calm voice rang in the office, bringing her back to her senses. Tao Yuan looked at her watch. The time was just right, but Luli was a man who was quite punctual, so she didn't want to explain anything and just said, "Sorry. Sorry. Do you only know how to say these 2 sentences? Since I've done wrong, then I should apologize. After working in the hotel for so long, it could be considered an occupational disease. When encountering a problem, apologize first and reflect on yourself." Luli signed his name on the document, put the pen back, and then looked up at her. That pair of dark pupils, even under the sunlight, still looked sharp and ruthless. "You did it on purpose?" She was confused. "What on purpose?" "Intentionally hurt Zhang Mingmei. I've looked up your information. You have a black belt in Taekwondo and are proficient in grappling. It is said that your skills are comparable to that of a female secret agent. You can actually hurt someone under your nose, so I can't help but be suspicious." Tao Yuan thought that it was not as exaggerated as he made it out to be. The reason why she learned those was because of the experience 3 years ago, which made her afraid, and she wanted to learn some self-defense skills. As for the female secret agent, she wanted to, but sorry, she really wasn't that good. There were so many explanations in her heart, but when it came to her mouth, it was a simple sentence. "I didn't. No, I'm not an emotional person. Everything I do has a goal and a plan." "So you had a goal and a plan to hurt her?" It was a faint, mocking, arrogant ending, but it was very pleasant to hear. "Why would I do that?" "Because of my relationship with her." "Don't tell me you don't know." "I know. Miss Zhang has already emphasized it clearly. But even so, I have no reason to hurt her." Tao Yuan was implying that there was no relationship between the two of them, so she didn't need to do anything because of him. "No reason?" He. Luli chuckled, with an expression that said, "Are you *king kidding me? Jealousy is the best reason. No matter what, you are Mrs. Liu in name. She has already provoked you, so you must be resentful. Isn't it a good opportunity to make her suffer a little?" "President, you are thinking too much. In the hotel, I only treat her as a client, and I treat every client with all my heart. As for hurting her, it is my incompetence, and I have failed in my duty." Tao Yuan spoke emotionlessly, and her tone was a declaration. She never brought her personal feelings to work, but Lu Li was very dissatisfied with her. In the past, he could easily control her emotions. A single word from him could make her cry bitterly. But now he actually lost that ability. This feeling of being out of control made him very unhappy. Of course, it didn't matter what he controlled. What was important was the desire to control. Just like she said, he was very chauvinistic and would not allow himself to be provoked by a woman. She had loved him for so many years, but it only took her 3 years to achieve a state where she could not be affected. Why? A stupid, arrogant face flashed past Lu Li's eyes. Was this the reason for her change? Without thinking too much, he opened his mouth and asked, "What is your relationship with Fang Yicheng?" Tao Yuan knew that he would ask this, so she answered, "We are colleagues. I think he is very nervous about you. We are in the same department, and Manager Fang is warm-hearted, so he takes care of me." Using colleagues as a cover was also within Lu Li's expectations. Now Tao Yuan was not only eloquent, but also very stubborn. Chapter 437. You've misunderstood. It's just taking care of me as a colleague. Luli really wanted to reply. Who are you trying to fool with your eyes open? But he held back the words, because he felt that it would make him seem particularly concerned, and he didn't care. He stood up and slowly walked towards her, like a dangerous hunter approaching his prey step by step, causing Tao Yuan to subconsciously take half a step back. Her steps were very small, but Luli still noticed it. Was she nervous? Nervous because of a guilty conscience? You know very well how Fong Yicheng treats you. I don't need to say anything more. So you didn't care about me for the past 3 years, and he was the one who took care of you? Tao Yuan had a feeling that he was putting the blame on her. After that incident, he didn't even say a word of apology and went to America without a word. How could she ask about him? Other than occasionally filling in the legal spouse column, they had nothing to do with each other. She even forgot that she was married. She only knew that he went to America, but she didn't know where he was, what he did, or who he met. Why would he interfere with her relationship with Fong Yicheng? President, I think you've misunderstood my relationship with Manager Fong. But the hotel doesn't have a rule that employees can't fall in love, so even if he takes special care of me, it doesn't seem unreasonable. Seeing how confident she was, Luli felt a surge of blood in his chest. His body reacted very quickly. He grabbed her neck and glared at her. You mean, it's reasonable for a married woman to be involved with a colleague? She didn't expect him to make a move, and he was so strong. She was grabbed by the neck, unable to move and unable to breathe. Luli's smile became even more cruel and sinister. He grabbed her in front of him, and his malicious eyes stared at her fiercely, full of mockery. Tao Yuan, don't forget that this is my Lu family's hotel, and you are my, Lu Li's, nominal wife. You made me a cuckold in my territory, and this is your revenge? His fingers squeezed tighter and tighter, and her eyes began to turn white. However, she still stubbornly refused to beg for mercy. Why should I take revenge on you? You know very well. Looking at her stubborn red lips, Luli suddenly had the urge to bite them. He wanted to see her dripping with blood, and he wanted to taste her blood. That taste would definitely be wonderful. So he confesses his crime? She had questioned him passionately, but he had neither denied it nor admitted it himself. In fact, she didn't need him to confess when the evidence was conclusive. She just didn't want to believe that he was a demon. Before this moment, no matter what he said, she felt that it didn't matter. But now, she felt a trace of anger, and she had to suppress it. Her entire body was trembling between his fingers, and she could faint at any time. However, she still did not beg him for mercy. She was actually so damn stubborn. Was she really not afraid of death? Lu Qing prided himself on being a calm person, but now this Tao Yuan had the ability to arouse the bloodthirst in his bones, making him so cruel that he wanted to kill her. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with Fong Yicheng or other men, but you'd better remember your identity as Mrs. Lu. Since this is what you've schemed to get, you have to guard it well, don't you? Lu Li's words were piercing, and the murderous look between his eyebrows became more and more intense. It's your business that you have a bad reputation, but if you dare to smear the name of the Lu family, I won't let you off easily. You have to know that it's very easy for me to make you disappear from this world. After saying that, he flung her away. Tao Yuan, who had regained her oxygen, coughed violently. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Tears came out of her eyes, but she had suffered enough over the years. She had long been used to it. He closed his eyes, and no matter how many emotions he had, they all turned into the most professional smile. Shouldn't you be talking about the dereliction of duty when you called me here? Isn't it going too far? What's the hurry? Of course, I will hold you accountable. Luli wiped his hands with a tissue as if he thought she was dirty. I will announce it at the meeting. The meeting was held 5 minutes later. Because it was a last-minute notice, everyone was in a hurry, and the whole business department was in a state of panic. Luli had been in charge for 3 months, but because the hotel was too big, the business department was far away from the emperor, so he didn't need to come and inspect it in person. Now everyone was waiting with fear and trepidation. In the meeting room, it was silent. Luli sat in the middle, with one hand on the desk. His swift and decisive posture was particularly solemn, and the sapphire cufflinks were shining faintly. Wherever he was, it would be firmly attracted by his magnetic field, and the air was filled with his intimidating aura. Everyone knows that Ms. Zhang was attacked in our hotel. Fang Yiqing was winking at Tao Yuan, and his sloppy appearance was an eyesore to Lu Li, so he said in a low voice, "Manager Fang, this is not a kindergarten, and I don't need to teach you the basic etiquette of a meeting." Tao Yuan winked, and Fang Yiqing spread out his hands and sat up straight. Everything about Miss Zhang in the hotel is personally handled by Manager Tao. This time, she made a serious dereliction of duty, and she must be punished. Lu Li was very dignified, so if he said punishment, it must be a very heavy punishment. The staff of Tao Yuan's group were all worried, while the other groups were gloating. From today on, Manager Tao will no longer be the manager of the business department, and her position will be adjusted to the team leader of the 5th group of the customer service department. The whole room was in an uproar. They didn't expect that the punishment would be so heavy. It was almost like beating people from the sky to the ground. The customers of the Star Hotel were all tricky, and customer service was not a human's job. Tao Yuan's little face suddenly turned pale. He was actually so ruthless. It was not that she was reluctant to leave her position, but she had worked hard for 3 years to get this position. One sentence from him wiped out her 3 years of hard work, and it was really hard for her to accept it. Fang Yiqing immediately cursed. F***ck, he almost jumped out of his chair. This is too unreasonable. Yuan saved Zhang Yuan, so she should be promoted and given a raise. How could she be transferred to that inhumane place? Fang Yiqing was an American citizen, and his Chinese was average. When he was anxious, he would randomly use idioms. The atmosphere was originally very serious, but he made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. Lu Li knew that he would stand up for her, but it wouldn't do any good. Are you saying that I can't distinguish right from wrong? Yes. Yuan. Pooey. Manager Tao saved her life. That pervert is after her, and sooner or later something will happen. What does it have to do with Manager Tao? Even if something happens to her, it must not happen in our hotel. And since something happened, we have to take responsibility. Fang Yiqing curled his lips and mumbled. What responsibility? Anyway, she's your old lover. Can't you just say some sweet words and it will be over? You're clearly hitting a person when he is down. Finally, someone could not help but laugh. Manager Fang, I admire your enthusiasm. This is probably related to your level of education. In China, the more self-righteous and self-righteous people are, the more often they are the ones who have not received education. So, your behavior is a sign of no meaning and is reckless. Fang Yiqing pointed at his own nose. Are you saying that I am uncultured? Lu Li only smiled. Wasn't it obvious? Even if I am uncultured, at least I can distinguish right from wrong. Yuan is your wife, and you are actually helping a mistress to bully her. Are you still a man? Fang Yiqing. Tao Yuan was anxious and called his name. These 3 words entered Lu Li's ears, and it was really uncomfortable to hear. The atmosphere became tense again. Everyone's mentality was like a mirror. The current situation was that the CEO was attacking the legal wife for the mistress, and the legal wife's mistress was making a scene. It was quite outrageous. The circle of the wealthy was indeed chaotic. Tao Yuan bit her lips. This matter is my dereliction of duty. I am willing to accept the punishment. Willing? Whatever he said. Was there a difference whether she was willing or not? Lu Li thought to himself, but in front of so many people, he naturally would not lose his bearing. Okay, since this is the case, you can report to the housekeeping department this afternoon. As for Manager Fang, it seems that he should be punished for contradicting his superior in front of so many people, lest everyone mistakenly thinks that the company does not have rules. Fang Yiqing's eyes lit up. I am also going to be a customer service officer? Lu Li thought to himself. In your dreams. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Of course not. In the future, you will be in charge of the new people. What? You want me to be in charge of those idiots? Fang Yicheng felt as if he was struck by lightning. I would rather go to the customer service department. Don't you want to punish me? Let me go to the customer service department. I want to go, I want to go. I don't need you to teach me how to punish my subordinates. Lu Li stood up and admired Tao Yuan's pale face with satisfaction. No matter how much she could bear it, her face still betrayed her. Very good. He was very happy. That's it. Meeting adjourned. Tao Yuan went back to her office to pack up her things. Fang Yicheng complained incessantly. Damn it. You actually want a talent like me to be in charge of the new people? Do you know how cruel this is? Those newbies are as stupid as pigs. Are they trying to anger me to death? Tao Yuan found a box and placed the things in it one by one as she comforted him. Who didn't start off as a newbie? The company's requirements are very high. The new people are all graduates from famous schools. They have good comprehension and won't be so miserable. Nonsense. Have you forgotten the last time? What's the name of that one? Sigh, I forgot. It's the one with freckles. He actually seduced me. Tao Yuan smiled. That's not seduction. That's called courtship. It's the same. Anyway, women like to have ideas about me. I don't know where she got my phone number, but she actually texted me to confess. Tao Yuan nodded. I remember that you sued her for harassment and caused her to be fired. From then on, no female staff dared to openly fall in love with him. Thinking about it, he was speechless. Fang Yicheng said righteously. If a woman I don't like confesses to me, that's called harassment. I think you should learn more Mandarin. If it's so troublesome to be in charge of the new people, then you can resign and go back to take over the family business. Chapter 438. He has no enmity with you. You don't have to fight with him. What Tao Yuan did not say was that he could not defeat Lu Li and would only suffer in the end. Fang Yicheng was straightforward and arrogant, but his personality was quite simple. At least, he would not scheme against others. What kind of person was Lu Li? He was the best at playing dirty and hiding a knife behind a smile. They were not on the same level at all. Who said that I have no enmity with him? He is my rival in love. After seeing him this time, I feel that you are blind to like such a bad man. He is not good enough for you. When are you going to divorce? That's my business. What is your business and my business? You're my business. Fang Yicheng was very stubborn in this aspect, but Tao Yuan really could not respond to his kindness. She was also having a headache now and did not want to say anything more. She sighed. Can you stop for a while? He could see that she was very tired and did not dare to force her. So he said with a cheeky smile, Okay. Don't think about it. I will treat you to something delicious tonight. After work, the road was congested and the car drove very slowly. Neon lights flashed on both sides, and it was a bustling scene. Tao Yuan leaned against the car's seat and looked out of the window indifferently, feeling a little tired. She had a hunch that Zhang Mingmei's appearance would cause trouble, so she had been very careful, but she did not expect that it would be so unexpected. Of course, this was not Zhang Mingmei's fault. She was indeed injured under her eyes, so the responsibility was hers. However, it had been 3 years, and she had feelings for that job and colleagues, so she was very reluctant to part with them. When she went to report in the afternoon, she specially bought some cakes for her new colleagues, but they did not appreciate it and said behind her back that she was hypocritical. In fact, she could understand that as a customer service staff, they usually had to maintain a smile in front of customers and could only swallow their grievances, so their attitude towards colleagues might be worse. Thinking about it from another perspective, she did not care, but she could feel that Manager Huang seemed to be hostile to her. Of course, at this time, Tao Yuan did not know that it was Lu Li who specially asked Manager Huang to take care of her. Her mind was in a mess. Tao Yuan pinched the space between her brows. In the driver's seat, Fang Yicheng was in high spirits. Hey, what are we eating later? It's quite cold today. Shall we have hot pot? There's a good Sichuan hot pot restaurant up ahead. It's hard to wait. Then Maokai? Excessive internal heat. Western food? I seem to have invested in a Western restaurant, a 5-star one. It's nearby. I have no appetite. That's hairy crab, right? He licked his lips. Tao Yuan could not help but roll her eyes at him. Have you forgotten that you got acute gastroenteritis from eating crab last time? Isn't vomiting and having diarrhea uncomfortable? How'd I swear? Are you a pig if you eat more hairy crabs? I ate too much that time. I'll eat less today. I'll definitely not eat more than 5. My dear Yuan, Fan Yiqing begged with a mischievous smile, which made Tao Yuan feel both annoyed and amused. He was a 27-year-old man, but sometimes he was as childish as a child. It was all because of his family's pampering. Fan Yiqing was an old man with 3 sisters who doted on him. He had been spoiled since he was a child and was bossy. But such a proud man was very obedient in front of her, which was very cute. Yuan, I beg you for? No. Ring, 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 her phone rang. Tao Yuan looked at the number and made a shushing gesture. Dad. Yes, I'm on my way. Okay, I'll be back now. Tao Yuan hung up. Sorry, I can't have dinner with you. 3 years ago, she moved out of the Liu family, but she would go back to have dinner with Liu Yanting on the 15th and the end of every month. She remembered it yesterday, but she was too busy today and forgot about it. Fan Yiqing was very depressed. You're already here and you're still standing me up? Can't you go after dinner? No, I have to have dinner with my dad. Then bring me along. I'm very lovable. Your dad must like me very much. My father-in-law. Fan Yiqing snorted disdainfully. They say that the kind of family raises the kind of child. Just look at Liu Li's upbringing and you can tell that his family is not good. Why go back and ask for abuse? She couldn't help but mutter. Liu Li is a jerk. Let me tell you, there is no good man in a relationship, only men who are good to you. Just based on this, Liu Li is not a good man. Don't waste time on him. Get a divorce and get yourself out of it. If you continue to nag, I'm getting out of the car. Tao Yuan bought 2 bottles of Liu Yanting's favorite liquor at the supermarket. As soon as she entered the house, her sister-in-law, Liu Qingwan, ran over and mocked her. Oh, you're here to please my dad again. Twice a month, you're so punctual. Are you afraid that he won't give you money? Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to talk to her. She had never taken a single cent from the Liu family. She hated the 2 women of the Liu family so much that it was hard for her to say another word to them. During the first year she married Liu Li, she suffered a lot from a mother and daughter. At that time, she was very silly. No matter how they bullied her, she endured it and cried alone at night. She even imagined that her tolerance could be exchanged for their change. But ever since that incident, she had completely recognized their true colors. Some people were born with a dark and vicious heart and had to fight back. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Those who should come back don't come back, and those who shouldn't come back are like flies. Because of you, my brother rarely comes home. It's all your fault. Tao Yuan put down the wine and said, I don't live here, he can come back anytime. As long as he is willing. Don't you understand? He doesn't even want to stay where you are. Tao Yuan was polite to outsiders who made things difficult for her, but her rebuttal to Liu Qingwan was obviously sharper. Then you can move. Can't the Liu family afford to buy a house? Why should he move for you? Who do you think you are? Then I can't do anything about it. His legs are his. Whether he comes home or not is not something I can control. It has nothing to do with me. Liu Qingwan was about to die of anger. What kind of attitude is that? I'll take whatever attitude you have. You? Fine. You're really good at talking. I can't win against you in an argument. Besides, you're so ruthless. Maybe you'll treat me like you treated Zhang Mingmei. Tao Yuan smiled. That's hard to say. If you're afraid, you really have to take it easy. All right, don't argue with her, or your father will scold you again. Su Baihe came over and glared at Tao Yuan. Then she pulled Liu Qingwan aside and whispered something to her. If you want to argue, don't do it at home. You've suffered a lot. If it was outside of home, would she be afraid of not being able to deal with Tao Yuan? There was no need to have a conflict at home. When a meal was ready, Tao Yuan accompanied Liu Yanting to drink. Her alcohol tolerance was not very good, but she could drink a little, especially white wine. After drinking with him for a few years, she could still drink. Liu Qingwan looked unhappy and kept grumbling in a low voice. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then go up. Don't give me that sour face. Liu Yanting reprimanded. I don't want to. Why should I give up my seat to her? Eat your food. I don't want to listen to you. Liu Yanting's face darkened and turned to ask Su Baihe. He's not coming back. He said he's busy. I think he's trying to avoid someone. Su Baihe deliberately glanced at Tao Yuan. Outrageous. It's outrageous, but you can't blame our son. In my opinion, since she has moved out and our son is not coming back, this marriage is only in name. There's no meaning to it. It's better to get a divorce, lest those reporters make things up again. Since when do you have the right to make decisions about their marriage? Su Baihe was annoyed and could not help but retort. That's right. You've always been the one making the decisions. Even if our son doesn't like it, you still force him to marry her. You're the most capable. Dad, don't be angry. I'll accompany you to drink a few more cups. Lu Yanting's expression softened a little. Lu Qingwan pouted. TSK bootlicker. During the meal, Lu Yanting asked Tao Yuan about her work situation. She said it was going well and did not tell him about the transfer. Since she had handed the hotel over to Lu Li had the power. Lu Li could decide whatever he wanted. Moreover, she did not want to bother him with these things. That night, they stayed at the Lu family. Tao Yuan took a shower and came out wrapped in a towel. Suddenly, she saw Lu Li standing by the door and was shocked. Why are you back? He stood there with a faint smile, clear and sharp. Is it strange for me to return to my own home? Tao Yuan thought that it was strange. When she was not around, he might have returned home, but her memory was still from 3 years ago. She had been alone in her room for an entire year. So, how could it not be strange for him to suddenly appear? He should have known that she would return home today. Why did he still come back? The number of times she had seen him in the past 2 days was more than the total number of times she had seen him in the past few years. Tao Yuan felt a chill in her heart. Lu Li's tall figure blocked most of the lights. In the blurry light, he looked even taller. His long and slender eyes were slightly narrowed, making Tao Yuan shudder slightly. She only had a towel wrapped around her. She felt very insecure and clutched it tightly. Lu Li sized her up. The current her felt different from the one in the morning. She seemed to be much more delicate. Perhaps it was because of her hair. When she tied her hair into a bun, she looked very serious and mature. Now that it was all down, a few strands of hair were still stuck to her face, making her look a little sexy and delicate. The towel only covered the middle of her thighs. That pair of long legs was especially eye-catching. It was really a waste to wrap them in a long dress. Lu Li had seen too many women with good skin. But Tao Yuan was different. She was really fair. It wasn't just her face. Her entire body looked as though it had been soaked in milk. It was fair and tender. He had never touched it before, but he could tell that it was excellent. At this moment, she was a little nervous. Her eyes were shimmering. Her black and white were distinct and captivating. He remembered that one day in university, his good friend suddenly said to him, "Don't you think that your girlfriend's bestie has beautiful eyes?" At that time, he was very disdainful. How is a four-eyed girl with an ordinary figure and old-fashioned clothes beautiful? But looking at her now, the shape of her eyes were really charming peach blossom eyes. It was as though they could speak. Did she use those eyes to seduce Fang Yicheng? Lu Li suddenly felt a sour and disgusted feeling in his throat. In the past 3 years when he was not around, she had become a lot more coquettish. What are you nervous about? It's not like you haven't been seen by men before. In the past 3 years, Fang Yicheng must have seen quite a lot, right? Chapter 439. We are not in the hotel now. There is no need to emphasize this to me. I said I don't care. Tao Yuan felt that he must be sick. Why did he say it if he didn't care? Was he being mean? However, she had always known how arrogant and vicious Lu Li was. He could say anything hurtful without considering the other party's feelings. The problem was, why was she willing to endure all kinds of injuries? How despicable. Neither of them said much. Lu Li walked past her and opened the wardrobe. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. She was shrouded in a fine light. She was so damned beautiful. He usually lived outside. What else was there to look for in here? Was it left before the marriage? When he squatted down to look at the bottom drawer, Tao Yuan suddenly remembered that the diary she wrote in the first year of her marriage was also in that place. At that time, she wrote the diary every night and cried like a resentful wife. It must be embarrassing to be seen by him. Thinking of this, she walked over. What are you looking for? Luli ignored her and continued to look for it without saying a word. What are you looking for? It has nothing to do with you. You will mess up the wardrobe. I have tidied it up, and I am quite familiar with it. Tell me, and I will help you find it. There is no need. Seeing that she was about to turn to the diary, Tao Yuan was a little anxious. She squatted down and wanted to squeeze him to the side. Let me. In the end, she used too much strength, and Luli was not very stable on one foot. She knocked him down, and she fell on him. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Bang! The two of them fell to the ground together. Tao Yuan was a little shocked. When she came to her senses, she realized that she was on top of Luli. Their faces were so close that they could see each other's pores clearly. He had a pair of very deep eyes, but now his eyes were full of sarcasm. The warm yellow light in the room was on, and the atmosphere became subtle. Luli did not push her away. He did not want to admit that he was a little reluctant. Her body was soft and fragrant. It was very comfortable. Psychologically, he still felt that she was very disgusting. He looked at her with a faint smile, the corners of his mouth curling up in a faint mocking smile. Is throwing yourself into someone's arms your specialty? No, it's not an accident. Perhaps because he was too handsome, she actually stuttered a little. A deliberate accident? She vaguely felt that his abnormal reaction was a little. Was it her imagination? Luli could tell that she was aware of it. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do. But how could a woman be so inexperienced? Her acting skills were not bad, but unfortunately, she could not fool him. He didn't want to hide it. Moreover, this could provoke her. He felt very good and continued to ridicule her. I was just looking for something, but you insisted on squeezing your way over and even pretended to accidentally push me down. Is this your usual tactic? Her entire body was pressed against his, squeezing against his chest. As she squeezed against him, her fragrance drilled into his nostrils. It was very rich, a fragrance that could intoxicate any man. It was one thing to hate her, but he had always liked the smell of her body. The faint fragrance was refreshing, and at this moment, it became an aphrodisiac. Her ability to seduce men could be said to be very good. Her technique, fragrance, everything was just right. No wonder even an arrogant idiot like Fang Yicheng was subdued by her. That day at the meeting, he was as obedient as a puppy with just one look from her. However, she, Tao Yuan, could not use such a clumsy method to subdue him. His mocking smile deepened. You seem to enjoy the feeling of pressing against me, but would a chauvinistic man like me like this? Your scheming is in the wrong place, or rather, you're using the wrong person. He did not use a single vulgar word to humiliate her. Tao Yuan had no room to refute. Just when she was at a loss, he suddenly reached out and touched her, making her so anxious that she almost jumped up. What are you doing? She screamed. Her fair and tender face was flushed red. Who knows how many men have played with you? Why are you pretending? You must like it to death that I'm willing to touch you, right? It's a pity that I think it's dirty. Luli slowly propped himself up, still looking elegant. He smiled at her flushed face and added another stab. Are you blushing because you feel ashamed that you failed to offer yourself? Oh, that's not right. You don't seem to know how to write the word shame. After all, on your wedding night 4 years ago, you wore a set of black clothes. It really subverted my worldview. From then on, I knew that the more innocent a woman looks, the more unrestrained she is in private. TSK. That set of pajamas was really something. Most women would not be so daring. Tao Yuan bit her lips. He said that she had a sharp tongue, but in fact, he was the most vicious one. The skills that she had trained in the workplace for 3 years seemed to be completely useless in front of him. The only thing she could do was to maintain a calm attitude. After being humiliated, she could still resist quarreling with him. Instead, she said calmly, I just want to help you find something. Really? But I see that you're panicking. It's more like you're afraid that I'll find out your secret. Luli continued to search inside, leaving her with a beautiful side profile. Even the curve of his chin outlined his arrogance. Why? Is there evidence that you've slept with Fang Yicheng or other men? Tao Yuan replied, There are so many cases of pornographic photos nowadays. Who would dare to take such photos? It's good that you know. I've already said that I don't care which man you sleep with. But if you dare to tarnish the reputation of the Liu family, I'll kill you. He flipped to the diary. Tao Yuan held her breath. The word diary was written directly in the diary. But Luli didn't even look at it and threw it aside. She heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she laughed at herself for being too arrogant. He wouldn't be interested in anything of hers. Her nervousness was all because she was scaring herself. At the bottom of the drawer was a photo album. Because there was a layer of paper on it, Tao Yuan didn't notice anything under it when she was tidying it up. Luli casually flipped to a page, and she saw their photo. Of course, it wasn't her and him. It was him and another woman, the woman he loved. It was just a quick glance, but his eyes softened a lot. There was a hint of regret in his deep love. He came back just to find this photo album. Tao Yuan couldn't tell what she was feeling for a moment. The whole wardrobe was turned upside down. Luli didn't care and got up to leave. Will you stay at home tonight? Tao Yuan regretted it as soon as she asked. She said such nonsense. Do you really want me to stay? After asking, he left without looking back. Tao Yuan shook her head. She was asking to be humiliated again. She was the only one left in the lonely room. 2 days before she was transferred to the customer service department, Tao Yuan's work wasn't very smooth. When she was in the business department, maybe because of her identity as the CEO's wife, her colleagues were more polite to her. Later, they slowly developed a real relationship. After the attack on Zhang Mingmei, the customer service department knew that Mrs. Liu was very despised, so they didn't feel the need to pretend to be good to her. When she needed to familiarize herself with the situation, no one wanted to help her. Even the 10 people in her team were like robots. They did everything very mechanically. It was a waste of time to ask them for help. Tao Yuan just did everything herself. When Fang Yicheng called, Tao Yuan was patrolling the guest room. She hadn't sat since 9 in the morning. Her heels hurt from the rubbing of her high heels. Fang Yicheng was laughing and joking on the other end of the phone. Tao Yuan wasn't in the mood to listen and pinched her eyebrows. If you have something to say, I'm hanging up. I'm busy. Isn't it lunchtime? Yes, I haven't finished my work. What's the matter? Didn't you have to pick up an artist before you were transferred? He's called Professor Su. Then you asked me to pick him up. But a new batch of people just came, and I can't find the time now. Fang Yicheng was usually very willing to do these kinds of errands. If he said he had no time, it meant he really had no time. Tao Yuan couldn't find anyone else at the moment. She looked at her watch. There were 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. She should be able to make it. Okay, you do your work. I'll go by myself. At the airport, the marble floor was shiny and the pedestrians were in a hurry. Tao Yuan made another call and told her about the work in the afternoon. Just when she hung up, Fang Yicheng's call came in. Are you back at the hotel? Not yet. I'm at the airport. The plane is more than 2 hours late. I don't know how long I'll have to wait. She looked at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. She was a little anxious. Why don't you come back first and ask the hotel to send a car, or he could take a taxi himself? No, it's rare for him to come back and stay at our hotel. I want to discuss with him about the art exhibition personally. Fang Yicheng let out a cry. You still don't want to give up? That old artist has been in seclusion for many years. It's useless no matter how people beg him. You'd better not be rebuffed. Besides, you've already been transferred away. Why do you still care about these trivial things? Even if I'm transferred, I have to settle things properly. You know this is my principle. You go ahead. I'll talk to you later. Tao Yuan waited for more than 2 hours before she received Professor Su. In order to express his apology, he invited her for coffee. She wanted to take this opportunity to fight for another chance. I'm so sorry. The plane was 4 hours late. I'm old and my memory is not good. I forgot to call your hotel. He knew that young people did not have much patience. So, he thought that even if Tao Yuan did not say anything, she would definitely be angry. However, she did not. Instead, she smiled and asked with concern, How was the trip? Professor Su was stunned. Yes. Okay, that's good. You've been on the plane for a few hours. It must be very tiring. I'm usually very afraid of going on business trips. The main reason is that flying is too tiring. Yes, I also feel tired. My old bones can't take the toss. By the way, Professor Sue, I've mentioned the art exhibition to you on the phone before. As soon as Tao Yuan opened her mouth, he rejected her. Thank you for coming to pick me up, but I've already retired from the art world. I don't want to hold any more exhibitions. But a lot of people like your paintings, Manager Tao. I have a good impression of you, but I don't want to talk about this. Tao Yuan did not want to pester him anymore. Professor Sue's phone rang. Yes, I've just arrived. It's okay. The hotel sent a car to pick me up. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Oh, I'm not free. There was an obvious disappointment on his face, but he still shook his head. It's okay. You're busy. Another day. After hanging up the phone, Professor Sue looked regretful. Chapter 440. Yes, I came back to China to meet them, but none of them are free. How many children do you have? 2, a son and a daughter. My son and daughter are both designers, very outstanding. Look, these are their works. Professor Sue talked about his children for more than an hour. He only realized this after he finished talking. Sorry, I said so much. It's okay. After listening to you, I can reflect on myself. I have neglected to take care of my parents. It is said that a person's biggest regret is that the speed of success cannot keep up with the speed of their parents aging. But you can't just focus on work. You have to spend more time with them. Professor Sue was deeply touched. Yes, I haven't talked to young people like this for a long time. I feel much better now. I'm sorry for taking up more than an hour. Thank you for listening so patiently. How about this? I'll think about the art exhibition. I'll let you know when I'm ready. Tao Yuan was very happy. Thank you. Don't thank me. I was moved by your sincerity. Too many people have tried to persuade me to hold an art exhibition, but they're too eager for quick success and can't stop talking about the art exhibition. They don't listen to me at all. But you are different. You are a very considerate person. I have a good eye for people. Work hard, and you will achieve great things in the future. Tao Yuan and Professor Sue had a good talk. On the way back to the hotel, they had almost finalized the art exhibition. Just as she returned to the customer service department, Fang Yiqing came. When he heard that the art exhibition was settled, he praised her again. I'm not as good as you say. You only know how to brag. I'm telling the truth. My Yuan is the best. There is nothing she can't do. Fang Yiqing's tone was very arrogant. Have you forgotten the rules again? Fine. Manager Tao, are you done? The two of them joked for a while. Passers-by felt that they were very close. To prevent misunderstandings, Tao Yuan quickly chased Fang Yiqing away. When she returned to the office, she suddenly saw Lu Li sitting on the sofa. She stopped in her tracks. He crossed his long legs and was flipping through some documents. He asked without raising his head. Scared? What was there to be afraid of? Feeling guilty? His tone was sinister, as if he had just crawled out from the ground. His deep eyes slowly looked up, like Satan who wanted to take his life. Tao Yuan got goosebumps when he appeared and disappeared like a ghost, but she still calmly put her bag on the table. No, I didn't expect you to come. You just came back from outside? Where did he go? I'm going to the airport to pick up a client to talk about the art exhibition. Lu Li closed the document with a bit of force. Pa! Her heart skipped a beat. You're just a customer service team leader. Who allowed you to go to the art exhibition? I haven't dealt with the matters before the transfer. So you deserted your post? Lu Li sneered. Do you think you're still the manager of the business department? Or maybe this is just a cover, and you disappeared for a few hours to be with Fang Yiqing. No, I did go to the airport. So you're saying that my eyes were playing tricks on me? The two people in the corridor just now weren't you and Fang Yiqing? So many people saw you two flirting. It seems like you and him are already an open secret, right? Mrs. Lu. Lu Li's tone was getting darker, and his face was shrouded in a haze. So the entire hotel knows about your relationship, and only I, the nominal Mr. Lu, don't know about it? It's not like that. He came to look for me, and we were just chatting. Is there a need to get physical while chatting? Thinking of the scene of the two of them chatting and laughing, Lu Li narrowed his eyes, which were as sharp as a poisonous glint. He touched your face, right? Tao Yuan couldn't say that it was an accident. She and Fang Yiqing were too close. Sometimes he liked to get physical but it wasn't like he violated her. It was just a playful banter between two close friends. But in Lu Li's eyes, it was just flirting. He couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. A little stimulation would be magnified infinitely, and it was clear that she couldn't be forgiven. He touched my face in public, and I don't know where he touched in private. Lu Li snorted. The more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. Look at how anxious he is. Could it be that you haven't fed him enough? Or is he just not strong enough? If Fang Yicheng heard this, he would definitely get into a fight with him. Tao Yuan thought to herself. Lu Li's mouth was really vicious. I'm not close enough with Manager Fang to talk about such a topic. Lu Li sneered. Of course you don't have to talk about it. You're both doing it. He stood up and walked over to her. It was strange. The more he hated her in his heart, the more Lu Li felt that Tao Yuan was beautiful. It wasn't the kind of dazzling beauty, but kept on drilling into his heart. Her lips were tightly pursed. She was stubborn and intelligent, making one want to tear her apart. Was this how Fang Yicheng was bewitched? Lu Li suddenly felt a little resentful. He gritted his teeth. I really want to know what happened in the past 3 years that made you so arrogant. Stealing so brazenly, you're pretty good too. It seems that I really underestimated you. Huh? The man's aura was too intimidating. Tao Yuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. President, it's working hours now. He felt that it was ridiculous. Does working hours make a difference to you? Anyway, it's all your stealing time. The adulterer is in my Lu family's hotel, and I even made things convenient for you. Aren't you very grateful to me? On the other hand, this also allowed you to fully enjoy the joy of taking revenge on me. The murderous aura around him was getting stronger and stronger. Tao Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Lu Li was a person who was scarily calm most of the time. However, he also had times when he was emotional. When he was emotional, he was scarier than ordinary people. Being in the same room with him was a very dangerous thing. She had better leave this place immediately. I still have to patrol the guest rooms. I'll go to work first. She turned around to leave. The next second, he grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wall. The moment her back hit the wall, Tao Yuan pushed back. However, Lu Li's movements were even faster. He suddenly pressed down, one hand on the left side of her shoulder, imprisoning her between himself and the wall. His face was also pressed down at the same time. There was a dangerous light in his eyes. His fingers were cold and strong. Everything showed how dangerous he was. Every time I'm halfway through my sentence, you want to escape. Are you looking down on me, or are you feeling guilty? Who gave you the courage to do that? Fang Yicheng or another adulterer? He spoke very harshly. Every word was like a sharp blade. Tao Yuan hated his violence. She hated his aura even more. He was domineering and strong. It was like a strong magnetic field, disturbing her heartbeat, her thoughts, and making it hard for her to breathe. At such a close distance, she could even hear the murderous aura in his breath clearly. Such intimate contact made people feel very uncomfortable, especially when the other party was Lu Li. Tao Yuan felt uneasy. Why aren't you talking? Why don't you argue that your relationship with Fang Yicheng isn't like what I said? Don't you like to emphasize your innocence, as if you're the most noble and pure woman in the world? What about now? And is this a tacit agreement? I just think that I don't need to explain these groundless accusations. Groundless accusations? Everyone in the hotel saw clearly what happened between you and Fang Yicheng. Are you lying through your teeth? Faced with his repeated insults, Tao Yuan only felt that it was ridiculous. It was really not worth talking to such a person. She looked away, but Lu Li pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. The strength of his slender fingers was so strong that she was forced to open her mouth and tremble slightly. Look me in the eyes when you speak. Don't try to avoid my question. Lu Li was angry. In his opinion, if she didn't look at him, it meant that she had a guilty conscience and was looking down on him. He couldn't stand this kind of attitude from a woman. In the past, she loved him deeply, and he was her entire world. But now, she wasn't even willing to look at him. He wouldn't allow it. What question? You've already made up your mind. What else do you want me to answer? So you admit it? Lu Li was angry. His fingers tightened, causing her jaw to make a GG sound. It was so painful that her eyes turned red, but she still stubbornly stared at him. If you think it's true, then take it as I admit it. This sentence made Luli fly into a rage. The fingers that were pinching her chin suddenly grabbed her neck. You lowly. He didn't know where the anger came from, but when Luli realized it, he had already kissed Tao Yuan's lips. Tao Yuan's face turned pale from the pain. She used one hand to push him away, but Luli grabbed her hand and pulled it over her head. His body pressed down on hers, and he kept squeezing her as if he wanted to empty her. She was about to go crazy from this intense kiss. It shouldn't be like this. It had been 3 years. They had been separated for 3 years. She thought that they would end things peacefully. She tried her best to avoid him, but he kept pestering her and cruelly humiliated her. In his eyes, she was just a prostitute. He could give her to other men, or he could humiliate her. How could she fall in love with a wild beast? In her anger, Tao Yuan bit down on his lips until her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Just when Tao Yuan felt that her blood was about to be sucked dry, a staff member suddenly barged in. At the same time, Luli let go of her, but with their bleeding lips and the heated and hostile atmosphere, the situation couldn't be more obvious. Luli's lips were bitten and blood seeped out. His chest heaved up and down as he stared at Tao Yuan. His eyes continued to ruthlessly torture her. The staff member was so scared that she quickly ran away. Her eyes were red and her face was red from anger, but she didn't curse out loud. She just wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and squeezed out a sarcastic smile. Don't you think a woman who has been touched by others is dirty? That's right. She was already dirty 3 years ago. How could he lose control and kiss her? Lu Li's chest was filled with anger, but that kiss released a lot of his anger. His face slowly sank, and he smiled instead of being angry. How can a prostitute be clean? Did you think I kissed you because I cared about you? I just wanted to taste your ability to seduce an adulterer. It's a pity that you don't taste good, and it disgusts me. He smiled coldly, like a handsome devil, and straightened his cravat. Chapter 441. The last sentence, which had a hidden meaning of sarcasm, stabbed Tao Yuan's soft spot. She knew that he had always looked down on her family background. Because she had taken away everything from his lover, she was a sinner. What happened in the office was spread out, and the entire customer service department was full of rumors. Tao Yuan's situation became even more difficult, but she was not affected by the public opinion and continued to work conscientiously. Time will be the best way to wash away the rumors. Even if she could not, it was fine as long as she had a clear conscience. The 2 customer service staff complained all the way back, and Tao Yuan asked what was going on. The guest in room 3210 is so difficult. He keeps saying that the room's soundproofing is not good, and he can hear the sound next door. Come on, we are a 6-star hotel. How is that possible? That's right. I think he is delusional. We have already changed a few rooms for him, but he is still not satisfied. So crafty. Room 3210, right? I will handle it. TSK, if we can't handle it, can she handle it? What are you trying to show off? She is just the wife of an outdated CEO, and she has a foot in 2 boats. Shameless. The 2 customer service staff discussed in a low voice. Tao Yuan knocked on the door, and the middle-aged man inside opened the door angrily. After she revealed her identity, he kept complaining. Are you a 6-star hotel? The soundproofing of each room is terrible, and the customer service staff is also terrible. How can they say that I imagined it? I'm so angry. Calm down first. Let me listen. Tao Yuan leaned against the wall and listened carefully for a while. There is no sound. How is that possible? There was sound just now. Do you think I have nothing to do with you? The man asked angrily. How about this? I will upgrade your room. I have money. I don't need it. You are avoiding the problem. If you don't solve it, I will complain until no one dares to stay in your hotel. I will do what I say. Tao Yuan glanced at the sleeping pills on the bedside table. Do you have insomnia? How do you know? I have taken that kind of medicine before. It was effective at first, but after a few times, it became useless. Instead, I felt more mental pressure, and the situation became worse. You also have insomnia? Yes, I had insomnia for more than a year before. Just thinking about it made Tao Yuan feel that it was very difficult. Even the year of their marriage, Lu Li didn't come home every day. She was alone in the empty room and often couldn't sleep until dawn. I've had insomnia before, and I know how painful it is. It's too torturous. The more I want to sleep, the more I can't. I'm very frustrated, and my mood the next day will also be affected. The other party immediately felt that they were in the same boat. Isn't that right? I'm going crazy. I really don't know what to do. Western medicine is harmful. It's better to try Chinese medicine. I have a prescription from an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Bupleurum, fragrant wood, and white peony are used as medicine. The effect is quite good. If you think it's troublesome to drink medicine, you can use nasal therapy. Sticking the health and tranquil sleeping plaster is also very effective. Really? That's great. Hurry up and give me one. Why don't I cook a bowl for you to try? That would be great. By the way, do you still need to change rooms? We have a few empty rooms in the deluxe suite, so we can guarantee that there will be no noise next door. Hearing her say this, the man waved his hand. There's no need. Maybe I really can't sleep and am too frustrated. It has nothing to do with the room. Sorry for the trouble. Hotel restaurant. Lu Li sat by the window with a cigarette between his fingers. His fingers were especially slender, and his knuckles were distinct, showing his wisdom. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man. He flicked the cigarette ash. President Zhou, regarding the cooperation for the next season. Before he could finish, President Zhou replied first. I've already contacted the headquarters yesterday and confirmed the cooperation plan. The cooperation was still in the early stages of discussion. President Zhou was only here for an inspection. It was out of Lu Li's expectations that he would confirm it so quickly. You said that you wanted to inspect for another week. Yes, but one of your employees made me make the right decision first. Oh, she's here. Lu Li looked over. It was actually Tao Yuan. Their eyes met, and she paused for a moment. President Zhou waved at her, and she came over. Mr. Zhou, President. Her eyes lingered on Lu Li's lips for a second. Thinking of that passionate and bloody kiss, Tao Yuan's heart burned, and she subconsciously avoided his gaze. That's her. President Zhou explained what had happened before. Wilton is undoubtedly the most luxurious president in Motu City, but our requirements for the hotel are not as simple as star rating. The most important thing is to implement the most attentive service to every Tao guest. With such a responsible employee like Miss Tao, I am very confident. Lu Li took a puff of his cigarette, touched his thin lips, and said in a faint tone, Yes, Group Leader Tao is indeed outstanding. Whether in the business department or the customer service department, she is very satisfactory. She is an excellent woman. Tao Yuan thought, satisfied and demoted. He was good at saying polite words. It was just that it was not good for him to keep staring at her like this, right? He seemed to be up to no good with a smile that was not a smile. It was very dangerous. When did the change in her body happen? Lu Li asked himself. At that time, Tao Yuan was just a little girl who wore glasses, blushed when she spoke, and was a yes man. She was not eye-catching at all. Now, she was like a carved, unpolished jade, suddenly becoming dazzling. That change was not only in appearance, not because she dressed more tastefully or could put on makeup, but also because of her calm confidence, competence, and elegance. She was a strong woman, but not the domineering kind. Instead, she was the kind of woman who was very smart and knew how to conquer strength with softness. Even men could not help but admire her. He used to think that she was unpromising, but now he was interested in her. President Zhou left first. Lu Li and Tao Yuan walked together. She stopped at the elevator. You go first. Lu Li got into the elevator and pressed the button to open the door. You're not going down? I'll take the next elevator. On guard against me? Lu Li raised his eyebrows. Are you afraid that I'll violate you in the elevator? Come in if you have something to talk about. Tao Yuan hoped that a third person would enter the elevator, but unfortunately, there was no one. The two of them stood side by side. Her eyes were fixed on the numbers, hoping to get to her floor as soon as possible. Team Leader Tao, I have a question to ask you. His voice was full of meaning. Tao Yuan did not think that it was a good thing that he would ask for advice. How you make every man praise you so much? I heard that the old artist organized the art exhibition 2 days ago because of you. He praised you whenever he met anyone he met. Today, President Zhou also confirmed the cooperation in advance because of you. I can't help but think, could it be that you have a special attraction to men that I don't know about? I can't see it no matter how I look at it. President, you're exaggerating. I'm just an ordinary employee who does my job diligently. I don't have any special attraction. Then you mean that the others don't do their job diligently? How could he misinterpret me like that? No, every employee in the hotel is doing their best. Then you mean that you have a special ability? He was so aggressive, but Tao Yuan was not interested in taking the bait. Didn't you say that you have work to discuss? I said I have something to discuss, not work. What do you think of President Zhou just now? I don't understand the meaning of this question. He's 48 this year. He just lost his wife 2 years ago, and his son is abroad. He seems to be very supportive of him remarrying. I think he seems to be very satisfied with you. Do you also think that it's not bad to be someone's stepmother? He was the best at talking nonsense, and he did not mind going too far. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes in her heart, and her tone became a little cold. It's better to have my own child. With whom? Fang Yicheng? It seems that you prefer a pretty boy with soft skin and tender flesh. But is that kind of person reliable? Lu Li's tone was very sour. Young men's minds are full of how to kidnap women to bed. Not many can take responsibility. President Lu, you're also a young man. Is your mind also filled with those things? She actually defended Fang Yicheng and even used him as a comparison. Lu Li was not happy no matter how he heard it, and he really wanted to break her slender neck. He replied coldly, "That kind of idiot can compare with me? I think that Manager Fang is not stupid. He is just a little cynical, but very smart." Lu Li cursed in his heart. Was she not going to let him die of anger? However, he would not be fooled by her. After all, he was a fox who had cultivated for 1,000 years. How could he be angered by a few words from her? It seems that you really like him, and you don't intend to hide it at all. I'm still married, and I don't want to commit bigamy. Then why don't you just divorce? This was the first time these 2 words came out of his mouth after being separated for 3 years. In the first year of their marriage, they met a few times, and he always said that he wanted a divorce. At that time, she felt like a knife was twisting in her heart, but now she was just stunned, as if everything had been settled. After guarding this peaceful marriage for 4 years, she slowly got used to it. Now it was not that she did not want a divorce, but that it did not matter, so she did not think about it. But since he mentioned it, Tao Yuan suddenly felt that it was good to cut the Gordian knot. If you want a divorce, I agree. Lu Li was very annoyed. For more than 10 years, she had been pestering him like a cowhide plaster, and he could not get rid of her. No matter how bad the insults were, she still refused to divorce. Now she said the word agree so casually, it seemed that she had decided to be with Fang Yicheng. She had delayed him for 4 years, and now that she found a better one, she wanted to kick him away? In her dreams. Ding! The elevator arrived. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of divorce at the moment. I want to see what the bottom line of you two is. Leaving these words, the figure with a murderous aura had already left. Tao Yuan did not feel good about it. What a vicious couple. Back at the customer service department, Tao Yuan could hear Lin Wei scolding from afar, so she quickened her steps. Lin Wei had her hands on her waist, fighting 1 against 5. The 5 were all her team members, and they were arguing fiercely. Tao Yuan hurriedly pulled her back to the office. What's going on? Why are you arguing so much? I came to find you and asked them where you were. They said that you were making rounds, and I asked them why didn't they follow you. They said that they were too lazy to go, and that since you were so capable, you can do the work of 11 people. So you were chatting while eating sunflower seeds. I'm so angry. How can a subordinate act like this? They're taking advantage of your good temper. Chapter 442. Tao Yuan poured a cup of tea for her and comforted her for a while. It's all right. It's not a big deal. We have to get used to each other when we are in a new department. They're a bit lazy and waste too much time. Sometimes I just work alone. But you can't do everything for them. It's their job to begin with. Now that you're busy alone, they're hanging upside down and chatting. Are they trying to tire you out? I have an idea. All right. Why are you looking for me? Lin Wei blushed. I have a boyfriend. Really? Xiao Zhang from the purchasing department? Tao Yuan was very happy. Their personalities and families were a good match. They should have been together a long time ago. Yes. Actually, we have been dating for 3 months, but our relationship is not confirmed yet. That's why I didn't want to tell you. Sister Tao, you're experienced. I want to ask you for a favor. After listening to her, Tao Yuan blushed a little. She had never done that before. Tao Yuan was called to the office by Lu Li. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. His suit pants could not hide his long legs. Below his waist, it was all his legs. He did not wear a tie, and the collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing his slender neck. He was young and casual. Tao Yuan was dazed. 28 years old was the best age for a man. He had the flamboyance of a young man and the maturity of a mature man. He was also a little black-bellied. It was hard to describe him with one word. In short, he was charming and could not be looked at directly. The high and mighty man was too dazzling. Even now, she still suspected that the most arrogant Lu Li of the Motu city was her nominal husband. Sit. No, I still have something to do in the department. I have to go back. You are so responsible. Why is your team's efficiency the lowest in the whole department? It's so low that I can't bear to look at it. Tao Yuan knew that he was here to question her. Lu Li put the documents aside and patted the seat beside him. Come and sit. We still have a lot to talk about. It can't be finished in a short time. If she got too close to him, she would be in danger. Tao Yuan was reluctant, but she still did as she was told. The team you lead is full of mistakes and has seriously dragged down the entire customer service department. In the week that you've been there, you've already received complaints from the guests several times. They say that customer service is not responsible, that you make phone calls during working hours, and that you've even been caught smoking in the room. The other teams didn't do very well. Why does your team have so many problems? Regarding this, Tao Yuan was also very puzzled. Every group would have a mix of good and bad people, but it seemed that the worst employees in the entire department were all in her group. There were those who liked to be late, smoke, and even those who liked to steal other people's things. She didn't want to say that they were thieves, but their behavior of shoplifting was similar to that of a thief. She had suspected that this was Lu Li's special arrangement. Of course, she wouldn't ask him directly. In any case, she had to bear the good and the bad. Complaining was nonsense. It would only lower her image and highlight her incompetence. She especially did not want to lose to him. I will take care of it. How will you take care of it? Lu Li lit a cigarette. He knew that she hated the smell of smoke, but he still blew a ring of smoke at her, making her frown. But the more she hated it, the more he liked it. For a man who was almost 30 years old, this kind of mentality was more or less a childish prank, but he didn't get tired of it. I will communicate with them more often. But as far as I know, you're always working alone. You can't wait to finish all the work alone. Do you think that you can complete the work of a team alone? Do you know what team spirit is? Are you so unsociable? Lu Li's lips curled up. When he was humiliating her, there was always a hint of joy in the corner of his eyes. Your performance now is showing two extremes. The male customers praise you, but the female colleagues don't buy it. That's why I said last time, do you have a special ability to please men? Or do you not have a mood to work after leaving Fang Yicheng? Tao Yuan avoided his insults and responded calmly. I admit that I have neglected my duty. I will reflect on it and improve my work. The phone vibrated in his pocket. It was on silent mode, but the screen was flashing in the black cloth. Why don't you answer it? I will call back later. It's Fang Yicheng's phone, right? Are there some words of love that are not convenient to say in front of me? I thought that your skin was thick enough to flirt with other men in front of me. Do you still have any shame? The humiliating words came one after another. Answer it. I already know what kind of person you are. I don't care. When he reached into his pocket and took out the phone, a small pink box fell out. Tao Yuan's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly reached out to pick it up, but Luli's reaction was faster than her. He snatched it first. His face suddenly became very ugly. The screen was still flashing with Fang Yicheng's name. How ironic, how dazzling. The piece was broken in an instant. Luli felt a surge of anger rushing to his head. Tao Yuan hung up the phone. For a moment, she was a little flustered and did not know what to say. What is this? His voice was cold and fierce. You have used it before, don't you know? She tried hard to sound calm, but there was still a trace of uneasiness in her voice. Of course, Luli knew, but what he asked was, why did she have this on her? This is mine. Please return it to me, Tao Yuan said shamelessly. You carry this with you at all times and be ready to do it with men anytime, anywhere. Luli's eyes were so gloomy that it could drip water. There was a big green written on his forehead. Generally speaking, this thing was bought by men, but there were also some women who would take safety measures. But most of them were put in their bags. Which woman would carry it with her at all times like this? What was she? Did she do it when she met a customer? If not, she would not need to carry it with her all the time. Such a casual woman. She was dead meat today. The whole office was filled with murderous intent. Tao Yuan's whole body was wrapped up in uneasiness. She was trembling and her throat was tight. I carry it with me, but it doesn't mean I have to do it. Are you kidding me? If not, then are you going to blow balloons? Luli was going to die of anger. She was the best when it came to lying through her teeth. It's not mine. I'm buying it for someone else. Who? Fang Yicheng? Oh, of course it's for men. Luli said sarcastically with sarcasm. Your sophistry is really stupid. It's not him. I'm buying it for my colleague. Luli almost jumped out of his seat. Other than him, you have other colleagues? How many do you need to seduce? Female colleagues. Tao Yuan was depressed. She should not have agreed to Lin Wei's request yesterday. She said that it was her and Xiao Zhang's first time, so they were embarrassed and did not know how to buy it. So they asked her to help them. But Tao Yuan was not an experienced person. She did not even know what it looked like. But at that time, her heart softened and she agreed to help. She did not expect to get herself into so much trouble. She was really unlucky. Female colleagues? Tao Yuan, are you AF *king bisexual? You won't even let women off? Tao Yuan was dumbfounded. She was completely speechless at his imagination. I'm buying it for a female colleague. She and her boyfriend will use it. Huh. Do you believe your own explanation? Who would want others to buy it for them? Do you really think I'm an idiot? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Who are you trying to bluff? You're carrying this with you, so you're prepared to sleep with men anytime, anywhere? Luli asked sternly. The green light in his eyes was terrifying, as if he was going to kill someone. How many men have you slept with? Huh? An artist? President Zhou? Fang Yicheng? You're really capable. You won't even let go of the old, the young, and the young. Tao Yuan was speechless. She was speechless at his accusations. How could he be such a man with a head full of dirty thoughts? He looked like a decent person, and his head seemed to be filled with wisdom. But now, it seemed like his head was filled with *T, right? If it were any other woman, she would definitely be humiliated to tears. Unfortunately, she was used to being humiliated by him. It was no longer painful or itchy. She just felt that he was a little funny, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Sleep with a man? You think too highly of me. I'm really sorry. I like people, but they might not like me. I can't sleep with every man. So you admit that you're so cheap that you want to sleep with a man? That's not true. For example, you. I don't want to sleep with you. You. I can't compare to them. Why do you want to compare yourself to them? Do you want to sleep with me? It was rare for Lu Li to be speechless. It was all because he was angry at her. She was beating around the bush to avoid the topic. He would not fall for it. Tell me clearly, how many men have you slept with? In Tao Yuan's eyes, the angry him was a joke. I don't have a stamp collecting mentality. I don't know how to count. How many women have you slept with? Do you remember it clearly? I'm asking you now. Lu Li raised his voice. His face was already very scary. He hated her sharp mouth, especially now. This is a private matter. I'm not obliged to answer you. I'm your husband. Tao Yuan swayed. It was really strange for him to say these words. Didn't he try his best to cut ties with her? Now that he thought that she had cheated, he wanted to use his identity as her husband to control her? She wanted to listen to it as a joke, but her heart still felt like it had been slashed. It hurt. The memory of that night came and tore her heart. She murmured with a trace of desolation. No husband will give his wife to another man. The first man who touched me was arranged by you. Have you forgotten? Since you sent me to his bed, you should have thought that there would be a second, third, and fourth man. Anyway, my body is already impure. What difference does it make how many times? She actually mentioned that matter. A trace of regret flashed through Lu Li's heart. He had never explained it to her, but he really did not think that it was the only time he felt that he was cruel to her. It must have hurt when she tore open her scar, right? But this pity was only short-lived. It was soon covered by anger. He gritted his teeth. Chapter 443. He didn't feel guilty at all and was still blaming her. Tao Yuan felt her heart turn cold and looked at him coldly. Yes, I've done it with him. Didn't you already know that? I'm not a primary school student. I've been with him for 2 years. How could I not have done it? According to what you said, young men are full of that kind of thing. You deserve to die. We're all adults. It's normal. Since I've never asked you how many women you've done it with, why do you care about me? We don't need it. Why do you mind that I'm dirty? You said that you don't care who I do it with as long as it doesn't affect the reputation of the Liu family. I'll remember that. How could you say it so confidently? Such a shameless woman should be chopped into pieces. CEO, you've taught me a lesson. I can leave now. You can keep this box of condoms if you like it. Anyway, Ms. Zhang said that she likes strawberry-flavored. As soon as Tao Yuan got up, Lu Li roared and pounced on her, pressing her down on the sofa. She was caught off guard, and the back of her head hit the sofa's armrest. The pain was so painful that she almost fainted. Since you want to do it so much, I'll satisfy you. Anyway, as long as it's a man, isn't it? You're crazy, she pushed him. Unfortunately, she was pinned under him. He had the upper hand and was very strong. She couldn't use any of the techniques she had learned to defend herself and capture him. He grabbed both of her wrists and pulled them above her head. Her body was also completely pinned down. You're so cheap. Why do you have to pretend to resist? Anyway, it's not the first time. Why do you have to pretend to be a virgin? So disgusting. Let go. Even a prostitute has the freedom to choose her customers. No matter how dirty I am, I'm not someone you can F***CK. What a joke. Those messy men can, but I can as a husband? You're really addicted. Yes, I'm addicted. Anyone can, but you, Lu Li, can't. Because you're dirtier and more disgusting than me. I want to vomit when I see you. How could an arrogant man bear such an insult? Lu Li flew into a rage. You're just showing off with your mouth. I'll make you beg me later. Let's see how you can pretend to be noble and virtuous in front of me in the future. Let me go. Lu Li, you lunatic, go away. Tao Yuan twisted her body with all her might, using all her strength to struggle, kicking and hitting randomly. He pressed down, but the more she struggled, the thicker the scent on her body became. It was as if a vampire had smelled the scent of fresh blood and almost lost control, wanting to bite off her white, fragrant neck and suck her blood until she was completely drained. His clothes were torn apart, and his eyes became even more piercing red. Let me go. Lu Li, you have no right to treat me like this. Let me go. Tao Yuan's heart was boiling with anger and humiliation. She screamed and cursed with a sobbing tone. Let me go. Let me go. Shut up. Don't tell me to let go again. Lu Li's voice became hoarse because of his anger, making it even more terrifying. Let me see how great your kung fu is. After saying that, he bit her lips and nibbled with all his might. He was simply a beast. Tao Yuan almost cried from the bite, but all her curses were swallowed by him. She was frightened and screamed. Don't touch me. Let me go. Tears of humiliation flowed from her eyes. Was one insult not enough? Did he really want her to die? Bang, 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 CO. There was a knock on the door. Get lost, Luli roared angrily. Just when he was distracted, Tao Yuan used all her strength to pull out her hand and slapped Lu Li's face. Huh! The loud slap stunned the enraged man. His face was slapped to the side. His face was red from anger, and now there were 5 scarlet handprints on it, making it look as red as fire. Could Lu Li say that he had slapped her so hard that she was stunned? He was an arrogant man who had lived like a prince since he was young. He had always been the one making things difficult for others, and he had never suffered any grievances. This was the first time he was slapped by a woman. It was simply humiliating. Lu Li's first reaction was to slap back. Out of instinct, he did so, but after raising his hand, he didn't slap her. It stopped by her cheek. She stared at him with tears in her eyes, as if she wanted to die with him. Her tearful face was extremely stubborn. She hated him, and she wanted him to die. In the midst of that sharp hatred, Lu Li actually couldn't bear to slap her. And the strange thing was, not only could he not slap her, he actually felt a trace of heartache for her. How much humiliation did a woman have to suffer to hate to this extent, and yet be tempered to be so stubborn? At that time, he was so angry that his whole hand was trembling, but in the end, he still held it in. His fingers clenched, and he forcefully retracted his hand. He got up, grabbed the condom, and smashed it on her face, accompanied by a roar. Scram! Tao Yuan escaped from the office, looking extremely embarrassed. Dozens of eyes in the big office looked at her, discussing and laughing at her. She lowered her head and quickly walked away. Fang Yicheng was waiting for her at the customer service department. Yuan is back. Yuan. Sensing that something was wrong with her, he chased after her and pulled her back. Her eyes were red, and she looked like she had suffered a lot. Fang Yicheng didn't need to ask to know what had happened, and his anger immediately drilled into the top of his head. Who? Lu Li? Don't worry about it. Get out of the way. It's him, right? That bastard actually dared to offend you. Fang Yicheng cursed, clenched his fist, and was about to fight Lu Li with all his might. Tao Yuan quickly pulled him back. Stop fooling around. He bullied you, and I want to take revenge for you. Do you really think that there's no man in your family who dares to treat you like this? Stop fooling around. Let go of me. I can't just let it go like this. The two of them were pulling each other, and the passers-by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Tao Yuan was very anxious. If you dare to go, I'll never talk to you again. That one sentence stopped Fang Yicheng in his tracks, and his eyes widened in disbelief. You're threatening me because of him? I just don't want to embarrass myself even more. He didn't succeed. You didn't succeed this time, but what about next time? Are you going to endure it forever? Tao Yuan closed her eyes and lowered her voice. I'm not in the mood to think about those things now. Can't you let me calm down? According to Fang Yicheng's temper, he wanted to fight to the death with Lu Li right now. But he was more concerned about Tao Yuan, and he was more concerned about her feelings. He sighed. All right, I'm not going. Don't be angry. He took off his jacket and gave it to her, but she pushed it away. I have clothes inside. You can go back. Also, don't come to me if there's nothing important in case other colleagues misunderstand. After saying that, she turned around and left, and Fang Yicheng didn't even have a chance to speak. This afternoon, Tao Yuan was very annoyed. Her mind kept recalling the scene of Lu Li's ferocious face, and it brought back the horrible memories from 3 years ago. Compared to other men, it was harder for her to accept how Lu Li treated her. He had always treated her as a disgusting snake, and when they accidentally touched each other, he would wipe his hands. But this time, he seemed to have changed into a different person and kept pestering her. In fact, it was very easy to understand. He was a domineering man, and he wouldn't allow any woman to disobey him, let alone a woman who used to be so humble in front of him. Even if he didn't care, he wouldn't allow other men to touch her. He just wanted to torture her, and he wanted to be as cruel as possible. It had only been a few days, and in the future, she didn't even dare to think about it. Although it was said that one should never worry about things that had not happened, but Lu Li was a bomb that could explode at any time. How could she not worry? If he continued to be like this, she might as well divorce him. Once this thought was implanted in her mind, it became stronger and stronger. A few subordinates were gossiping. Really? When she came out, her collar was torn? Yes, the other departments are talking about it vividly. I heard that her lips were bitten. Isn't it the same as the last time? I told you that the CO kissed her forcefully. A big roll of eyes. TSK, what forceful kiss? She must have taken the initiative to seduce the CEO and then put on an act. I really don't understand the relationship between the two of them. Last time, the CEO demoted her to a customer service position because of Zhang Mingmei, and she still has so many debts outside. It's obvious that he despises her. Why did he kiss her again? Who knows? Maybe she's good at kung fu. Haven't you heard? The more arrogant a woman is on the surface, the more slutty she is in bed. After staying alone for 3 years, she definitely can't bear the loneliness. Now that the CEO is back, she will try her best to seduce him. Not only the CEO, but also Manager Fong. She has a big appetite. I don't know if Manager Fong has been drugged by her, but he is so obedient to her. That's right. It's a pity. He is so rich and handsome, but he actually liked a second-hand good. These comments were all heard by Tao Yuan. When the colleagues suddenly saw her standing behind them, they did not feel embarrassed at all. They even looked at each other proudly and left. Since she was in a bad mood, Tao Yuan did not work overtime. She went down to the underground parking lot. Just when she was about to get her car, a Porsche stopped in front of her, and Fong Yicheng drove out from inside. Looking at him, Tao Yuan stared blankly and quietly. At this moment, she felt as if there were thousands of things she wanted to say, but she couldn't say them. This feeling was simply too difficult to describe. At this moment, she really couldn't find the words to describe it. Sigh. All right. She also had a moment when she was at a loss for words, even though this phrase was very vulgar and had long been used too many times. Looking at Fong Yicheng, she could not help but think of Lu Li, as well as their past, the bits and pieces of the two of them, the happy, the unhappy, and everything else. The night was waning. Tao Yuan looked out of the window and did not speak. Fong Yicheng also accompanied her in silence, and from time to time carefully observed her expression. In the afternoon, he was so angry that he smashed everything in the office. Now he still had a stomach full of anger and wanted to kill someone. But in front of Tao Yuan, he still had to endure it and let her emotions take precedence. He smiled cheekily. How's my new car? It's okay. Chapter 444. Tao Yuan wasn't in the mood to think about that. It's good. There's no need to waste money. Don't waste it if you like it. By the way, you're not going back to the Liu family, right? Yes, back to the apartment. That's good. That place is hell on earth. Don't go back. Or just get a divorce so that that bastard won't take advantage of you again. How can he force himself on a woman? Is he still a man? He's a disgrace to men. Let's not talk about him, okay? I don't want to talk about this. Okay, let's talk about something happy. What do you want to eat? Sigh. I ate too many spicy sticks 2 days ago. Now my mouth is blistering and it hurts. Let's eat something light. He winked and complained about the pain. Tao Yuan couldn't help laughing. Who asked you to eat so much? An assistant bought spicy sticks and distributed them in the office. I said they were delicious, and then someone put more than 10 packets of spicy sticks on my desk every day. Serve you right. Female colleagues. There are male colleagues too. There are rumors in the department that a few gay men like me. It disgusts me. Fong Yicheng shuddered. I don't look gay. What the hell? Tao Yuan was amused. She smiled and her mood brightened up. Sometimes she felt that Fong Yicheng was a funny guy and especially cute. He was a little arrogant, but even to his subordinates, he was not the type that was difficult to get close to. He was a rich but down-to-earth Prince Charming. So many girls liked him. In contrast, Lu Li was cold and aloof, looking down on everyone. He could be seen from afar, but not played with. So even if she had a crush on him, she had to have a strong heart. Back then, she was really young and ignorant. That was why she was attracted to him. She knew that he was out of reach, but she still foolishly loved him for so many years. Now that she was mature, if she had to choose, she would definitely choose someone like Fong Yicheng. Unfortunately, They were good friends now, and she was married. All kinds of possibilities were impossible. You're smiling. Fang Yicheng heaved a sigh of relief and smiled too. His teeth were neat and white. Who told you to be so funny? I'm not teasing. I'm being humorous. I was in a bad mood during the day, so my tone was a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. However, the people in the guest service department are not as easy to get along with as the colleagues in the commerce department. There are a lot of rumors going around, so it's better if you don't come here often. Call me if you need anything. Their mouths are on their faces. They can say whatever they want. Why do we have to look at their faces? 7 ants and 8 ants, so annoying. That can't be helped. Gossip is a fearful thing. I don't know who to fear. I only know that as long as I'm happy, it's fine. Tao Yuan shook her head. Willful. The traffic light turned red and the traffic stopped. Fang Yicheng noticed that the back of the driver's seat looked familiar. He looked at the license plate number, X9999. It really was him. Without thinking, he crashed into the car. Tao Yuan's body bounced. Why did you rear-end him after he stopped the car? I'll go down and take a look. Fang Yicheng narrowed his eyes and got out of the car. The owner of the car in front also got out. It was Lu Li. Tao Yuan was stunned. Fang Yicheng had deliberately crashed into the car. This was troublesome. Oh, isn't this the CEO? I accidentally crashed into your car. I'm really sorry. Fang Yicheng's words were sarcastic, making him seem like he was asking for a beating. It was obvious that he was trying to stir up trouble. But you have so many cars. It won't matter if you lose one. You're just one person. Why do you need to occupy so many cars? There's an old saying, occupy the manger but don't shit, right? Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. She was biting her lips, and her eyes were flickering with uneasiness. But in the deepest part of her eyes, there was a trace of resentment. The corner of his mouth curled up coldly. I do have a lot of cars, but it's not something that others can crash into. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Fang Yicheng took a step forward. I just crashed into it. What's wrong? The green light turned green. The cars behind honked to no avail and could only take a detour, causing a traffic jam. The traffic police also came over. Seeing this, Tao Yuan quickly got out of the car. Yicheng, let's go. Yicheng? One intimate way to call her. Lu Li said sourly. The relationship between colleagues in the hotel was all an act. Of course. Fang Yicheng raised his chest proudly. If she doesn't have a good relationship with me, would she have a good relationship with you? You actually violated a woman. You're a scum, and you've lost the face of us men. Lu Li squinted his eyes and scolded her. You can't wait to complain to your adulterer for comfort? So what? I'm her adulterer. If you dare to bully her, I won't let you off. Let me tell you, Lu Li, we're not in the hotel now. I'm not afraid of you. Oh, I'm not afraid in the hotel either. It's Yuan who stopped me from getting even with you. Otherwise, you'd have been beaten to death by me today. Lu Li seemed to be listening to a joke. His eyes were mocking him for overestimating himself. What can a gigolo like you do? I'll be beaten to death by you? Do you know what you're saying? Fang Yicheng hated to hear people calling him a gigolo. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. Who are you calling a gigolo? I'm a gigolo. Which normal man looks like you? Those who don't know would think you're a transsexual. You're calling me a transsexual? Fang Yicheng pointed at his own nose. He was very angry. How do I look like a transsexual? I'm a real man. 24K. You're a real man? Do you think all the men in B City are dead? You're courting death. Fang Yicheng raised his fist and rushed forward. Just as Fang Yicheng was about to make a move, Tao Yuan grabbed his arm. Lu Li's female companion also ran over to stop the fight. It was a cold day. She was wearing a pink miniskirt. She was young and flirtatious. Her long legs were bare. The traffic police swallowed their saliva when they saw her. A thought flashed through Tao Yuan's mind. Since when did Lu Li change his taste and like a vixen? Hey, another one. Lu Li, is your dick growing on your head? Will you die if you don't have sex for a day? Yuan, you still don't want me to beat him to death? Stop messing around. He has nothing to do with me. Let's go. Unexpectedly, Lu Li replied angrily. What do you mean we have nothing to do with each other? You're my wife. The aloof man couldn't help but curse. You still know who she is? When you hug different women every day, why don't you think about the fact that you have a wife? Do you think of her as your wife? It's none of your business. Even if I don't want her, I won't take her. What kind of man follows a woman around every day? Coward. I'm a coward. Fang Yiqing pushed Tao Yuan away and rushed forward. The two men of high status fought to the death on the street. In the end, they were both taken to the police station. The two of them made a scene in the police station. They almost broke the ceiling. It took 7 to 8 policemen to stop one of them. Tao Yuan was speechless and embarrassed. After more than an hour, the chief of the police station personally sent them out. They were all people of high status. He could only bow and smile, not daring to offend any of them. Young Master Liu, young Master Fong, it's inevitable for young people to be a little impulsive. It's all a misunderstanding. Since it's been settled privately, let's just let it go. Peace is precious. We're all friends. Fang Yiqing's face was swollen like a panda, but he was still very arrogant and spat on the ground. Who's friend with him? Lu Li's face was also injured, but his condition was much better. He looked at him with disdain and snorted coldly. The chief was embarrassed. Hee, both of you are people of high status. Why do you have to make a scene like this? I still have things to do in the station. I'll go back first. The chief left, leaving the four of them staring at each other. You dare to fight with C on the street. You're really a piece of work. I'm a piece of work. You're not a piece of work, even if all the people in the world were added together. You even put on the airs of a superior in a fight. Do you really think I care about that broken hotel of yours? As long as I say the word, I can open 100 Wilton hotels. What are you so arrogant about? If it wasn't for Yuan, I wouldn't work for you. Lu Li snorted disdainfully. Is that your money? At best, you're just a rich second generation. People look down on you. Is it wrong for my family to be rich? It's like you're not using your family's money. You're nothing if you leave the Liu family. The two of them spoke one after another, and Tao Yuan couldn't get a word in edgewise. But Fang Yiqing's last sentence was really wrong. Lu Li was not just a rich second generation who relied on his family. He had already left Liu Enterprises when he was in college and founded a multinational company on his own. He was known as the most intelligent man on Wall Street. She didn't know the specific wealth, but it had already surpassed the strength of Liu Enterprises. He came back to take over the company only because of the pressure from his family. Although the two of them were only 1 year apart, Lu Li's strength and mind were far better than Fang Yiqing's, and his mental age was much more mature than Fang Yiqing's. In contrast, Fang Yiqing was just a childish child. If the two of them had a conflict, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Yiqing, stop quarreling. Let's go. Listening to them quarrel for 2 hours, Tao Yuan's temples were now hurting. She just wanted to get away from them as soon as possible. They were already in their 50s, but they were still fighting in the street. Didn't they feel ashamed? Forget about Fang Yiqing. Lu Li also cooperated with them to the end. Where was his coldness and intelligence? Tao Yuan dragged Fang Yiqing to leave, but Lu Li grabbed her hand. What's your relationship with him? Why are you so protective of him? Fang Yiqing jumped up. Let go of my hand. This is my wife. I can touch her if I want. What's your business? You didn't treat her as your wife before, so you have no right to say that now. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell in front of me? Are you addicted to playing with broken shoes? The word broken shoes was undoubtedly a slap on Tao Yuan's face. It didn't matter if others said that to her, but Lu Li was the last person in the world who was qualified to dislike her. How dare you say that to her? Fang Yiqing gritted his teeth and couldn't say it. I'll fight with you. Stop. Tao Yuan suddenly shouted. She looked at Lu Li with a cold smile. The determination in her eyes made Lu Li tremble. He suddenly had a bad feeling. You asked me what's my relationship with him? It's this kind of relationship. After that, she tiptoed, put her arms around Fang Yiqing's neck, and kissed him. Chapter 445. Since he could hurt her unscrupulously, why couldn't she? No one was born to be humiliated by another person, and she had already been humiliated by him. She had had enough. Even if this kind of resistance was insignificant, at least she had to declare war on him, to let him know that she was not a dead person, that she could not endure anything, and that she could not be bullied by him. Fang Yiqing was stunned by the kiss. His ears were buzzing, and he felt like he was dreaming. The kissing skills that he was so proud of were all thrown beyond the clouds at this moment. He was like a girl whose first kiss was taken away, and he did not know how to react. It was especially embarrassing. Lu Li's face was so dark that it was about to collapse, and his heart was fiercely hit. He had never thought that Tao Yuan, who regarded him as the center of the world, would one day kiss another man in front of him. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being retaliated against. His anger soared to the top, and he flew into a rage that he had never felt before. Before he rushed up to pull her away, she had already let go of Fang Yiqing. Her lips were very red, and her eyes were shining with a strong light, arrogant and heartless. Did you see it clearly? Tao Yuan. He gritted his teeth and called out her name, wishing that he could tear her into pieces, but even that was not enough. Why are you so surprised? Didn't you already know that I cheated? You left for 3 years, and we didn't interfere with each other. Now that you're back, you have different women by your side. And I also have a city. We can continue to maintain this marriage that seems to be united, but is actually divided. Anyway, aren't all rich and powerful like this? We're just husband and wife in name, and we can do our own things in private. Of course, if you feel embarrassed and want a divorce, I can sign it at any time. But please don't pester me like a madman. That's very annoying. After saying that, the queen pulled the man who was stunned by her kiss and left with her head held high. Lu Li clenched his fingers tightly, and his nails were deeply embedded into his flesh. He had never hated her so much before. Tao Yuan was driving, and the man in the front passenger seat had a shy look on his face, and there was a faint pink color on his injured face. Yuan, you just kissed me. I'm not dreaming, right? Fang Yiqing cupped his face, looking very happy. Tao Yuan couldn't hear him. Her mind was filled with Lu Li's angry face. The consequences of offending him were severe, but she felt very happy now. If the tiger didn't show its might, did he think she was Hello Kitty? Of course, she would not foolishly think that his anger was because of jealousy or something. It was just a man's possessiveness. Even if it was a broken shoe that he didn't want, he wouldn't allow other men to mess around with her. How ridiculous. Did he have pride, but she didn't? Yuan, my mom said that men and women shouldn't touch each other. If they kiss, they have to get married. She shuddered and rolled her eyes. Can you count how many women you've kissed? Do you think you can marry all of them? How many years ago was that? Young and naive, they don't know what love is. I haven't touched another girl since I got together with you. Fang Yiqing emphasized how much he kept his chastity. You and I are not together. Then when you kissed me just now, Tao Yuan bit her lip and said, I'm sorry. Her tone was low. Fang Yiqing was a little sad. Of course, he knew that she kissed him just to take revenge on Lu Li. He supported her counterattack, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If only he was really her man, and not a tool to take revenge on Lu Li. He would definitely take good care of her, heal all her wounds, and hold her in his heart. The corner of his mouth twitched. Why are you saying sorry? I'm the one who took advantage of you. He laughed to cover up his disappointment. Your kissing skills are really not that good. Let me teach you. After saying that, he leaned forward, but Tao Yuan pushed him away. Stop it, I'm driving. You shouldn't have hit him today. I want to take revenge for you. No need. People like him shouldn't be bothered. Look, he even made a scene at the police station. How embarrassing. She took out a mirror from her bag and gave it to him. Fang Yiqing looked at the panda with a swollen face and was shocked. Ah, is this me? Damn, that bastard is really ruthless. Every move was aimed at my face. Doesn't he know that I rely on my face to make a living? You're really bold. Don't you know that he is an expert in Muay Thai and has a black belt in Taekwondo? It's good enough that you didn't get beaten to death by him. Are you looking down on me? I've trained in Muay Thai. Anyway, I can't beat him. Fang Yiqing was unhappy. How can I not beat him? I just didn't use my full strength. Okay? Tao Yuan thought that the one who didn't use his full strength was Lu Li. Although he was enraged at that time, he was still rational. Otherwise, Fang Yiqing would have been lying in the hospital. But then again, to be able to make Lu Li fight was already an incredible thing. According to him, fighting was something that only a barbarian would do. He could scold someone to death with his mouth. He would not easily fight, because if he did, it would cost someone's life. He actually fought for her. He had never fought for that person before. What was he thinking? This was not something to be happy about. You have to promise me that you won't fight with him anymore. I can't say that. I will beat him up every time I see him. If you fight again, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yiqing frowned. Then what if he hits me first? Impossible. He won't make the first move. You just have to promise that you won't make the first move. Sai, okay. I promise you. Lu Li held the steering wheel tightly with one hand and stared at the road in front. His face was like a raging storm. It was very scary. Beside him, the beautiful model Isha was holding on tightly to the seatbelt. Her face was pale. Dear, can you drive slower? I'm scared. She trembled and swallowed her saliva. Driving so fast could kill someone. Moreover, he didn't even fasten his seatbelt. Lu Li drove even faster. Isha screamed in fear. Shut up. Her tears were welling up in her eyes. After racing to vent his anger, Lu Li stopped the car and lowered the window. He lit a cigarette and puffed out the smoke. His brows were tightly knitted and his eyes were squinted because of the smoke. In the past, smoking had the effect of calming the mind. But now, the more he smoked, the more irritated he was. His mouth was full of bitterness and he wanted to vomit. Dear, what's wrong? Li Sha asked sweetly. Are you still angry about your wife? She's really shameless. She actually kissed your man goodbye in front of you. Lowly, but you don't like her anyway. Why get angry over a woman like that? Isn't she here to accompany you? How about this? I'll help you get revenge. Okay? I know a lot of reporters. I can expose her scandal and ruin her reputation. She was being self-righteous and attentive. Shut up. Lu Li glared at her fiercely. She was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. I'm warning you. If a word of what happened today gets out, I'll remove you from the modeling industry forever. Li Sha swallowed her saliva in fear. I know. Lu Li took a drag of the cigarette and silently called Tao Yuan's name. She dared to use this method to declare war on him. She was really bold. He would make her pay for what she did today. The next day at work, Tao Yuan specially bought a copy of the newspaper. Fortunately, there was no news about the fight. Generally, reporters would not dare to write about this kind of scandal. This was the majesty of power. While she was at work, she was called to the CEO's office. Yesterday, she kissed Fang Yiqing on impulse. Now that she had calmed down, Tao Yuan was a little regretful. But since it had come to this, she could only face it calmly. When she pushed the door open, she took a light breath. CEO, Lu Li was sitting on the sofa, looking at something on his phone. When he turned around, there were a few scratches on his face. But it did not affect his handsomeness. Instead, it made him look different. A face of nobility. She would never get tired of looking at it. Tao Yuan laughed at herself. How could she still be in the mood to admire his face at a time like this? She walked up to him and asked in a very normal tone, "What's the matter?" What was the matter? Listening to her question, it seemed like she was not the one who kissed Fang Yiqing in front of him last night. She was really thick-skinned. Since she wanted to put on an act, he would accompany her to the end. Come and sit. Okay. Lu Li put down his long legs. Just as he moved closer to Tao Yuan, she shrank to the side and felt a little awkward. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will force a kiss on you? Don't worry, I won't touch you. I think it's dirty. Tao Yuan was speechless. Why didn't he think it was dirty when he almost forced himself on her in the office? To be honest, she had expected him to fly into a rage, pinch her, and even slap her. But he was so calm, which made her feel more dangerous. There was only one sentence in her mind, the calm before the storm. I just want you to watch this. She took the phone. It was a video about the fight last night. It was probably posted on Weibo by the netizens. It was the #1 trending topic. Tao Yuan blanched and quickly scrolled through the comments. Because she was dressed more like a passerby and Li Sha was more eye-catching than her, the netizens ignored her. They said that Lu Li and Fong Yicheng fought over Li Sha. Rich young masters fighting over a model. Haha. This is the first time I'm in the news because of a fight. Lu Li smoked and said slowly. His long arm was still on the sofa. He did not look like he was going to condemn her. He just looked at her calmly. What do you think? Well, actually, you have been getting a lot of attention recently because of the gossip, so it doesn't matter. The netizens are just watching the show. It will be over in a few days. He raised his eyebrows. Are you mocking me? No, I'm just telling the truth. Haha, you're good at making sarcastic remarks now. Don't forget who this fight is for. Tao Yuan smiled. It's not for anyone. It's normal for men to fight on impulse. It's just a small matter. How dare she push the blame away? Lu Li was a little annoyed. Your adulterer hit me with his car and wanted to kill me. Is this a small matter to you? Could it be that she couldn't wait for Fang Yicheng to kill him? I've only heard of a husband hitting his adulterer and an adulterer hitting her husband. This is the first time. Tao Yuan, even if you want to have an affair, you have bad taste. You chose such an idiot. Chapter 446. You're still speaking up for him? Lu Li was a little annoyed, and his voice rose a few octaves. He just couldn't calm down in front of her. This damned woman always had a way to provoke him. Tao Yuan didn't say anything. Fang Yicheng was in the wrong, but it was Lu Li who had gone too far. Of course, she was on Fang Yicheng's side and would naturally defend him. Now that such news has come out, how do you think we should deal with it? I don't think there's a need to deal with it. You didn't deal with the gossip before, did you? If you don't pay attention to it, you will forget about it after 2 days. That's easy for you to say. So this matter has nothing to do with you? Are you just watching the show? If the female lead of this matter was not Li Sha, but you, would you still be so calm? If people knew that you, the despised Mrs. Liu, had an affair with another man long ago, they would probably be shocked. Now that both parties have an affair, shouldn't it be fair to expose it, lest they say that I have wronged you? A trace of fear flashed through Tao Yuan's eyes. Since Lu Li could say it, he would definitely do it. To ruin her reputation, to let her be reviled by others, and to bring shame to the entire Tao family was undoubtedly the best revenge for him. She was afraid in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. To everyone, I, Mrs. Liu, am transparent. Those women of yours don't care about my existence at all. Since I don't affect your private life, why do you have to drag me down? Exposing me will do no good to anyone, including the Liu family. Lu Li smiled coldly. Are you afraid? When you kissed Fang Yicheng in front of me, didn't you consider the consequences? You know very well what kind of person I am. If you dare to hurt me, I will take revenge 1,000 times over. Tao Yuan, it's only a matter of a word from me to ruin your reputation. Do you understand? Lu Li put out the cigarette in the ashtray and laughed instead of getting angry. However, this kind of game is even more interesting. I have 100 ways to make someone die, but the happiest way is to make them wish they were dead. Suddenly, he grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her in front of him. His eyes stared at her with a sinister smile. It was cold, terrifying, and as sharp as a knife. Her body was trembling. Hey, are you scared now? It's useless to be afraid. I originally thought that torturing a woman might be a bit harsh, but you, Tao Yuan, are not an ordinary woman. You have declared war on me, so you'd better prepare for war. Because before I torture you to the point where you wish you were dead, I will absolutely not stop. After receiving a call from Lu Yinting before work, Tao Yuan returned to the Liu family. As soon as she reached the entrance, she heard Lu Yinting scolding someone. Don't talk. What do you mean by not talking? I asked you to give me an explanation. Are you deaf? Lu Yinting was so angry that his liver was about to explode, but Lu Li still acted as though it did not matter and ignored him. I'm talking to you. The person who was being scolded spread out his hands. I have nothing to say. It's not easy for our son to come back. Do you have to shout like this? If you keep shouting like this, our son will be even more unwilling to come home in the future. Su Bai has said, if he doesn't want to come back, then he won't come back. Anyway, he will come back to anger me to death. A loving mother produces a useless son. It's all because of you. Su Baiho widened her eyes. What do you mean I'm spoiling him? Isn't he your son? Oof. What's wrong with me doting on my own son? You, on the other hand, are siding with an outsider. He glared at Tao Yuan with a vicious gaze. In the 3 months that you've been back, you've been either an actress or a model. They're all messed up women. You think you're cool, but in the eyes of others, you're just a joke. I've warned you so many times, but you've turned a deaf ear to my words. Luli put one hand on the rim of the teacup and smiled faintly. Since you know it's useless, why waste your breath? I can live my life however I want. Whether it's good or bad, it has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who gave you your life. Oh, do you want to go back? Lu Yinting realized that talking to him was really infuriating. In the beginning, the relationship between the father and son was very good, but everything changed after he forced him to marry Tao Yuan. He knew that he had wronged him, so he had been tolerating it. He didn't expect him to go overboard, especially the crime that he committed 3 years ago. It was simply outrageous. Forget about what happened before, but now you're fighting on the street because of a small celebrity. What's the difference between you and those second-generation rich kids who only know how to cause trouble all day long? Lu Qingwan sat at the side and did not say anything until Tao Yuan came. Dad, you're wrong about this. How could Big Brother be jealous because of a small model? There's something else going on. What do you mean? Didn't you see that there's another person in this video? You mean Yuan Yuan? What does this have to do with Yuan Yuan? Lu Yinting naturally thought that she was just trying to stop the fight. Tao Yuan was well aware that she was going to be set up by Lu Qingwan again. This sister-in-law of hers hated her to the core. She would never let go of any opportunity to hit her when she was down. Lu Qingwan looked at Tao Yuan and said sarcastically, "You'll have to ask her, but she's so cunning that she's going to deny it again. Let me say it. Look at the video. She's always on Fang Yicheng's side. It's obvious that she's protecting him and not trying to stop the fight. Dad, you don't know how close she is to Fang Yicheng." Everyone in the hotel is saying that she and Fang Yicheng are making a cuckold of Big Brother. A bunch of nonsense. Lu Yinting slammed his fist on the table. Yuan Yuan is not that kind of person. Huh, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Lu Qingwan came prepared. She took out a few photos. She's not that kind of person. How could she do such a thing? In the photos, Tao Yuan and Fang Yicheng behaved intimately. He touched her face, and she smiled happily. Coupled with the deliberate angle, it really looked like they were flirting. Luli glanced at Tao Yuan as if he was watching a good show. That smile was very prickly. Lu Yinting's face darkened. Yuan Yuan, what's going on? Fang Yicheng and I used to be in the same department. Oh, young Master Fang actually gave up such a big family business and became a small manager in our hotel. Tao Yuan, you're really charming. Don't tell me that he didn't do it for you and just wanted to experience life. Young Master Fang is spoiled by his 3 sisters. He's famous for being spoiled. How could he suffer like that? Tao Yuan had seen many gossipy women, but Lu Qingwan was definitely one of the best. It was hard to imagine that a wealthy family would cultivate such a mean and vile woman. Not only did she have a cheap mouth, but she was also cruel and merciless. She and Su Baiha were simply 2 vicious female demons. Lu Yinting was biased towards Tao Yuan, but it was also hard to understand. What's the relationship between you and Fang Yicheng? He's a good friend of mine. Puffed. Luli almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Wasn't she afraid that her tongue would rot by lying through her teeth? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him. Which friend would be so intimate? No wonder people say that they're a cheating couple. No matter what, you're the nominal Mrs. Liu of the Liu family. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Are you afraid that people don't know that you're a slut? You're still the daughter of the Tao family. How can you be so casual? Oh, right. Your mother was also a mistress. This thing is hereditary, right? Tao Yuan retorted. What does it have to do with my normal relationship with my friend? You can say that I'm casual. Wait until you find evidence of us having an affair. Before that, you'd better shut your mouth. I won't be polite to you if you insult my mother. Lu Qingwan jumped up. You cheated, and you still have the cheek to challenge me? This is the Liu family, my home. Who do you think you are, Tao Yuan? You've made my big brother a cuckold, and you're not allowed to talk about it, are you? I've known for a long time that you're a slut, a slut who goes around seducing other men. Enough. Stop quarreling. Lu Yinting scolded. Yuan, Dad believes you, but the Lu family is after all a prestigious family. Their every move will be watched. If you're not careful, the reporters will write about you. When you're with the opposite sex, you'd better be more careful. Otherwise, you'd be criticized. Tao Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Maybe this was an opportunity. Dad, I'm responsible for this. If I brought shame to the Lu family, then I want to leave. This matter ends here. Lu Li stood up and gave Tao Yuan a warning look, cutting her off. He did it on purpose. The two of them went upstairs and returned to their room. Tao Yuan couldn't stay in the same room with him, so she went to take a shower. She even purposely put on a long-sleeve pajamas and wrapped herself up tightly. When she came out of the shower, Lu Li was still sitting on the sofa smoking. He looked very annoyed, which made her feel annoyed. Why aren't you leaving? Are you chasing me away? Didn't you say you don't want to stay here? This is my home. I can stay and leave if I want. What can you do about it? He replied rudely, his tone a little fierce, and he complained with disdain. What the hell are you wearing? You're wrapped up like a dumpling. Are you trying to spoil my appetite? I wear what I like, not to please you. Tao Yuan thought that he must have eaten too much carrots and worried too much. He had to care about everything. Anyway, he didn't like her in any way. She usually wore silk pajamas, which were very comfortable. But she was afraid that he would be lustful, so she found the bare pajamas she wore in university to protect herself. Don't you like to pretend to be gentle and noble? What's the matter? You can't pretend anymore and want to go against me? No matter what kind of face I have, what kind of tone I use, it's all pretentious and disgusting to you. So what's the difference? Lu Li snorted heavily through his nose. You have a good sense of self-awareness. She finished applying the lotion and saw that he had no intention of leaving. So she said, You sleep in the bedroom tonight, and I'll sleep in the guest room. You can't wait for the whole family to know that our relationship is broken. Tao Yuan's lips curled upwards, as if they wouldn't know if we don't sleep in separate rooms. We've been married for 4 years and separated for 4 years. You've never spent the night here. It's normal for us to sleep in separate rooms, isn't it? Chapter 447. That quilt was their wedding quilt, which Tao Yuan had spent 3 days carefully choosing. He just threw it on the ground, as if he didn't care about her, and trampled on her at will. Her emotions suddenly rose. What can we talk about? Do you have to be so barbaric? Lu Li, you are a man, no matter what. How can you be so rough with a woman? Where is your gentlemanly upbringing? Gentlemanly upbringing? He smiled coldly. Huh, of course I have that. But is a fickle woman worthy of it? Being a gentleman to you is an insult to the word gentleman. You wanted to talk about divorce just now, didn't you? Tao Yuan did not say anything. She knew that it was not her imagination. He deliberately interrupted her to stop her from saying that. It was thoughtless to talk about divorce in front of Lu Yinting. Now that she thought about it, she should not be too impulsive. It was better to find a suitable opportunity to talk about it, lest Su Baihe and her mother add fuel to the fire. But Lu Li's attitude made her very disgusted, so she said it in a fit of anger. Yes, I want to talk about divorce. In front of my father? You saw how he protected you all these years, and now you want to divorce me? You are really ruthless. Whether to say it or not, how to say it is between me and Dad. You don't have to worry about it. But now you want to divorce me, and you want to say that it has nothing to do with me? What's the matter? You've grown up and you're talking about divorce now? I'm very tired now, and I don't want to talk about it. Lu Li was a man with a bad temper, and Tao Yuan did not want to offend him if possible. Especially now that they were trapped in the room, it was very dangerous. She had suffered like this several times, and now she just wanted to get out of it. But as soon as she took a step forward, he grabbed her wrist and locked it against the wardrobe. Bang! His domineering aura was mixed with a strong, murderous aura. Tao Yuan's scalp tightened, and she struggled. Let go! Why do you keep grabbing me like this? Can't you speak properly? How can I speak properly when you run away when I speak? Tao Yuan, tell me clearly, do you want a divorce? So what if I am? Wasn't that normal? It would have been fine if you had stayed abroad, and we wouldn't have interfered with each other. But now that you're back, you see me as an eyesore. So why do you hate each other? I think you're an eyesore. Do you think I'm an eyesore? He held her wrists tightly against the wardrobe, and his body was as tight as a wall. She was like a little white rabbit, deep in his chest, and all her struggles were futile. Tao Yuan had practiced grappling before. She was not afraid of ordinary men, but in front of Lu Li, her mind was blank and her body was powerless, unable to exert any strength. The difference between the two of them wasn't just in terms of physical strength. She didn't want to admit that she was psychologically weaker than him. She was afraid of him and didn't have any imposing manner. Just like now, she was pinned to the wall like a mosquito, her back pressed against the wardrobe, her whole body cold and shivering, a layer of goosebumps on her skin, and she was definitely red. Can you not be like this? No. Tell me clearly. Why do you want to divorce me? Is it because of Fang Yicheng? He gritted his teeth, and his gaze was ferocious. I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. Even if you ask me once, twice, or 1,000 times, it will still be the same. So, you admit that he's your adulterer? Don't make it sound so bad. Our marriage exists in name only. I don't care how many women you have outside, but why do you care about my relationship with Fang Yicheng? What adulterer? I've never felt that I'm someone with a husband. You can't feel it. Lu Li was enraged by these words. His entire face tensed up, and his gaze could kill. Do you think I'm dead? You're not dead, but in my heart, you're already dead. Tao Yuan's voice had a tinge of desolation. The more dangerous he was, the angrier she got, but she calmed down and met his malicious eyes. Since the night your family joined hands to give me to another man, you're already dead in my heart. After that, you went to America and disappeared without saying a word. I'm alone every day, and I'm already used to it. At first, I thought that this was good. Maybe we would never meet again in this life. But you suddenly came back and broke my peaceful life. You've been pestering me and causing me a lot of trouble. Since we hate each other, it's best to divorce. Anyway, you've wanted a divorce for a long time, haven't you? I know you're a very arrogant man, and you can mention divorce, but I can't. But Lu Li isn't the only one in the world who has self-esteem. I have it too. I've had enough of this kind of life. You can tell the public that you dumped me. No matter what, I want a divorce. Tao Yuan's firm tone suddenly made Lu Li feel suffocated. Not only was he angry, but he also felt very, very disappointed. It was difficult for him to accept being abandoned by a woman. She was in a hurry to escape from him, as if he was a disgusting snake. She had always been the one pestering him. No matter how he tortured her, she was still willing to endure it. He used to think that even if all the women in the world were hypocritical, she, Tao Yuan, was definitely not. This stupid woman would love him until she died, but she had a change of heart in just 3 years. Their identities had suddenly changed, and now he was the one pestering her. Lu Li asked himself, was it just a matter of self-esteem that he found it hard to accept? Was it possible that he cared a little about her? Like, are you kidding me? How could he like a woman who was shameless enough to force him to marry her? Even if all the women in the world died, it wouldn't be her, Tao Yuan's turn. What's more, she was so ordinary and boring. Well, he admitted that she was a little more dazzling than a few years ago, and she had a few pursuers around her, but she could only attract those crooked melons and split dates. She was far from having the ability to move his heart. The more Lu Li thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't stand being despised by such a woman. What do you mean? You've been chased by Fang Yicheng for a few days. Do you really think you're a queen? How dare you mention divorce to me? Don't you know what kind of person you are? No matter what kind of person I am, marriage is equal, and I have the right to mention divorce. Who gave you the right? I don't need anyone to give it to me. The law stipulates that if you separate for 2 years due to emotional incompatibility, you can file for divorce. Lu Li snorted. Do you know the law? Separation can only be used as the basis to determine that the relationship between husband and wife is broken, but it doesn't mean that you can get a divorce after 2 years of separation. Even if you file a lawsuit, the court can reject it and rule that you can only get a divorce after the divorce takes effect. However, we don't need to go through so much trouble. I'll tell you clearly now, divorce is impossible. She raised her voice and roared. Why? Haven't you always wanted to get a divorce? I've agreed now. Why are you going back on your word? You say no, you say no, you say no, you say divorce. Do you really think that this marriage is decided by you, Tao Yuan? Let me tell you, the initiative has always been in my hands. And I like it when you're in pain. You want a divorce, right? I don't agree. Let's see what you can do. There was no point in continuing to argue like this. Tao Yuan just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. Let go of me, I want to rest. Rest? Without Fang Yiqing to warm your bed. Can you sleep? The more she spoke, the more outrageous she became. Tao Yuan was furious. It has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? Didn't you cheat because your desires were not satisfied? It must have been lonely to stay in bed alone for 4 years. When you didn't have Fang Yiqing, did you fantasize about me? I don't want to. Her face was already red with anger. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't control her anger, and her voice became a little sharp. He always had a way to drive her crazy. You don't want to? You don't want to do that to me that night, in your pajamas? Luli narrowed his eyes, narrow and sharp. Did you wear it for Fang Yiqing to see? And did he like it? Who cares if he likes it or not? It has nothing to do with you. So you really wore it for him to see? You're so shameless. Do you like to seduce men so much? Luli said those vicious words and pinched her delicate chin with one hand. It was obviously very dangerous, but suddenly there was a hint of ambiguity. His fingers slowly stroked her skin, and there was a faint smile on his face. It was extremely ambiguous. He was a very beautiful man to begin with. At this time, he was especially charming and looked extremely flirtatious. Tao Yuan swallowed her saliva, and her back was almost sinking into the wardrobe. Her heart was beating like thunder, and her face was also red. He was clearly humiliating her, but she actually couldn't resist it. She rarely got so close to men, let alone Lu Li. No matter how much she hated him, he was the man she had loved for 14 years, and her body was shamefully yearning for his closeness. You stay away from me. Don't stick so close to me. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that once you get close to a man, your true nature will be exposed? Lu Li leaned even closer. Look, you're already having goosebumps. Do you really want it? You won't admit it with your mouth, but your body is very honest. I'm disgusted by you. Disgusted? Then you probably haven't seen what true disgust is. Her soft body seemed to be hanging on his body, giving and begging. She let out a pitiful groan. Luli, don't go too far. His lean body was exceptionally strong. When he forcefully pressed down on her, she couldn't do anything at all. Her whole body was numb from his breath, and even her toes were curling up. I'm going too far, but you really like it, don't you? Just now, you said that you don't feel that you have a husband. Are you blaming me? And? He asked, and she screamed anxiously. Don't be like this. Like this? Like what? You? You're shameless. Ha! Women who say one thing, but mean another. Which one of them doesn't like men being shameless? Especially you. You should like it the most, right? Controlling her body like this made Luli feel very happy, and he almost forgot that his original intention was to humiliate her. His large palms wrapped around her slender waist, and he couldn't help but pinch and knead her, as if it wasn't enough, and he became more and more ruthless. The pain made her face turn red, then white, and it was exceptionally enchanting. The woman who was being tortured was exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 448. Anna, the big hand fell on her body, and Tao Yuan screamed, twisting her body in panic. Let me go. Take your dirty hands away. I'm dirty, but Fang Yiqing is not dirty. In the end, you're just using him to take revenge on me. Just because I didn't touch you, you have a lot of resentment in your heart, right? You're more charming than before. It must be because you've been nourished by a man. I can't help but want to have a taste of you, Tao Yuan, How wonderful it is. She felt so ashamed that she was about to cry. No, she couldn't cry. Suppressing her tears, Tao Yuan smiled. That's right. I can't go a day without a man. But are you sure you want to touch a woman who cheats? I've done it with Fong Yicheng for 2 years, hundreds of times. Don't you think it's dirty? These words were like ice water splashing down, making Lu Li angry. He grabbed her neck and gritted his teeth. Shut up. Just like you said, I'm already a used shoe. When did you start to like to play with used shoes? I've worn that set of pajamas for him. He likes it very much. Do you know what he likes the most when I wear it? I said, shut up. Do you want to kill you? Lu Li was furious. When he thought of her and Fong Yicheng together, he was so excited that he wanted to send this adulterous couple to hell. Don't you want to hear it? Don't you think it's very helpful? Yicheng is a gentle person in bed, very considerate of my feelings. Bang! Her slender body was thrown to the ground. She was like a doll that had been thrown out. Tao Yuan was in so much pain that she blacked out. A few of her ribs were broken, but he finally let go of her. In his hands, she would rather die than live. Tao Yuan, you're AF asterisk king B asterisk TCH. Lu Li pointed at her and scolded. Her mouth was bleeding and swollen. Her hair was disheveled and wrapped around her small face. She stubbornly smiled and provoked. I'm a slut, but how much better are you? Don't touch me if you think it's dirty. Hypocrite. I'll touch you. I just wanted to humiliate you. If I touch you, I'll write my name Lu Li upside down. Bang! He slammed the door and stormed out. Tao Yuan sneered and laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. After Lu Li rushed out of the room, he bumped into Lu Qingwan. Brother, where are you going? She asked hurriedly. Get out. Didn't Dad say to let you spend the night at home? Dad won't be happy if you leave. Lu Li was now full of anger, and his eyebrows were twitching with anger. I can't stay here any longer. But this is our home. Why should we let that woman occupy it? She should be the one to leave. Are you going to go back to America to hide from her? In my opinion, you should quickly think of a way to divorce her. The last thing Lu Qing wanted to hear was the word divorce. He pushed Lu Qingwan's hand away. Stay out of my business. Brother, Lu Qingwan stomped her feet in anger. That night, Tao Yuan stayed at the Lu family. She didn't sleep well and had recurring nightmares. When she woke up the next day, it was worse than not sleeping at all. Her head was dizzy, and her scalp hurt when she moved a little. There were headache pills in the car, and she took 2. When she arrived at the hotel, her headache only subsided a little. She pushed the door open and entered her office. A woman was sitting on the sofa, texting on her phone. She looked to be in her 30s, dressed in work attire, and looked very capable. Tao Yuan looked outside. There were a few people sitting in the big office, and they were all idle. No one had informed her that there was a visitor. However, she was used to their inaction and walked in calmly. Hello. The other party looked up and studied her for a while before smiling. Hello, Mrs. Lu. This form of address was strange to Tao Yuan. In the hotel, colleagues directly called each other by their titles. Not many people outside knew her and Lu Li's identity, so she was stunned for a moment and was not used to it. But she also knew that this form of address was more or less intentional. Her first reaction was, could it be that it was Lu Li's women again? It shouldn't be. Most of the women outside were star models and other beautiful women. Obviously, they were not his type. Tao Yuan calmed herself down and closed the door. The other party put away her phone and stood up. Sorry to disturb you. I am Fong Wen. Tao Yuan searched for this name in her mind and was very confused. It seems that Yi Ching didn't mention me to you. Manager Fong? You were his sister? It was no wonder that Tao Yuan was surprised. In terms of appearance, Fong Yicheng and his sister did not have any similarity. Fong Yicheng was very beautiful. It was the kind of devilish beauty that exuded a sense of cynicism. But Fong Wen was the kind of mature and capable strong woman. The way she spoke and the way she moved revealed the demeanor of a female leader. At first glance, people would be subdued by her aura and rarely think about whether she was beautiful or not. The 3 sisters of the Fong family were the legends of Ink Rabbit City. They were often jokingly called the modern version of the Yang family's female generals. Tao Yuan was influenced by what she saw and admired them very much. Her eyes unconsciously revealed admiration. "Hello, I am Tao Yuan." The two of them shook hands. "Mrs. Liu, our time is very precious, so I'll get straight to the point. I came here to talk about the matter between you and my brother. The video of Yi Cheng and your husband fighting is now spreading all over the internet. I believe you have seen it. You were there at that time, so you know what happened. It is impossible for Yi Cheng to fight for a third-rate model, so it was obviously for you. To put it bluntly, he was fighting with your husband because of jealousy. With your relationship, Yi Cheng should have told you everything about his past, no matter how big or small. He was sent abroad when he was a child, so he behaved as he pleased. As for the relationship between men and women, there were also times when he was particularly reckless. When he was in his second year of high school, I took his girlfriend to the hospital to induce labor. I used money to help him get out of trouble countless times. You know, he is the eldest son of the Fong family, and he's also spoiled by us three sisters, so naturally he is more arrogant. But this does not mean that his character is bad. On the contrary, he is a very simple person, especially in the emotional aspect. He is easily deceived and deceived. The implication was that she, Tao Yuan, had deceived Fong Yi Cheng's feelings. She definitely felt uncomfortable listening to this. Fong continued. In fact, 2 years ago, when Yi Cheng suddenly wanted to work in Wilton, I had investigated your relationship. At first, I thought he was just playing around, and soon he would not be able to bear the hardship, but I did not expect him to persist. I originally wanted to stop him, but it was rare for him to do something seriously, no matter what the reason was. It was indeed the first time he was so patient with something, so I let him be. But now the situation is different. Your husband has returned from abroad, and there is a misunderstanding about the relationship between you and Yi Cheng. This will have a bad impact on both sides, won't it? Although Mrs. Liu is still young, but after all, she is married. As a woman who can manage the entire Wilton business district, naturally, you have your strengths. You are much more mature than Yi Cheng. You know how to weigh the pros and cons, so I hope that Mrs. Liu and Yi Cheng will keep a distance and persuade him to return to the Fong family. His two sisters and I are only helping him manage the Fong family. The final successor can only be him. I don't need to say more about the influence of the Fong family in the entire Ink Rabbit City. And as the successor, Yi Cheng's spouse must be a daughter of a famous family. Fong Wen hooked up the corner of her mouth. At least it will not be a married woman. That would embarrass everyone. Do you understand what I mean? Tao Yuan nodded. Although Fong Wen's words were harsh, what she said was also the truth. For so many years, she was able to do things with ease in the workplace, relying on standing in the other party's point of view. Putting herself in his shoes, if she was Fong Wen, she would also make the same choice. I understand. I will persuade him. Very good. I also hope that you could do what you say. Then I won't disturb your work. Goodbye. Fong Wen walked to the door, turned her head, and said one sentence. Mrs. Liu, you don't look so good. Presumably you are also worried about yesterday's matter. So to solve this matter early, it will be good for both sides, isn't it? Fong Wen's front foot just left. Fong Yi Cheng's phone call came. Tao Yuan began to have a headache, pinched the space between her eyebrows, hung up the phone, and then threw the phone to the side. For the next 2 days, Fong Yi Cheng's phone call continued, but Tao Yuan did not answer. She did not deliberately want to escape, but there were times when she was tired of dealing with it. Plus her work was very busy. She really did not have that much free time. Tao Yuan brought a few of her colleagues from the cleaning department to inspect the guest room. Recently, some guests have complained that our carpet is not particularly clean. There's a little smell. It's best to wash it all. The cleaning department staff were all aunties in their 40s. Not waiting for her to finish, they complained. We vacuum every day. How could there be a smell? It's just that they're too picky. That's right, we're all strict 6-star standard. How could there be a smell? Do they have a dog's nose? In any case, no matter how good we do, the guests are not satisfied. If we do a good job, there is no reward, and if there's a little problem, they always find trouble with us. We're already so old. How can we do such heavy work? That's right. Washing the carpet. Easy for you to say. You do it. Group leader Goo. You are also mother's daughter, right? Would you let your mother do such heavy work? She is a person. We are also old people. Do you want to tire us to death? Tao Yuan did not have a word to say at all. Sometimes she could communicate with young people, but the aunties did not listen to her at all. If she said one sentence, they would say a few hundred times, or else they would say that she did not know how to respect her elders, was impolite, and so on. It was all her fault. What are you talking about? It's so lively. Fang Yiqing walked in. The aunties all surrounded him, swarming to him to complain about Tao Yuan's crimes. Io, your hands have calluses so pitiful. Fang Yiqing comforted them, calling her sister very sweetly. Only then did the aunties feel better. After all, they were women. No matter how old they were, they could not resist handsome men. Chapter 449. The aunties left happily after getting the meal coupons. Tao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. There are times when you can't do anything. Fang Yiqing blinked and teased. Tao Yuan spread out her hands. I'm not omnipotent. There will always be times when I can't do anything. It's better to coax them than to talk about the hotel's working rules or other principles. That's true. There is no woman that I can't coax. Why are you here instead of going to work at this time? Didn't I tell you not to come to me during working hours? Who told you not to answer the phone? I have to ask you for an explanation. Tell me, why did you suddenly ignore me? I'm busy. Being busy is just an excuse. No matter how busy you will always have time to answer the phone. You are deliberately avoiding me. Fang Yiqing took a step forward and stood in front of her. He was very persistent in asking for an answer. Is it because of Lu Li? Not exactly, but there must be some reasons. I don't want to cause more trouble. In the past 2 years, the two were the closest friends. Tao Yuan couldn't hide secrets in front of Fang Yiqing, and she didn't want to. She had to say it sooner or later, so she said it straightforwardly. You'd better resign. Why? Do you really think I'm a hindrance to you? No, but sooner or later you will go back to take over the company. Do you want to be a small manager here for the rest of your life? What's wrong with that? I don't care as long as I am by your side. That's irresponsible thinking. Tao Yuan retorted. Your 3 sisters are working so hard to run the company for you. They are paving the way for you. You can't let them down. Fang Yiqing was stunned for a few seconds. He frowned little by little. Did my sister come to you? Yes. What did she say to you? Nothing special. She just asked me to persuade you to go back to take over the company and to keep our distance. The first sentence was fine, but the second sentence caused Fang Yiqing's hair to stand up. What right do they have to meddle in my affairs? If there's anything, just come to me directly. What's the point of looking for you? They're doing it for your own good. In fact, I told you before to return to the Fang Consortium earlier, but you didn't listen. You've already wasted 2 years here. How much longer do you want to waste? You're already 27. You've had enough fun. It's time for you to go back and take care of your family. Play? You think I've been fooling around for the past 2 years? Fang Yiqing felt as if his heart had been punched. It contracted intensely, but he was more disappointed than angry. He wrapped his hands around her shoulders and said anxiously, I did it all for you. It was precisely because of this that Tao Yuan felt even more terrified and rejected all of this from the bottom of her heart. But I can't afford it. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but as a friend, I don't want to hold you back. What bullsh** T reasoning? I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing, and I know whether it's worth it or not. I don't need others to decide my life for me. No matter what they say, I will stay by your side. Do you hear me? His agitated emotions put a lot of pressure on Tao Yuan. Her head started to hurt again, as if it was exploding. Your current mood is not suitable to talk about this. Let's talk about it after you've thought it over. She pushed his hands away. Yuan. Fang Yiqing chased her to the door. There were other people there, so he didn't dare to chase after her. He punched the wall. Tao Yuan worked overtime until 10 o'clock in the evening. Just as she left the hotel, she received a call from an unknown number. Hello, I'm Fang Wan. Is Yiqing with you now? Her voice pretended to be calm, but it still revealed a trace of eagerness. No, Tao Yuan's footsteps stopped. What's wrong? You told him that I was looking for you. He came back and had a big fight with me. He warned me not to care about him anymore. Mrs. Liu, I thought you were a reasonable person and would treat our conversation as a secret. But I didn't expect you to go to him and complain. It seems that I was wrong about you. I'm sorry. I just don't want to lie to him. I didn't know he would do this. If you're worried about him, I can help you find him. No need. Please stay away from him. I will make him resign soon. That's all. She coldly hung up the phone. Tao Yuan stood there, hesitated for a moment, but still stopped the taxi. This scene fell into the eyes of Lu Qingwan, who was not far away. Looking at Tao Yuan's face, there must be a problem. Although she didn't know what it was, if there was an opportunity, she would definitely not let it go. She said to the driver, "Follow the taxi in front." Tao Yuan looked for a few places that she and Fang Yicheng had been to before, but she couldn't find him. Finally, she went to the bar. Sometimes, when she was under a lot of pressure from work and had negative energy, he would bring her here to dance to vent. The lights of the bar were everywhere. The music was so loud that it made people's hearts hurt. Young men and women crowded in the middle of the dance floor. Tao Yuan squeezed through the crowd and finally found Fang Yicheng in an open room in the corner. There were two women sitting next to him. She walked over and told them that she was his girlfriend. Only then did they leave. There were a few empty wine bottles on the table. Fang Yicheng was drinking like crazy. Tao Yuan hurriedly pressed his hand down. "Stop drinking." Fang Yicheng looked at her in a daze under the chaotic light, and then he laughed foolishly, murmuring in a dreamy and sweet tone that made one's heart ache. "My Yuanyin, come back with me. Your sister is waiting for you." She held his hand and wanted to pull him up, but Fang Yicheng shook her off. "I'm not going back. I don't want to go back to that house. Your sister is very worried about you. I hate her. Don't you have a good relationship with your sisters? How can you not go home because of such a small matter? They're doing it for your own good. It's a small matter to them, but to me, it's a big matter of my life." Fang Yicheng's eyes sobered up a little. Under the blue and green lights, he looked a little ferocious, but incomparably handsome. He used one hand to pinch Tao Yuan's wrist. As he gritted his teeth, he heavily revealed his strong feelings. "Don't you know how much I like you? It's been 2 years. For 2 whole years, I have been suppressing my feelings. It's been hard on me. You always resist me. You are clearly by my side, but you are so far away that I can't get close to you." He breathed out, spraying the hot smell of wine. He said hatefully, "Do you know that sometimes you can be really cruel? It's too easy for me to get a woman, but I can only force myself to stay by your side as a friend. I have to be careful, afraid that I can't control my feelings and cross the line. I can't even be friends anymore. But every time I see you, I want to kiss you, I want to hug you." Tao Yuan's body was burning hot, and her throat was suffocating. Even though she knew Fang Yicheng's feelings for her, he was usually laughing and joking around. So she was used to being in a safe zone as a friend. He suddenly released his long-suppressed feelings, causing her to be at a loss of what to do. "Tao Yuan, I really love you." Fang Yicheng grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his embrace. He used a lot of strength, and she almost directly fell into his embrace. As soon as she twisted her wrist, he held it tightly. "Yicheng, don't be like this. You're drunk." She tried to take a deep breath and remain calm, but her hurried tone could not hide her panic. "I'm not drunk." He pressed his forehead against hers and muttered in a deep and weak voice, "I really love you. Why can't you give me a chance? Do you know how tired I am? I don't want to be your friend. I want to be your man." The strong smell of alcohol entered her nose. Tao Yuan's entire body was numb and soft. She knew that her entire body must be red right now. He was clearly a bit rough, but he was as weak as a child, which made her heart ache. She had once desperately loved Lu Li for more than 10 years, so she knew better than anyone the despair, sadness, and pain of unrequited love. Moreover, staying together as a friend was more torturous than looking at him from afar. So, her heart ached for him. "Don't be like this, okay? I'm already married. I'm not suitable for you." But does your marriage make you happy? It will only make you wither away. You should be happy. Tao Yuan bitterly smiled. Not every marriage is perfect. There are always some people who can't love each other, which is the most torturous. As long as this marriage is still there, I am Lu Li's wife. I can't betray him. You're always so calm. Fang Yiqing let go of her in disappointment. Can't you be willful for once? If you continue like this, you'll die of depression sooner or later. He placed a bottle of alcohol in front of her. Come on, even if we can't get a divorce, we can at least get drunk. When we're drunk, we'll forget everything. Looking at the bottle of alcohol, Tao Yuan knew that she shouldn't drink it. She should bring Fang Yiqing back and not accompany him in his madness. But that bottle of alcohol was like a devil, telling her to drink, 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 get drunk, get rid of all your worries. Why live such a tiring life? People have to be crazy for once. Okay, I'll drink with you. Hardening her heart, Tao Yuan grabbed the bottle of alcohol and drank a mouthful as if she was grabbing onto a life-saving straw. Lu Qingwan hid in the dark, and her lips curled up into a strange smile. She asked for a bottle of whiskey and added something to it before asking the bartender to send it over. Tao Yuan's alcohol tolerance wasn't good, and she passed out after drinking 2 bottles. On the other hand, Fang Yiqing was more sober than her and sent her back to her condominium. He placed the man on the bed, and Fang Yiqing followed suit. He was so tired that he could die. She wasn't heavy, but he had drunk a lot of alcohol as well. It was a little strenuous for him to carry her back, and he was sweating profusely. F***CK, I'm the one venting, but you're even crazier than me. I'm not letting you drink anymore. Fang Yiqing wiped his sweat and propped himself up to look at her. Tao Yuan mumbled a few times, and as she twisted her body, her collar opened up, revealing her beautiful collarbone. Hot, so hot. She whimpered and involuntarily took off her jacket, leaving only a white shirt on. Her snow-white skin was stained with a faint layer of red due to the effects of alcohol. Her ponytail was scattered, and her hair spread out like seaweed, making her face look even more charming. Chapter 450. He had never seen such a seductive Tao Yuan before. She was like a seductress. Any man would not be able to control himself, not to mention the woman he loved the most. To put it bluntly, Fang Yiqing had been fantasizing about Tao Yuan for the past 2 years when he was dealing with his physical needs. Seeing it with his own eyes was much more shocking than his imagination. His nose felt warm, and he touched it. F***CK. He actually had a nosebleed. If this continued, he would definitely commit a crime. Fang Yiqing grabbed the quilt and wrapped Tao Yuan with it, but she shouted that it was hot and tried to push his hand away. No, I'm hot, so hot, so hot. As she resisted, her body subconsciously arched up and her 2 soft arms hugged Fang Yiqing. Her drunken body exuded a faint fragrance. It was sweet and tempting, making Fang Yiqing unable to control himself. His body was extremely stiff, and his eyes were filled with lust. She had melted all the bones in his body. The only thought in his mind was to ruthlessly tear her apart. The battle-hardened Fang Yiqing was like a young lad who had his first taste. He was impatient and at a loss of what to do. He kept swallowing his saliva. Yuan, I'm hot. Help me. Tao Yuan only felt that her whole body was burning. His body could cool her down, so she kept trying to arch her body higher and closer to him. She didn't know what she needed, but she wanted more. Hot. Her hand burrowed into his shirt, caressing it. Fang Yiqing's body suddenly trembled. His eyes became hot, and his voice became hoarse. Yuan, don't be like this. You're drunk. I'm not drunk. I want. Her soft body continued to rub against his muscular chest, squeezing against it. I'm so uncomfortable. Tao Yuan murmured with grievance and even sobbed softly. Help me. Fang Yiqing was already feeling uncomfortable. When she continued to act like this, his rationality was immediately thrown out the window. Too irritating, too irritating. He was about to burst into flames. They had been friends for 2 years. He had had enough. He didn't want to be her bullsh asterisk T friend anymore. He wanted to be her man. Even if she woke up the next day and chopped him with a knife, he would do it first. Vixen. Fang Yiqing's voice was taut as he growled. His large palm pinched her waist. Her skin was so soft and delicate that it felt like it was going to slip through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't help but increase his strength, yearning to knead it even harder. Fang Yiqing couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his head and bit her lips, sucking her constantly. This kiss was much deeper than the previous one. Her taste was like sweet rose juice, making him greedy and confused. He couldn't help but gasp. His body was about to explode. He was about to go crazy. Yuan, Yuan, I love you. I love you, Fang Yiqing said as he kissed her passionately. His hands wandered around her soft body. He was excited, and his body was extremely excited. I love you too. Luli, boom. Fang Yiqing felt as though he was struck by lightning. She was calling. Fang Yiqing? She said she loved him? Fang Yiqing frowned. Look clearly. Who am I? Tao Yuan wasn't happy that she left him. She pouted her pink lips and looked at him in a daze, as though she was wondering why he would ask such a silly question. You're my husband. Luli. The corner of her mouth revealed a blissful and sweet smile. That was the most beautiful smile that Fang Yiqing had ever seen. It was like a blooming poppy flower. However, it was for Luli. How ironic. He knew that she had loved Luli for many years. However, he thought that Luli's actions had made her give up. Their relationship was just a meaningless marriage contract. However, at such a time, she was still thinking about Luli and was still calling his name. Fang Yiqing suddenly hated her very much. He couldn't wait to take her by force. Even if he couldn't have her heart, he must have her body first. Luli, hubby, love me. Tao Yuan leaned her body forward and her lips slightly touched his. Fang Yiqing allowed her to kiss him. However, that kind of kiss had already become tasteless. The excitement in his body was also gradually subsiding. In the end, he still couldn't take her by force. He was afraid that she would hate him. He was afraid of losing her. He almost escaped from the bed in a panic. He had completely sobered up. To him, this could be considered as the most terrifying few nights in his life. Headache, headache, headache. This was the most clear feeling that Tao Yuan had after she woke up. Her pale fingers inserted into her hair. She rubbed it a few times, but she still couldn't suppress the tearing pain that drilled into the tip of her heart. She smelled the smell of alcohol on her body. She was still wearing yesterday's clothes. In her own bedroom, she remembered that she came to drink with Fang Yiqing last night. Good morning. A pleasant and magnetic voice rang out. Tao Yuan looked over. Fang Yiqing was standing at the door with breakfast in his hands. The main point was that he was only wearing a pair of pants. The two of them had swum together before. Tao Yuan had already seen Fang Yiqing's good figure. Although he was thin, his chest and abs were very eye-catching. He had a wide waist and narrow hips. His skin was originally very fair, and it seemed to glow under the sun. Even Tao Yuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She couldn't control her heartbeat and breathing. Why are you here? I sent you back last night. Have you forgotten? I don't really remember. Her head was still hurting badly. Tao Yuan couldn't help but rub it a few more times. It's okay if you don't remember that I sent you back, but you should remember what happened after that, right? His low and hoarse voice made Tao Yuan's throat, which was originally very relieved, tighten. Last night? What happened last night? Have you forgotten? Fang Yiqing put the tray aside and climbed onto the bed slowly. He was like a hunting beast, slowly approaching his prey. His tone sounded casual, but the look in his eyes was extremely evil. Tao Yuan shrank back, but he had long arms and legs. In an instant, he pounced on her and pressed her under his body. He didn't completely press her down. It was more like he formed a circle, encircling her within his sphere of influence. It was filled with his scent. His face was plastered on hers, and he unscrupulously emitted a refreshing scent. What are you doing? Tao Yuan grabbed the bedsheets nervously. She didn't know where to put her other hand. She stretched out her hand and pushed him. She was immediately scalded by his burning chest and quickly retracted her hand. Both of them had a very close relationship. Occasionally, there would be some intimate actions like hugging or hugging. She didn't really resist it. However, this kind of intimacy was different from before. It was very ambiguous and restless. Thus, Tao Yuan suddenly became anxious and a little flustered. Don't get so close. Why? Last night, you didn't say that. You hugged me tightly and didn't want to let go for even a moment. So passionate. Fang Yicheng squinted his pair of peach blossom eyes and smiled evilly. He grabbed her helpless hand and kissed it. I can't tell that our Yuan is so passionate in bed. I like it very much. Don't talk nonsense. Nothing happened between us. Oh, are you sure? Last night, you were very drunk, but I was very sober. Tell me, who will remember it better? She tried to treat this sentence as a joke. After all, Fang Yicheng wasn't a man who would act recklessly. However, both of them were drunk. Who could say for sure about this kind of thing? Tao Yuan's face alternated between red and white. That handsome face looked even more charming up close. His breath was all over her face, making her so nervous that she couldn't think straight. Her hand that was clutching the bedsheets kept trembling. Look, I'm not wearing any clothes. What do you think we did last night? His peach blossom eyes became more frivolous and evil. Since you've forgotten, why don't you let me help you recall it? Fang Yicheng pounced on her. Tao Yuan was so anxious that she screamed. No, puffed. His lips stopped beside her ear and a burst of laughter came out. I'm just kidding. What are you so nervous about? Tao Yuan looked at him in confusion. Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't figure out if what he said was true or false. Her two beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Is this what you call disappointment? Although nothing happened after we did it, but now, I can. The voice that came out of his thin lips was bewildering, magnetic, and low murmurs. My Yuan, you don't know how much I want you. Tao Yuan was sullen. She pushed him hard, and this time he was pushed away. Don't make such a low-class joke, okay? It's so annoying. I'm just saying, who knew you believe me? You know that I was drunk last night and forgot everything. I'll believe whatever you say. Is that so? If I knew earlier, I would have lied to you. Maybe you'd have given in to me. Fang Yicheng raised one of his eyebrows childishly. His winking was really annoying, but Tao Yuan really couldn't hate him. Which woman would hate such a handsome face? She was also a woman, so she couldn't do it. But she still gritted her teeth. If you take advantage of me, we can't even be friends. Fang Yicheng was sad. The identity of friend allowed him to stand closest to her with a clear conscience, but it also created an insurmountable gap between them. It was really a double-edged sword. So, he didn't know whether to love it or hate it. He understood these feelings, and so did she. But both of them chose to bury their heads in the sand. He didn't want to give her pressure, so he wouldn't mention it. Even if he did mention it, he would just treat it as a joke. He reached out and rubbed her hair. There aren't many men like you, so don't get drunk in front of man next time. Not to mention others, even me, when you hugged me last night, I almost couldn't control myself. Now that I think about it, I still feel a little regretful. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes at him in a very unladylike manner. She had forgotten everything about last night. Of course, she didn't know that they had hugged and kissed. Fang Yicheng thought that it was good that she didn't remember, lest she felt awkward when she saw him in the future and avoided him again. He also didn't want to forget the taste of her passion and sweetness, but he had to forget. He didn't want to become Lu Li's substitute. That would make him very painful. Can you put on your clothes first? I want to, but I vomited all over you last night, and my clothes aren't dry yet. The assistant will send it over later. Let's have breakfast first. Fang Yicheng got off the bed and smiled at her. Still sitting there in a daze? Do you know that your adorable look makes me want to? He licked his lips wickedly. Tao Yuan grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Chapter 451. On the weekend, she doesn't have to go to work, so Tao Yuan took a shower and went out to eat breakfast in her pajamas. Of course, Fang Yicheng is still naked. He made a heart-shaped smiley face with fried eggs and sausages and asked her proudly, "Does it look good?" Childish. This is called the fun of life. Don't you want to wake up every morning and have someone prepare breakfast for you? Forget it. I prefer to do it myself. To be honest, she really doesn't dare to compliment his cooking skills. Tao Yuan sat down, opened a big carton of milk, poured half a cup, and casually said, "If you walk around in front of me without any clothes, I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack." From the beginning until now, her eyes have been squinting. She never looked at him directly. Even if the two of them are familiar with each other, after all, there's a difference between men and women, so they still feel embarrassed. "Can't you put a blanket on first? My body is so good. Why do I need to cover it?" Fang Yicheng made a few bodybuilder poses while winking. "Is it because my body is so perfect that you're afraid you can't hold it? It's okay, you can jump on me. I absolutely won't resist." Tao Yuan can't help but laugh. Fang Yicheng has received Western education since childhood, so he says whatever he wants. To put it nicely, he is outspoken, but to put it bluntly, he is thick-skinned. However, in the end, he is a very simple man. She can't help but think of Fang Wen's insinuation that she abducted Fang Yicheng. She should take this opportunity to have a good talk with him again. "Do you want to go home after breakfast?" "I don't want to go home." Fang Yicheng pulled a long face and said loudly, as if he was announcing something important, "I want to move out from home." "You're messing around?" "I'm not messing around. Who said I have to live at home? Don't you also live alone? You and I are different. You moved out because you're angry with your family. A 27-year-old man still wants to run away from home. Isn't that childish?" "It's because I'm 27 years old. I have my own thoughts and decisions. I don't want to be controlled by them." The man who was still smiling mischievously a moment ago now had a righteous expression on his face. "It's none of their business who I like, and they don't have the right to interfere. One city, ding dong, ding dong. The assistant is here to deliver the clothes." Fang Yicheng took the opportunity to escape, but he did not expect to see Lu Li instead of his assistant when he opened the door. Inside the door, Fang Yicheng was wearing a pair of briefs. His skin was fair and beautiful, and he was extremely alluring. Outside the door, Lu Li was dressed in a cold and murderous aura. Lu Qingwan followed behind him. It was obvious that he was here to catch them in the act. With the current situation, it was hard not to misunderstand. Fang Yicheng was stunned for a second. Then, he put one hand on the door and smiled. "Hey, what kind of wind has brought you? You're courting death." Lu Li swung his fist and rushed forward. Fang Yicheng's face took a heavy punch. If he hadn't shut his mouth early, all his front teeth would have been knocked out. This punch was especially fierce. He staggered and fell to the ground, knocking over a cupboard. Bang, bang, bang. Everything fell and hit him. Lu Li's eyes were red. He grabbed a vase and rushed forward, as if he was fighting with his family's murderer. Tao Yuan heard the noise and ran out. She saw Lu Li holding the vase and was about to hit Fang Yicheng's head. "Stop!" Bang! The vase still broke on Fang Yicheng's head. His face was covered in blood. "Lu Li, you're crazy." Tao Yuan rushed forward and knocked him away. "How can you hit me?" "Yicheng, how are you?" "God, your head is broken. I'll help you stop the bleeding." Lu Li looked at Tao Yuan's anxious face and hated her to the extreme. This morning, he received a call from Lu Qingwan saying that she and Fang Yicheng were staying here. He immediately turned around and saw the scene when he opened the door. Fang Yicheng was naked and she had just taken a shower. Even if he wanted to find an excuse for them, he couldn't find one. The truth was right in front of him. He already knew that they were together. But when he saw this scene, he was furious. His chest was filled with the urge to kill someone. He was so angry that his face was distorted and he shouted angrily, "Tao Yuan, you bitch!" Lu Qingwan was stunned for a few seconds. Then, she reacted and said hurriedly, "I'm right, brother. She has been with Fang Yicheng for a long time. They must be living together. If you didn't come here personally, she would definitely argue. What else do you have to say now?" Tao Yuan was only worried about Fang Yicheng now. She didn't want to care about what they were saying. "Can you stand up? Or should I take the medicine box and bandage it for you?" Fang Yicheng's eyelashes were wet with blood. He didn't feel any pain. He just felt dizzy. He shook his head. I'm fine. He was actually ignored? Luli couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her up. He was so strong that Tao Yuan couldn't stand steadily. Her body rubbed against the floor and was pulled up by him. Let go. I want you to give me an explanation. Luli roared. Tao Yuan was in pain because of his grip. She tried to pry open the web between her thumb and index finger. But his strength was so terrifying. How could she get rid of him? She knew that he must have misunderstood. If he could calm down, she could explain to him. But if he could calm down, he wouldn't be Luli. Tao Yuan couldn't tolerate him hitting someone. Moreover, he had even beaten up Fang Yicheng. She felt that he was no different from a hooligan. Hence, she was annoyed. You came to my house to hit someone. What do you want me to explain to you? He spent the night here last night. The two of you slept together? If I say no, will you believe me? Do you think I'm a fool? Luli squeezed out every word from his teeth. His grip kept tightening, almost breaking her arm. Are you trying to tell me that the two of you were just chatting under the blanket and nothing happened? Since you've already determined that we've done it, why are you still asking me? Tao Yuan sneered. Previously at the police station, I've already told you clearly about our relationship. Don't you think it's unnecessary for you to ask me for an explanation? This sentence was undoubtedly an acknowledgement of their relationship. Luli didn't think that he would be so angry. He was really angry to the point that he wanted to kill someone. She had kissed Fang Yicheng in front of him and said many things that contradicted him. But subconsciously, he still lied to himself and thought that maybe they hadn't done it. It was because in the past 10 years, she hadn't had a second man in her life other than him. She was always like a moth to a flame, chasing after him like the sun. But she did everything without a care for herself. So, while he hated her, it wasn't that he didn't admire and feel touched. It was because she had used a whole 10 years to prove her love. So, even now, no matter how intimate she was with Fang Yicheng, he still thought that maybe she wasn't that kind of woman. But he forgot that they had been separated for 3 years. The Tao Yuan now was no longer the one from before. When she looked at him, there was no longer the light in her eyes. It was as if she was looking at other people, calm and indifferent. So, the light in her eyes now was Fang Yicheng. It was simply unbearable. The more Luli thought about it, the angrier he became. His eyes narrowed, cold and vicious. So, you admit that you cheated? He wanted to hear it from her mouth. Brother, why are you still asking such a stupid question? Isn't it obvious? She has already put on this green hat for you. Adultery is also a crime. She should be arrested and put in jail. All right, I need to take a photo for Dad to see, in case she quibbles again. Lu Qingwan was afraid that the matter wasn't big enough, so she quickly took out her phone. But just as she took it out, her hand was slapped by Tao Yuan, and the phone fell far away. How dare you hit me? Lu Qingwan's eyes widened. You cheated and you're still so arrogant? How shameless. Brother, you have to teach her a lesson today. This kind of woman deserves to be beaten to death. Luli couldn't hear Lu Qingwan's words. In his eyes, there was only Tao Yuan, and he violently pulled her. Did you two sleep together? He questioned angrily. Tao Yuan felt that her heart was about to burst from his roar. Speak, let go of me. Fang Yicheng, who was on the ground, was still struggling, but he really couldn't get up. Shut up. Luli kicked him again. Don't go crazy again. Tao Yuan grabbed his arm tightly. If you have any problems, come at me. Don't hit him anymore. It has nothing to do with him. He is your adulterer, and you say it has nothing to do with him? Even if I beat him to death today, it's because he's asking for it. In the constant struggle and pulling, Tao Yuan's anger also rose to the extreme. Our marriage has long been dead in name. Why do you have to be crazy here? There is no adulterer, and there is no third party. It's me who has long given up on you. I like Fang Yicheng, and I was the one who took the initiative to seduce him. So what? In any case, this marriage is a complete joke to you. Do you have to act like a husband who catches an adulterer? Yes, I blindly liked you for 10 years. I used 10 years in exchange for a marriage that only exists in name. I was stupid. I deserved it, I ruined myself, I admit it. Now I've woken up, and I don't want to continue making mistakes, okay? In this world, not only you, Luli, are a man, I also have the right to love other men. I don't care which woman you are with. Who I love, you have no right to interfere. Don't go crazy in front of me. Luli's heart was ruthlessly stabbed and suddenly tightened. There was actually a time when he was so angry with a woman that he couldn't speak. Every word she said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it. However, he just couldn't accept it. He had never been so unwilling in his life. He stared fiercely at that stubborn face. In her eyes, there was no longer the meekness and infatuation in the past. There was only endless disgust. It was as if the sweetness in the past had now turned into chaff that disgusted her, and she couldn't wait to get rid of it. Don't forget, we are still married. Legally, you are still my, Luli's woman. You don't have the right to love anymore. What was funny was that the marriage that he hated the most was now the only excuse for him to tie her down. Then divorce. These words jumped out of her mouth without any hesitation. Lu Qingwan's mouth was wide open in surprise, not to mention how angry Luli was. When he let go of her, he raised his hand and was about to slap her. Stop. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.